can't put wings on a car. You can't fight gravity. And you can't make one of the world's best SUVs even better. The all-new GLS. Mercedes-Benz. The best or nothing.
The Simmerland company has enjoyed more than 20 years of steady growth on the market. It is one of the largest wholesale companies that designs, produces and sells consumer goods. Every day, more than 500,000 people visit Simmerland online store, which has a range of more than 1 million items. The company has more than 11,000 employees, including more than 1,000 sales managers. 70% of goods are produced in Russia. They can be easily delivered all over the country from the Crimea to the Far East, as the company has its own fleet of delivery vehicles. The headquarters of the company are in Yekaterinburg, where they occupy an area of 250,000 square meters. It also has offices in Moscow, St. Petersburg, Krasnodar and Novosibirsk. The company is also represented in China and India. The largest representative office is located in China, Yiwu, where it occupies a separate area with a warehouse of 20,000 square meters.
Dear chess friends, welcome to the official live broadcast of the FIDE Candidates Tournament, the long-awaited Candidates Tournament. Today I will be assisted by the one and only Daniil Dubov, I think one of the most brilliant and creative and I think fearless knights of chaos. Yes?
And overrated, yeah.
No, I don't
but
think
still,
so,
thanks.
yes.
Yeah.
And also the one and only Evgeny Miroshnichenko, the grandmaster, if I can tell. So he will be sending to us ravens. Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
As in Game of Thrones. I think that yes. Yes, let's have a look at the playing hall, because before we start, I think the first move is going to be made. Yan Nepomniachtchi was on our screen. We have today a Chinese derby, Wang Hao against Liren. I think the first word is pronounced by the general sponsor, yes, and the director of the tournament. And Arkady Dvorkovich is also on your screen, the FIDE president.
Yeah, I think he's going to play the first move, but it's a little bit strange choice, though. Yeah.
You mean of the board?
Yeah, exactly. Sort of strange.
So I think the chess world has been holding its breath for so long, and I, as a chess player and as a desperate housewife, what I am now, I've been waiting for this event to resume for such a long time. I think there has never been such an interest towards the chess event since 1972 Fischer-Spassky. What do you think, Daniil?
Wow, this is quite a statement, yeah? I don't know. I mean, you're rooting for Maxime, right? That's why it is that interesting for you.
Well, it's interesting for me, of course, because Maxime is playing, and it's actually, I think, the first time in the chess history that the French player has a shot the match. And I'm also rooting for Jan Nepomniachtchi, so what to do?
So you are in a great shape, yeah?
Yes, I'm in a great shape.
Mathematically speaking? Okay.
Yes.
I'm actually rooting for exactly the opposite.
So,
like, I would prefer someone else to win. And I would prefer both Maxime and Nepo to miss it, but okay, we'll see. Mathematically speaking, you're way ahead so far.
so let's say before the tournament you were considering maybe Fabiano Caruana as a favorite, as a clear favorite of this tournament?
Clear is probably a bit too strong, but in general, yes. I actually think he still has a decent chance.
Yes, we will have a look at the tournament standings right after the first moves, yes, are going to be made on the board. And I would like to remind you, yes, that Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Jan Nepomniachtchi are leading the tournament after the first half. I will also tell you a little bit about the candidates tournaments for those who didn't follow the news recently. So Jan Nepomniachtchi is playing against Anish Giri. Wang Hao is playing against Liren. Kirill Alekseenko is playing against Alexander Grischuk, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is playing with black against Fabiano Caruana. We don't have them on the screen, so let's have a look at the pairings. So what do you think, Daniil?
First of all, I think you're a brilliant showman. Yes, that's exactly how this, professional guys and all things. Like, there's a lot of fights within like one night, and everybody is waiting, and then the final one should be the most interesting, right? So you're like, okay, we have this one, and then we have Caruana Vachier-Lagrave. Caruana Vachier-Lagrave is a very important game. I mean, most of the games here are very important, but actually for Fabi, I think it's, suddenly it's a very, very important game, because, if he wins, then it's not over at all. He's very close, so he'll be on +1. Maxime would be on +1 as well. And yeah, then he would only have to catch Nepo.
Yes, I would like to remind you that Wang Hao won his game against Liren, the unfortunate game where Liren was having quite an advantage, I think positional advantage in the first leg of the tournament, but then I think pushed F4, yes, in the moment where Wang Hao was able to turn the tables and even win with black.
Yeah, but it's not about F4, it's about a few weeks, in Russia for the quarantine, right? It's not about F4. This is just a completely different reason. But this time, I think they did not really. This is actually an interesting topic. As far as I know, I think they did not have to spend some extra weeks in Russia.
Yes, this time the sanitary rules were completely different. All the measures were taken, so everyone, including the commentators and all the staff, had to get all the PCR tests done. And I think that players are more calm than during the first leg, where we didn't know.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like a disaster anymore. You're just coming for a week. Yeah? It doesn't feel like you're coming to, cold Russia for 3 weeks. You have to survive it and stuff.
Okay, Daniil, let's have a look at the tournament standings after the first half of the tournament. So to see how did they do in the first leg. So Maxime Vachier-Lagrave didn't lose a single game, and he beat Jan Nepomniachtchi in the last round of the first half of the tournament. I would like to remind you that Jan was leading throughout the whole tournament, and he lost this game with black in French Vinave. So there are a group of players following them, so they're leading with 4.5 points. There are a group of players which is...
You're actually good at math, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I actually want to tell our team guys that we would prefer to have the number of points.
Yes, but
as well, we are stupid enough to, to fail on simple math. So please, next time, can we please, have the number of points?
So following them, Fabiano Caruana, Wang Hao, Alexander Grischuk, and Anish Giri, they're having 3.5 points. So within reach, like just only 1 point separates them from the first place. And then we have Liren and Kirill Alekseenko.
And they are both on -2, so you are responsible for math here. So what is -2?
2.5. Yes.
Well,
so I'm responsible for everything here.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm not sure.
I'm responsible for the chill, and you're responsible for all the rest.
So before we actually get to the games, and because we will still allow players to make a few opening moves, let's actually talk about the history of the candidates. I think it's very important to remind those who just tune in right now that the first leg of the candidates tournament was played in 2020. It was interrupted due to the world pandemics, and it resumed today. So the second half is going to be played. It's a round-robin tournament. So they're going to play with different colors this time, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave actually joined the party at the very last moment. Yes, so I wanted to remind how did the players qualify. Yes,
okay. So you did a brilliant job. So first of all, just let me interrupt you. Guys, we have the YouTube chat where you can tell Almira what a brilliant job it was by her to prepare all the stuff. Believe me, I looked at it. I mean, it's like we could spend weeks reading this stuff. And Almira had to prepare it, and she did it, precisely. And yeah, I mean, believe me, it's not my first time being a commentator. I have never even tried to do such things. So yeah, please, I mean, give her some credit in the YouTube chat, and then we continue.
Yes, and we also we are going to talk about our sponsors. There are a lot of sponsors in this event. So when we will get to the commentators, and I have a problem with my ear as usual. The first day is not an easy one for the commentators. So let's start with first Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. So that's his first participation in the candidates tournament, and he replaced Timur Dubov at the very last moment, as everyone remembers, because he refused to participate in the candidates due to the outbreak of coronavirus. So Maxime still missed a few chances before. He finished third in the World Cup in 2019, and he missed several times his qualification in the past. Yes, I remember.
I mean, I know you're a big fan. I'm not even going to argue, so yeah.
You don't have to argue?
Yeah, yes, he did. Yeah, it's fine. Yes, he did.
Those are just facts. So.
Okay.
I wanted to talk to you about the actual form of the players. I think it's not easy to give an objective assessment about the form and the state of mind, motivation of the players. So I looked at the database and actually was struck by the number of games the players have played online this year, of course, because that's where the tournaments took place. He only played over the board, like a few games over the board. He took part in the Bundesliga and in the Tata Steel chess tournament. So, and his results actually, as Maxime's fan, I can tell you, I think were rather volatile. So,
okay.
So what do you think about his state of mind, like his form, his actual form?
Yeah, I think it's quite a. I mean, it's sort of a random thing. He basically played only one strong over the board tournament, I guess. So he played in WIKE, and yes, I mean he failed to perform really well. But once again, I don't know if you have ever been in WIKE, but it's not exactly surprising. It's not only about chess, and I think he came like 10 days earlier there. So I mean, basically, when you have to spend 10 extra days in WIKE, I mean, it's quite likely that you will not show your best chess. It's not about actual form. I mean, there are some things that you just cannot fight really.
So there are some factors which affect his play.
Yeah, exactly. Plus he obviously had to hide some opening ideas and stuff. I think in general, playing like one tournament, I mean, it's not enough to come up with some real conclusion. I think it's quite unlikely that he became much worse player than he was 1 year ago, mathematically speaking, and I also think it's quite unlikely that he became much stronger. And all the rest, I mean, it's still about luck a little. So all the talks, about the actual form and stuff. I think Anand played in Bilbao like 1 month before he played Kramnik in the World Championship match, and like many people think, and I tend to agree with that it was his like best match probably. So I think in Bilbao he scored like -3 without a single win or something like that. Finished the clear last place, and then he played his best chess in the match against Kramnik. So I don't think we should really focus on this latest updates. I mean, they are still very strong. It doesn't really matter if Fabi or Maxime did badly in WAIC. I mean, it happens.
Okay, so let's have a look at his opponent, Fabiano Caruana. He actually qualified for the candidates as a runner-up of the last World Championship. He lost his match in 2018 to Magnus Carlsen, but it's his third participation. He played in the candidates in 2016, 2018, and he's playing the actual cycle. So I was thinking that he was one of the favorites before the start of the tournament. So what do you think about his chances to win of the tournament? Just 1 point separates Fabiano from Maxime. He didn't play that much online. I don't think that Fabiano likes that much online chess, so he was focusing more on the overboard chess, if you can call this now. So he played in the Bundesliga, Norway chess, and in Vacancy, but his results were also quite shaky.
Yeah, that is true. But once again, it kind of makes sense. I actually tend to support him in terms of that. I mean, okay, it's much more strange to me to see like many of the participants playing all the stupid title Tuesdays and stuff. So basically, when it's a chance of your life or something, well, maybe not for Fabi. I mean, he has won 1 time already, so it's not going to be a disaster anyway. But yeah, in general, obviously, he really wants this. And then, I mean, obviously, if for some reason it's frozen for like 10 months or something, for a year, then, I mean, it feels natural to me to spend most of the time preparing. So that's why I don't think it's, it's about online chess. I think it's just that he's counting hours that he could have spent for the prep. And yeah, I mean, this way I respect him a lot, actually. I like everything he's doing and saying. I mean, it's very solid. He never talks too much. He obviously works a lot. He doesn't play this King E2, King E7. And yeah.
Yes, we'll get to this topic later.
There are many reasons to like Fabi, actually. Mm-hmm. And one of them, I mean, not the most important one probably, but one of them is that he's probably the second best player in the world right now. So.
Yes, Fabi won the Candidates Tournament in 2018, as you rightfully mentioned. So let's get to Jan Nepomniachtchi. Maybe we can get his game on our screen. He is playing against Anish Giri. So Jan is actually the reigning Russian champion. The only tournament that he played in 2020 after the candidates was the Russian Championship. He won it convincingly, and Daniil, you played there as well. You played some brilliant games. I remember this game against Sergei Karyakin during the last round. So that's his...
Yeah, that is exactly why he won convincingly, right? I mean, if I would draw, I mean, they would have to play tiebreak. Convincingly is probably a bit too strong. But yeah, Jan played very well there indeed.
Yes, but you know, the myths are created like this, yes? So the songs have to be sung, you know, there's so ballads, so that's convincingly and brilliantly. So that's the first participation of Jan in the Candidates Tournament, and he is leading the tournament together with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. So what do you think about Jan's chances? You told already that you are not rooting for those two players. But if you're being objective, so what can you tell me about Jan?
Well, I don't know. I know what. So normally, there are people who who make money from betting, yeah, and from allowing people to bet. So I know that,
Actually,
they say
Daniil,
that, yeah.
look, this is our board we're talking
yeah.
about. So both of them are just walking around.
Yeah, exactly.
So we cannot see them.
We can also relax a little, yeah. So I think they say that it's like 70% that it's either Jan or MVL to win, which I think is not correct. But obviously, yeah, they are obviously way ahead so far. But once again, way is probably a bit too strong. Yeah, I mean, that's what strikes me as a sort of unfair. I mean, when it's frozen, you feel like some guy is 1 point ahead, and it feels like a lot. But then they start playing. I mean, okay, one guy wins a game, then another one loses a game, and the number of points is equal.
But just that in this tournament, it's not so easy to win one game.
Yeah, but I mean, it can come any moment. Yeah, I mean, it's we remember. I think when I think it was actually when Fabi won the candidates. So I think it was Karakin who was on -2 after the first half or something, and then he finished.
Yes, he made an amazing.
Like +3 or yeah, I don't know, but he won a very big number of games. And with all the respect to Sergey, he's probably not exactly the guy whom you will pick for some like winning streak of 4 or something consecutive games, right? But he managed. So obviously, all those guys can do it as well. You only need to win once, and then it's it normally
To boost your confidence.
I mean, it normally becomes much easier task to win a game.
So Jan's opponent Anish Giri is on your screen right now.
So by the way, Anish knows, right? So he in his first candidates he failed to win a single game.
Exactly, that's what I wanted to point out. Yes, he actually that's his second participation. So in 2016, I wanted to make a joke that like he drew the attention to his result by drawing all the games.
Yeah.
So he was the sensation of the tournament.
That is funny.
So he qualified to the Candidates Tournament by rating. Actually, the only player who is qualified by rating, by having the highest average rating through, like during the period which was required.
Yeah.
So I think that's one of the players who actually showed great results recently. He failed to win the Tata Steel tournament in Waikanzi. Recently, he also won the Magnus Carlsen Chess Invitational, and I think he has the record of the number of games played over, like, since the candidates. Online, live, he played so many games that I lost count. Yeah,
probably. But it's also what I want to mention to you, like, people will not get it, but imagine there are no people listening to us. So actually, it's not only about, like, Anish or someone else, but it's also very much about chess-based. So they simply started to include many more games,
yes, of course,
than they used to. So now, I mean, you play some stupid games from a phone in the like playing hall for exactly nothing, not even a tournament or something at chess.com, and these games suddenly make it to the database.
Yes, but the thing is, otherwise there wouldn't be any games to include to the database. There were very few over-the-board tournaments, like most of them took place in Russia, so there was one in Norway. Several tournaments took place in Spain, and like the Bundesliga, and that's it.
You know better, I just had to chill, but I mean, in general, I hate it. So now it became very difficult to separate the normal games, so to speak, from all this
yes.
Fast food chess or something, yeah?
I agree with you, because it was not so easy for me actually to get the statistics done, because I will get back to you with this. I would like to focus on Alexander Grischuk now, if we can have his image on the screen. So we have Kirill Alekseenko, his young opponent, actually, who got his qualification by getting the wild card from the organizers. I remember at the time it raised a lot of question and polemics, and even Maxime Vachier-Lagrave at the time said that, okay, let's play a match, in a very courtish and nice
which
manner.
actually made exactly zero sense to me. Why would they play?
I agree. I agree.
Mean,
so it's seriously. So Alexander Grischuk is actually one of the most experienced players of this tournament. I think he participated in the candidates, like in the World Championship cycle, that's his fifth time. So that's his fifth shot at the title. He qualified to the candidates by winning the Grand Prix, the FIDE Grand Prix series. And in the first leg of this tournament, he drew all of his games as well.
Yeah.
So
which is not exactly what you expect from Sasha normally,
yes.
but yeah, sometimes it happens.
Alexander has not played any game over the board since the candidates. He played a few tournaments online. So, Daniil, but as a chess player myself, you know, I started to get some feeling that I didn't play chess at all. You know, certainly you do analyze, you organize training session, but this feeling of making decisions over the board, touching the pieces, it's very
hard,
physical.
Yeah, it's hard to believe that it ever existed, right? From some point you just feel like it was a dream or something.
I have exactly the same sensation, you know, it's indescribable for a chess player who started to play chess like at the age of 5 or 4, like professional chess players start very young. They don't have any childhood, they study chess all the time, so everything was erased. I don't even understand, like, how do you feel yourself when you're playing the online tournaments?
It's sort of fine.
But is it sort of a distant reality?
I think it used to be. Now it's, I mean, it's probably distant, but now it became my reality. So actually, these guys look very strange to me. Why would they meet? I mean, they could play online. Why would they have these boards and stuff? No, I mean, seriously, like, I got used to playing online. And yeah, from some point, I think when I played this Russian Super Final, and then maybe not then, before that I had to play Russian Team Championship, it was literally shocking. Like, they have these barriers in the middle of the board. Then, I mean, you have to come in a mask, you have to meet some people, some annoying people. I mean, also you got used to playing from the sofa, right? I mean, it's so online chess definitely has its upsides, I would say.
Let's check first if everything is all right with our PGN. So we will switch to the board and the opening theory. We have one last couple, the Chinese couple, Wang Hao and Liren. If we can have their image on the screen, and then we will get to the openings, to the review of the openings, and we will see what did they have.
One day we will get to chess, correct.
So yes, Wang Hao qualified to the candidates tournaments by winning the FIDE Grand Swiss tournament in 2019. It was one of the first tournaments of the sort, and it reminded me of the interzonals, yes, which were organized
a little bit, yeah,
before. Actually, I really liked to learn a little bit about how he was introduced to chess. He almost did it by accident because he was waiting for his teacher who is going to give him a lesson of Changji, yes, the Chinese chess.
Yeah.
He didn't show up and he was introduced to chess instead, so he's playing the candidates right now.
Yeah, well, I think in China, the thing is that basically if you play normal chess, it basically means you're an idiot, that you failed to play Chinese chess. So, no, I mean in general, it's like, so all the children normally try Chinese chess first, and then if it works, and then if you're stupid and it doesn't work, then you go play chess.
Yes, and right now we are actually looking at Alexander Grischuk. Please note that he actually broke his finger just before the tournament. He had to undergo the operation, so it is not easy for him actually even to make the physical moves, you know.
But do you know the reason?
There was some curious story that his wife told me, but I don't think. I think we can ask Alexander about this. I think at the press conference. I think he is the better place to answer these questions. Mm-hmm. And the last participant we didn't talk about, Liren, that's his second participation in the candidates as well.
Is it only second?
Yes, because he was twice the runner-up of the World Cup in 2000. So he played in 2018 and in this cycle. Yeah,
but as he's not from France, he obviously didn't get a chance, right?
So he played also in many tournaments online during this year, but as you may know, like he often had to adjust, you know, to the time difference, and so his results also were quite unstable. Okay.
So that is true, yeah.
Okay, so let's switch the games. Daniil, what is the position on the board? The Sveshnikov. We'll have a look. Which one?
So what do you want first? So let's probably start with Fabi, no? So first of all, let's try to get the board
on
our screen, because otherwise it makes exactly zero sense. I mean, we could have spent a brilliant evening anyway, but
we are going to spend.
We are going to do it anyway. Yeah, we don't care at all about you guys.
Yes, and you have statistics on your screen. So Fabi is leading by +3, but I think this includes all the games, because in my statistics, classical chess, he was leading only by 1 game margin. So
but you are like my grandfather, so you have your own metrics, right? You are like, okay, it's a Skripchenko rating, Skripchenko statistics.
Oh my God, we have such an interesting position on the board. I mean, knowing Maxime, it should be Grünfeld or Najdorf. In this case, it's definitely Najdorf, yes?
Yeah, the pawn on G7, so it was Najdorf, yeah. So this is bishop G5, E6, F4, Queen B6, Queen D2, Queen DX B2. I think it's called poison pawn variation or something.
But it is so peculiar, because this variation appeared recently during the Magnus Carlsen Invitational, and Jan Nepomniachtchi played against Anish Giri, and the pawn was taken twice.
Yeah, I think it was also Maxime who tried this as black and in white, I think in his game against Grandelius, and he lost.
He lost as well.
He lost, yeah. I mean, lost is an understatement, I would say. He was, yeah, sort of crushed. Not that, I mean, people don't think that I'm not rooting for Maxime or something. It's just Almira praising everybody, so I tend to hate them all now. I mean, it's...
Almira is not praising anyone.
Nothing personal, but I mean, yeah, I hate everybody whom she likes. Yeah, that's my strategy. So this E5 is...
But it's also nice to have the critical point of view. So you always need to object to everything I say. So
it's not critical, I'm just a hater, let's face it. So anyway, yeah, Rook B1, Queen H3 is the main position. So E5 is one of...
the main lines.
Yeah, so F5 is also interesting, but yeah, E5 is, I think, exactly how it all started. So H6, Bishop H4, D takes, F takes. So knight of D7 I think is okay, and also Maxime played it quickly, so I mean it's quite unlikely that he has mixed up the lines. And this, yeah, knight E4 takes Rook D1, Queen D5, Queen E3, Queen takes E5. I think this position was played pretty much a billion of times. And I think I even looked at it recently. And...
But please explain yourself, you know, like towards the chess enthusiasts. What do you mean by I think? You don't remember?
No.
Because it's important, you know, for them to know that you're studying this position for 10 hours and like 2 weeks later you don't even remember the move order.
Yeah, obviously, but I'm not studying. No, but the point, this is a real problem. So you're not studying this position. So you're studying this position, or you even start like at move 20. So yeah, I mean, it's obviously very difficult for me to realize how am I supposed to get to this position at move 20.
Daniil, could you explain to me, because for example I'm not familiar with this position, if there were any alternative after f takes e5, where the knight of d7 is the only move?
No, I think they tried knight d5 as well many times. I think Maxime actually played knight d5 in this game against Grandelius.
Can you show it? Yeah, show it.
It was like knight d5. I think it was like takes, and then he lost. I mean, it's time to stop because I don't remember what exactly happened.
I can always help you.
I think e6 is a critical try here. So e6 is one of the moves for sure. Then somehow, yeah, bishop takes, and I mean, in general, I would say like if you have zero knowledge with black facing as opponent with zero knowledge as white, normally white should win. Is my feeling. I think, yeah, in general, it's very, very close to the line for black. I mean, it's super risky. But
even the position on the board, let's say white has sacrificed 3 pawns for a long-term initiative.
It's really scary.
Yes.
But the upside is that basically your hope is not to play chess in this game, so you're just
you think that's
a kind of a believer in your memory.
You're trying.
So obviously, I mean, it's not that after c3, it's not that he is really thinking like what to play. He's probably trying to recall the right line, or even what I would say is more likely is there are like few decent moves here for black. that he sort of decided to play, and he is choosing between them. So now with all the sanctions, it's a typical story. Like you come there, then c3, and you know that, for instance, I don't know, like bishop e7 is 0-0-0, some f5 is also 0-0-0 or something. I'm just calling random moves. Maybe bishop c5 is a move here. I don't remember. But when you have when you have alternatives, then you need to figure out during the game which line you remember better. So obviously it will not stop after bishop c5, and obviously Fabi will keep listing out moves.
Yes, I will just check if maybe I'll have some games in the database.
Yeah, h6
yes,
here.
h6, bishop h4, knight f7.
So this is, by the way, so yeah, you can have fun. I'll just tell people. So after e5, now everybody plays h6. So I mean, it's such a common knowledge that people don't even know that actually if you start with taking on e5 and then you go knight d7, then I think the problem is that white will do exactly the same. He will play, I guess, knight e4. And then if you take a2, rook d1, so there was some random line where black really needs this bishop to be on h4. So I think it was like e5. So if you go h6, bishop h4, takes, knight d7, knight e4. There was some random move after takes. Rook d1. I think at some point, I think it was it was rook b3 here, I guess. And then you go queen a1 check, king f2, queen a4. And the difference is that with the bishop on g5 and pawn on h6, I think knight takes e6 wins here. So let's say if you do the same stuff without h6 here, so you just take, go knight d7, knight e4, queen takes a2, rook d1, rook b3, queen a1 check, king f2, queen e4, then I think it's knight takes e6 that is objectively winning. And there was a brilliant game that I like to show to children, Tao Touch, where Tao played bishop b5 and won a brilliant game eventually, but bishop b5 is not that great. Knight takes e6 is winning, so that's why black has to include this h6, bishop h4. So it's very typical nowadays, like everybody knows that you have to play h6 and nobody knows why exactly.
But it's very important to understand the sense behind the move. So actually I have an opening overview for you. Of course, c3 is a novelty.
Okay.
And Anish Giri played against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, 2 years ago, almost a year and a half, bishop e2,
okay.
Maxime won. And he has actually very good statistics in this variation. So bishop e2 was played also by Evgeny in Dortmund in a classical game, and Maxime won as well. So c3 is a very important novelty. And that's why Maxime is thinking.
But then, I would say, like, if you spend 5 minutes, it's fine. But thinking for 10 minutes in such a position is a very bad sign for him, I'm afraid.
Yes, and of course, please share your analysis with us in the chat, because we are doing everything without a computer, and I will have a look at it later. So it's interesting to understand that this position was analyzed by Fabi probably in depth. So
obviously you don't blow up this way. Okay? Yes. I mean, if you go to 3, it means it means you looked at it a little,
Okay,
that is
so
he's actually about to play move. Let's just give him 30 seconds.
Oh, okay, let's give Maxime.
So he was about, like, he start,
So you understand the body language?
So he plays bishop c5, right? Bishop c5 was one of my intentions as well. So I must say, it is not exactly kind of a move that you miss as white during your prep. This is definitely not this kind of move. So it's actually funny, like imagine yourself, I'm just trying to explain to people, so imagine yourself in Maxime's shoes. So obviously c3 is a very unpleasant surprise, first of all, if you don't remember how to react exactly. Then let's imagine you're out of the book and you start playing. So when you play a move like bishop c5, what do you actually want? So Fabi blitzes out the move bishop g3.
Daniil, but please explain the difference actually starting from the move c3. why on earth, why would play c3 in this position? What's the next move? So basically you need to determine what's this threat, yes?
I don't know. No, I think it's normally so anyway white is going to play bishop g3 one day, and normally like if you go bishop g3 here, for instance, normally yeah it will be faced by queen a5 check, and then you will have to play something like c3 anyway. So the point of c3 is to start with c3 and wait for a move. So actually, it's black to move. It's not that simple to finish the development sometimes. Like if you start attacking his pieces, he will play normally. But if you just chill a little, then it's very difficult.
Bishop c5 actually wants to play bishop d4 and bishop g3. So what are you doing with your queen, or you're playing queen h5?
I know what he played. So
he played already.
Bishop g3, he played queen d5, and Fabi blitzed out bishop c4.
Oh my god.
And this is where...
this is the position from romantic times.
I mean, now we talk, yeah, exactly, now we talk.
Now I can see the sparkle in Daniil's eyes. He is like a computer. He wants to calculate everything till the end, I think.
I'm no computer.
You're no computer, but you want to win this game, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, normally.
So what happens on queen c4? Let's just put it on the board and...
I was trying to postpone this moment because honestly I have no idea. So I think bishop d6, so bishop d6 kind of makes sense.
Okay.
At very least.
But this is such an interesting position, and especially the one will not expect such a position in the first round of the candidates. Yeah,
but once again, that's exactly what I was talking about. Like yesterday, it was all frozen, and Maxime was 1 point ahead, and everyone was saying like it's either Maxime or Nepo, and like Fabi is way behind, and like all the people at 50% are way behind and stuff. And now they have only played like 18 moves. And you see this bishop c4, and you see that Maxime is definitely out of the book. And you can feel it coming, right? I mean, it's not that Fabi will necessarily win. I'm not saying this, but you just realize that winning one game is not that unreal. Yeah, he played bishop d6, so I managed to guess it right, which I'm very proud of, because I still don't know what's going on here.
And look, the psychological warfare has started already. Fabi just... goes for a walk. He knows that Maxime has to digest, I think, the shock and to find a way out, if there is any in this position. So let's have a look at some.
Are you really going to look at something else instead of this?
We have to, and then we will come back. Of course, I know.
Okay.
Let's have a look. Just.
Okay, so which game do you want? Like I will give you 3 minutes for each game.
Yes.
Okay.
So
this is the Sveshnikov.
So what's the score? Yes, that's actually coincides with my statistics. So they're even, and Jan is having white in this game. So, is this a new opening choice for Anish Giri?
I think there is no such things for Anish. In fact,
he's playing everything.
He's playing everything, yeah, and that is definitely one of his strong sides.
Yes, we call it Chelyabinski variation of Sveshnikov. Yes, is on the board. The tabia. Just like let's go through the theory.
I actually saw Sveshnikov at the breakfast, by the way, if anyone cares. I don't know, just to let you know. So yeah, the C3 is one of like we will not go into details, but in general C3 is okay. There is also C4, and those two are the most important lights, I think, after knight d5, bishop takes f6. So rook b8, knight c2, bishop g5 is considered to be very smart. I personally don't think it's that smart, but I think I played it a few times as well. So the point is that, like, normally, obviously, your first intention here is to castle.
But then you have h4.
I think the point of rook b8 followed by bishop g5 is exactly to avoid h4. So that's why you don't start with bishop g5 here. Like h4, bishop h6 in general is kind of fine, but you don't even want to allow h4 even this way. So
you know that, like, I think we were talking about the generation gap, like 20 years ago, I was playing all these lines, so I still remember very like.
Yeah, but exactly.
So nothing has changed since then.
Exactly
Okay.
nothing. Yeah, so black is still fine. So knight c2, bishop g5. So now there is no h4 as you can just take, and there is no rook takes h4 followed by knight c7 check. Well, technically it is, but it's just lost for white. So white has to switch for something less ambitious like g3 castles. So he goes h4, bishop h6, a3. I'm pretty sure this is a fresh position, like there was probably a novelty by white. But yeah, I mean, I normally feel very confident here as black.
The g3 move is also multifunctional one that allows white to develop the bishop on g2, so it postpones the development. So it.
Correct, but yeah, I mean, as black, you feel like, okay, whatever novelty you play, I'm fine, right? I will go knight e7, I will go a5, and I can play b4. So it's a very, very solid, solid line and a very, very solid position for black in general. So Jan obviously wants to play it risk-free, and these terms he'll probably manage. So it, I mean, so indeed it's safe for black, but it's even safer for white normally.
And so maybe the plan for black is to play bishop b6, knight e7, maybe not to push b4 immediately. What do you think? Or
so
would you opt for
so
bishop
I think in general there is a number of plans, and they are all fine. I think the only important idea here is to play, so let's say white plays bishop h3, so you should normally face it by playing exactly bishop h6. So you should not allow the trade, like, let's say if you pass here in some way, so this is something you have to avoid. It's still quite a long way to lose it as black, I must say. But yeah, normally you don't want this bishops to be traded.
And it's just
so you normally go bishop e6.
Yes,
yeah.
the point, yes, how if you call of the move a5 is also. I would like to explain that you need to exchange this knight on d5. It's very important. Knight e7 is a very traditional maneuver, but sometimes it could be supported then by knight e7 and then knight b4.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
that's very important to take this b4 square. So you take on, and on e3, bishop takes into e3. Then.
Yeah, correct, exactly. Yeah, once we started this lecture, let's so indeed explain this. So normally black is always happy to trade this h6 bishop, so it's probably the worst piece of black's position. So whenever you see knight to e3, you take immediately without even thinking, and you are always fine. Then you go like bishop b7, you go d5 or f5, basically whatever you do, you're fine. So yeah, white's idea is to somehow keep this bishop there, and to try to sort of ignore it. So you go h3 to get knight b4 one day, and that's why, yeah, that's why e5 was played. But normally, once again, whatever natural move you play here as black, we can explain it, right? Like if you go knight e7, we would say, okay, fine, you want to trade the knight and stuff. If you go bishop b7, we say, okay, you just decided to develop a piece. So,
but this position is very easy to play for black. So I know, because all the plans are known, and so very often the game is, well, the games are ending in a draw.
I mean, I agree. I'm not. I mean, I'm not excited about this position at all, and I'm also not going to praise Jan's prep for Sveshnikov here. So it probably makes some sense, and Zenjan probably says it's like 0-0-8 or something in white's favor. But in general, yeah, I tend to agree. Like if you play it in a logical way, you should not lose this as black. So yeah.
It's so peculiar for me to hear these assessments, you know, like 0-0-8, yes, but like for a human mind, do you really trust this as an evaluation? So there's nothing.
I don't, but people normally do, and like even players stronger than me do, I think. So no, I don't, but
okay.
So let's see where this brought me, right? I'm here and they're there, so.
That was one of the questions I was going to ask you.
That's why probably I should have trusted Zenjan more. So okay, we have one game left before we go to a break, or we go to this exciting Caruana.
No, we have
game?
Yes, 2 more games. So
we have 2 more games.
Yes, let's have the statistics between Kirill Alekseenko and Alexander Grischuk. Okay, my own statistics.
So I think it will be very simple statistic.
Yes, because they didn't have they didn't have that many games. Let me have a look. Yes, Alexander Grischuk is leading by 1 point, so he won 1 game against Kirill, and I think overall they played only 4 games.
Classical ones,
Yes,
or
yes, the classical ones. Yes, because
okay.
you see, so
well done. But you are probably also preparing the statistics for the TV as well, yeah. I mean, even if it's wrong, it will always be the same numbers there that is yours, right? I mean, you bluffed twice.
Well, I'm a good poker player, so let's have a look at their game first. And I think then Evgeny Miroshnichenko is having something in store for us, some beautiful ideas that we missed. And
right, but we first of all, I just want to tell you that before we switch to Evgeny, you should like you do it perfectly, so you should announce him properly, you know.
Of course, but first
like
we have
the
to
one and only and stuff.
Okay.
Don't forget it. Okay.
So what happened?
Yeah, so it was a French defense, which is probably a surprise for Kirill, I would guess.
But he played a very nice game against Jan Nepomniachtchi in the first leg of the candidates, so he almost managed to win this game. So
I think he played very good chess in general in the first half. I think his main problem was home prep. It was not the way he played chess, actually. So once again, yeah, indeed, against Jan, he was out of the book. He had exactly pretty much zero knowledge, and then he managed to outplay the guy, and it was really close. Close for white to win this. So this c takes d4, queen b6, queen takes b2, I think it's considered to be a draw by force. So I have a friend whose name is, yeah, okay, let's make it difficult. So whose name is David, and he is a grandmaster. And he tells me like every week that basically this is a draw by force. And we should look at it and stuff. So basically, like if you will manage to learn everything by heart here is black, then it will be a draw by force. So I have never tried it myself, but I think this rook takes b7, queen h for check, queen f2 takes, and bishop e7 is exactly what they play. And look at it, you will not see it too often. Sasha is ahead. He's ahead.
Yes.
He's ahead on time, so he basically spent like 1 minute, which probably means he knows what he's doing. And once again, I must say, so I feel sort of sad for Kirill that once again, like you are back and you started with white, and it feels nice, and then you see this French defense. You are 20 minutes down already in a very solid ending for black. So yeah, once again, he failed to start in a very inspired way.
Daniil, please explain it to me. How do you finish your development with black here in this position? It feels rather uncomfortable. So I will bring my king to e3 probably. Yes, I will double my rooks on the b file. So what is black's plan?
You pray. No, seriously.
How do you make a draw? I mean, it's rather unpleasant, I think, to play for black.
Yeah, but I think you know what you are doing. So let's say long term, it's sort of fine for black. I think both we feel like if you manage to castle, then it's sort of fine, probably. So I think therefore you go rook d8.
Simply rook
and you wait for a move. No, I mean sometimes they even play bishop c8 in these positions. And then rook c7 is faced by bishop d8.
But rook b8, which is more natural.
Yeah, and after rook b8, I think you just start trading stuff somehow. And you do it in a very cynical way, like you take,
and king d7?
You go king d7, yes, and king c7, b7, then you go rook d8, bishop b7 or something.
But it looks very artificial, though, if it holds.
It does, but that is, that is chess today. That is a problem. So I know how it looks, and in general, once again, I tend to agree. So the line is incredibly close for black. So one mistake, and you will be not just worse, you'll be just lost, most probably. But once again, yeah, I mean, if you play it, you learn everything by heart, and you're not going to, make mistakes.
Yes, in my head I was trying to translate just how the Achillesova peta, yes, the Achilles heel, yes?
Yeah, exactly.
Of Alexander Grischuk is his time management, yes? So
not today.
Not today, yes. Here he's ahead of his opponent, and will we see him in the time trouble? He's capable of spending like 40 minutes on a move, so...
Yeah, it's never too unrealistic, I would say, but yeah, I would say that is probably his best chance within like few years to play a game without a time trouble, and moreover, he'll probably even be pressing on the clock. We'll see.
Okay, so let's give a word to our one and only grandmaster, as in Game of Thrones,
yes.
once again, Evgeny Miroshnichenko.
Okay.
Evgeny, how are you?
Hi everyone. Actually, I'm kind of baffled here because I used to do it with the mouth, you know, so hopefully it's going to work. Right, so let me play my little Maurice Ashley role, cameo, whatever. Yeah.
To live
really,
up to Maurice Ashley's role.
Really happy to be here, really happy to welcome you guys at home. That's a really interesting tournament. So basically the new tournament has started, but for a strange coincidence, players start with uneven number of points. Yeah, right. So who would expect that? No.
Must say by Maurice Sanders, you're not excited enough,
So
you have to try harder.
Jokes aside, I think commentators agree on that, and that's how I see this tournament. So everything's open. Yeah, we know who the leaders are, we know what to expect, seemingly, but as Daniil said, one mistake, one guy wins, one guy loses, and turns upside down. Yeah, speaking of turning something upside down, I have dug a little this position between on your screen. Yeah, Caruana against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and well, first of all, an observation. As our commentators said, C3 was a novelty, and I think Daniil, as I suspect person who does a lot of opening research, will agree that if you don't see this move in your database, that means you don't have good enough database. I mean, in such line, every single move should be analyzed. So I was checking it with the computer, and you know how ChessBase works, right? So you can see that some people were analyzing the same position. So after C3, there are already lines which show, you will not be surprised, 0, 0, 0 with depth 60, which means someone analyzed it till the very end. Right, and I've picked a few of those lines and I'll try to share with you guys. So first of all, bishop c5 was played. The alternative happens to be bishop e7, and while, yeah, it's understandable, you try to develop, you try to swap some pieces, but you might not be happy to play this position from scratch if you haven't prepared. So it goes bishop e7, king e7. Oops, this board doesn't really, it's not very cooperative.
Never easy.
It's not very cooperative, this one. Beg your pardon. I think I've just broken the thing. Yeah, apologies. I've just broken the thing. I mean, I don't know what to do. Yeah, okay. Let's try again. So king takes, and then white goes where white goes. Hang on a second. White goes to f3. Queen goes to e7, bishop goes to e2, and white pretends nothing happened. He castles short, and if you're not prepared, I'm afraid with the king on e7, it does look a little bit scary, right? I mean, obviously, you expect from Fabi to know this position in quite a detail. It's some long line with 0, 0, 0 at the end, as per usual, but it does look.
Yeah, correct. It does not even matter for you if it's fine or not. You will lose it anyway, most probably. Yeah.
Yeah, fair point. I don't know if you could hear Daniil, who is with me here in the same room, but basically the point he's making, if you have not studied this line, you just don't go for such position. You see king in the middle, you see queens are still on the board. No way. Okay. So after that, yeah, c3, back to the point. Obviously, a move like f7, f5, which you might play in an online blitz because you think, yeah, with c3 your opponent just blundered, right? Okay, f5, which actually is not completely discarded by the engine, at least my engine, like the tiny engine on my computer. Yeah, but it doesn't make any sense to consider, knowing that you're facing a preparation from Fabiano Caruana. After f5, what will happen is white's going to take on e6. And then you don't really want to take on e6 because knight d6 just wins. Queen is dropping, right? So after knight e6, you will, okay, you're lucky if you found g5 because that's not only move not to lose on a spot, and then white goes bishop g3, bishop goes to g3, please.
But after c5, you just stop this line, yeah?
You stop calculating, basically. Yeah, bishop has to go to g3, it doesn't. See, guys, yeah, bishop g3, queens are traded on e4, traded on e4, knight goes to c7, king goes to f7, and if I remember correctly, white doesn't even bother to take on a8 and continues with the attack. Some check on c4, castle short, white is winning. All right, and then back to the game. After bishop to c5, bishop g3, of course, was blitzed out. Queen goes to d5, and then white had an alternative, which was bishop to d6 immediately. And that's what, that's what the weak computer, once again, weak engine, shows as the first suggestion. So bishop to d6, bishop's trade, okay, not bishop's trade, but black captures the bishop, white goes knight b5. Apparently, queen has no place to go because computer suggests that black sacks the queen on d1, king takes on d1, ab, knight d6, then your only move not to lose is king e7, and according to the engine, I mean, at first, it gives the repetition as anyone who tried to analyze something with the engine, I mean, if it doesn't go deep enough, right, so from first glance, it is very happy to repeat moves for white with knight d6. But after some thought, it realizes that white has tries. So position is still kind of equalish, but white can try this or that, and once again, being in Maxime's shoes, you see something surprising, maybe not surprise for him, but it does look very, very scary. Okay, we are back to bishop c5, bishop d3, queen d5, and bishop to c4. Once again, bishop c4 doesn't seem to win on a spot, but it is very, very dangerous. Black has to take, bishop to d6. I don't know if the move was played already. Well, I took a look at, once again, one of the computer suggestions to take on d4. Oops, they go queen b3, pardon me. Take on d4, go queen b3, white goes queen g3. Now, if you go Kizaritsky mode, if you go queen b1 and take the rook, then after queen g7, you might as well resign, right? So queen just takes on g7, no way to protect the rook. White is winning, so after, hang on a second, after check and king d2, the computer line goes queen b2, king e3, g7, g5, and then the computer gives the very precise and a very common evaluation, which is unclear. So that's my expert take on this game, and guys, I'll keep this one coming. Will be more updates, but so far, the only thing I can understand, it's a messy position where we, as the commentators, our official opinion is we have no idea what's happening.
Thank you, Evgeny, for this these wonderful ideas. It shows us that there are so. The chess can still be very creative.
The game is alive,
yes, the game is alive,
yes.
So it's very important. And actually, as you can see behind us, that this event is sponsored by so many companies. And I would like to take a moment to thank all of them. So we have Simaland, who is the general partner of the event. Of course, it supports the candidates tournaments, FIDE and the Russian Chess Federation. So Algorand is the official blockchain partner of the event. We have also Kaspersky, the official cybersecurity partner for the FIDE World Chess Championship Series. So your computers are not going to be hacked. Yes, it's important during the World Championship.
Well.
We also have Mercedes-Benz, the official auto partner, which made me think, do you have a license, Daniil?
No.
No,
but I can drive.
Okay, you can drive. So Fosagra is the general partner of Chess Federation of Russia. We have an event partner, Chessable, and I would like to note that a historic agreement has just been signed between FIDE and Chessable, so they will be a partner for the World Chess Championship cycle, the Olympiad, the World Rapid Chess and Blitz, and also the Chess24 acquires the broadcast rights for these events. And we also have a Pine Creek Golf Resort as an event partner. So if you made it so far and you are here in Sverdlovsk region, and if you're an avid golfer, you can try. And let's get back to the game, but first of all, please have a look at the position between Wang Hao and Liren.
Can I actually ask you, what was the line for yes? I mean, when you asked me if we have a license, so what was the line for yes?
I was actually going to be very surprised because I think it's not common for chess players to take 3 or 4 months, you know, away from the tournaments and to get it done.
But it's actually, so, I mean, okay, if we go to this topic, it's actually funny. I know that Anish is exactly kind of a guy you would expect to, like, once he starts doing it, he'll probably manage. And I think he failed like 3 or 4 times.
Ah, he failed?
Yeah, like many times. And he's, I mean, it's not that he's like drunk guy, right? I mean, he's exactly kind of a guy you'd expect to do it properly and manage.
You know, it reminds me then of a character in the series that I like so much, The Big Bang Theory, Sheldon Cooper. You know, he's a theoretical physicist, you know, working in industrial physics. So theoretically, he knows how to drive. He perfects it. He's knowing it. But from theory to practice,
yeah,
it's
it's never easy.
Yeah, it's never easy. So let's have a look at these games. A lot of them have been played exactly in the same variation, and they all ended in a draw. So let's have a look. What's the difference after?
So let's first of all let's show it from one probably. Yeah, I mean I don't think we have looked at it.
Yes,
so,
that's
yeah.
the Scotch opening.
So it's the Scotch, right? Knight takes e6, takes e5, Queen e7, Queen e2. It has always been. I mean, at a high level, it has always been very tempting to look for ideas here and to come up with something fresh, because in general it's kind of. It's a very strange position. So basically, if you come up with an idea here, then you have decent chances for maybe not for a win, but at least for confusing your opponent. But what's even more important, the best thing about Scotch is that you avoid Berlin. So that's why people play Scotch normally. So they would never play Scotch if you're going to play, like, I don't know, rule opus with a6 or something. But it's exactly an attempt to avoid Berlin.
And it's not often to find queens, you know, on e2 and on e7 in the opening, you know.
With bishops on
yes,
f1 and
bishop
f8,
on f8.
Yeah.
Of course, it's a very peculiar position, I think, for an amateur eye, you know, when you are not analyzing this in depth.
Correct. And this is all theory, people. Like, I don't remember what exactly, like, what exactly were alternatives, but this whole line, I think, is considered to be sort of a draw by force.
Can you explain to me,
your research,
Daniil, and also to our,
yeah?
yes, to our viewers, please, what is the idea behind bishop a3 and bishop b2? So do you force the knight to b4 and then you play bishop b2? If you simply play bishop b2?
So first of all, I obviously didn't know. Secondly, so in general, like if you will look at this knight on b4, so basically it has no moves. And like as we know, and in few moves, Ding played knight d5 back. So it's probably very simple. Probably you just feel like the knight is better placed on d5 than on b4. So you want it on b4 as white, and it kind of makes sense. But also one day, let's imagine, let's say bishop g7 is too good though. Let's say you go rook b8, so you're completely dead, and you go back. Then white can play h3. And he would trap his knight. That would obviously require black to be like really stupid, I must say.
But okay, you need to be very careful here.
Sort of, but normally you just play natural moves, and all the stuff with a3 doesn't work because it doesn't work. Like here he did play a3, but then black is in time to go knight d5 back. There is no c takes d5 because of a pin. So black is in time to save the knight, knight d2, so now it's very natural to castle, finishing the development. Then white castles long, which may look dramatic, but in general it's a common idea for this coach. And what's not really inspiring is that, so I think they were blitzing out all these moves, which makes me think this is just theory, and I think I've seen it many times.
Yes, it is theory, because I've checked the games. I have 9 games in my database which were played even 10. So all of them were drawn.
Yeah, but what he played is actually a bit
was,
strange. So king c1.
Look, after queen f5, knight f6, yes, so what was played? King f8.
So just for our viewers, I will explain. So this sequence of moves makes pretty much zero sense to me, but it seems to be as a sequence of moves. Because
probably that's the first line of which chooses.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's sort of logical. So after queen f3, there is no pin anymore, so you have to move the knight, and there is only one square available, that is b6, so you go knight b6. White plays knight e4, trying to bring the knight to f6, which is a pawn sacrifice, so e5 is hanging, and black is brave enough to take it. Then takes, and you have to come up with something as white. And obviously, knight f6 check is your first intention, so you'll probably win an exchange. And what's even more important, it's a check. So king f8, I don't know why not king g7. Here I start running out of.
Yeah, but maybe then you have knight e8 with the check.
With the check,
and you continue.
Yeah, exactly. So you probably want to face knight x8 with some check
queen,
on a1.
Yes, queen a1.
Yeah. That's why you don't want your king to be under attack after knight x8. So therefore you go to f8, knight x8, queen a1 check, king c2, queen a2, king c1, and I would expect black to go queen a1 and repeat the moves.
Actually, that's how it went. So queen a3 was never played.
Yeah, so queen a3 is like my bet, so I don't have an engine, but I feel like queen takes e3 is a massive mistake.
So queen takes a3.
Because what's bad news for Ding is not even that it's a deviation from queen a1 and repetition, but I think it's probably bad news that Wang Hao started to think here. Which is normally, like, if queen takes e3 is fine and it's still a draw, you know what you're doing here. And as he started to think, I would bet that this... so obviously, like, if you know that queen takes e3 is not the move, then obviously you don't... normally you don't want to play king c2, because then there is still a repetition. So you sort of want to come up with...
so what to do after king b1?
With something like a refutation. I don't know.
You cannot simply... I like knight a4.
I like knight a4, yes. So now queen b2 is checkmating straight.
And you cannot take, can you?
So
rook
yeah,
b8, yes?
let's start with simple things, yeah. So now we have a check and we go rook b2, at very least. And we go queen a1, which is probably good enough. So yeah.
You cannot, yes. So
yeah, so we're left with, so there is no queen e2 because it loses the queen. So we're basically left with rook d2 and queen f6, but queen f6 doesn't look.
No, queen f6, queen b3 probably. Yes,
okay, and then I go to c1.
Ah.
I mean, not that I...
not that you think that you're winning here, yes? You're trying to...
I don't have a single idea. But at very least, queen a3 probably leads to a repetition if black wants it. Because once you go to e file, you will always run into rook takes h check, which is probably something you don't want to allow. I mean, it's still playable. You can even go like Nigel style king f4, and at some point maybe king f3 first.
Yes, I wanted to do the Nigel style maneuver, but to put the king on h6, but there is queen f2 just to show this.
Yeah, put the king and resign, yeah. But you even put the king to h6, and now you can resign safely. Yeah, so normally, once again, if we feel like this queen a3 check was over-ambitious, normally I would say, after all the stuff, so knight a4 happens, so probably it's rook d2, like in terms of logic.
Of course.
Or knight a4 is just fine, but knight a4, rook d2, I mean, it's sort of logical to play this.
Daniel, but if you continue the variation here, I would like to offer, yes, rook b8, to propose rook b8.
Yeah, you can also take, by the way.
But I don't want to take, I want to play rook b8.
Okay.
I don't want to lose any tempo, so...
So what do you want me to play? I can just resign, I like you. No, but I probably, yeah, jokes aside, I probably have to resign. So rook takes b3 is a massive threat, there is no rook d3, there is probably no queen f6, but let's check it.
Okay,
so at very least you go queen takes and queen b1.
Queen b1.
Yeah, okay, this is good enough. Which means I'm left with some king run, king c2.
So queen b2 here and king d1. Yes, you want, but then I don't mate you by knight c3 and queen c1. No, knight c3 first. I want.
You can just take. This is my. Like this is good enough. Queen e3 is forced, right?
I think I was simply winning like there. You here, yes, queen knight c3.
Knight c3 here. Yeah, this was
but
also.
still no. Yes, and then.
Like it's not exactly. So it is exactly checkmate.
Yes.
You mean?
Then
Yeah.
I will
Okay.
take.
Yeah, and queen takes d1. Okay,
Yes.
let's show this. I don't know what I'm doing here. Almira is just better.
No, but Evgeny is always complaining that the only thing I want is to mate you. So that's. I think we should.
I have exactly the same story with Evgeny, by the way. I mean.
Oh, so it's exactly the same story.
Yeah, exactly the same kind of a campaign. So what does it mean then? So what's
knight b4?
What's the
Yes,
move
this
after?
is such an interesting position as well. Somehow, queen a3.
Yeah, but then we probably have to switch back for our praise with queen f6, or what was it? So queen f6 was kind of the only line where we didn't have to resign immediately.
Okay.
So I was not a big fan of it, but
I will try to have a look in the chat because maybe we have. Yes, please help us from the chat. Yes, we have a help of the friend, a help from the audience. Yes,
Yeah.
and then we can only count on ourselves. Yes, and 50-50. So
if you would have a phone call, whom would you pick?
but it depends on the position. Actually, it's not an easy question.
Okay.
So if it's opening variation, then I'm calling you, I think.
But I haven't told you that it's, in chess regards.
Okay,
yeah.
okay. Yeah, it depends. Yes, of course.
Okay.
So, it depends
So okay, now officially I claim. So this is probably a draw. So queen f6, queen takes b3. So if you don't play queen takes b3, if you go rook b8, then I think we checkmate first here as white. We go queen h8, we go rook e1, king d8 is forced, and we go knight d6 checkmate. That's why after queen f6 you have to take on b3. We go king c1. Now this queen h8 threat is still there. So,
Yes.
so you probably,
Queen
and then I go to c2, and you go to e2. I go to c1. And then you can use your phone call or whatever. I think you'll have to repeat. I mean, unless you have some random knight c5, which I feel bad just thinking about it, to be honest.
Then check and rook e1.
Yeah, rook e1, knight e6, yeah, and suddenly, so black is not trying to checkmate anymore, but he's just trying to
play position.
Yeah, exactly. But once again, we'll probably go check, and we will go back, and we'll collect a8, and like if black is really lucky, he will have a perpetual, which I'm not sure he has, by the way. But anyway, so yeah, this is zero risk for white.
Yes, but probably it's still a draw by queen a1.
Yeah, probably.
Yes, I don't see how you escape the perpetual. Because here I have queen d4. I'm cutting your.
Yeah, you probably go even queen
b2 first,
queen
and
b2
then
first.
and then I have queen d4 and queen f4.
I'm not good enough for this, but you're right. Yeah, I think you're right. Okay.
I'm always wrong usually, so but let's have a look at Jan's game, because I also made a small overview while Evgeny was explaining the brilliances on the board between Maxime and Fabi, and then we will go back to this game. So actually g3 was played, and then a3 is a very rare move in this position. Yes, so as you expected. So bishop g2, was normally played in many of games, like Alexander Montelyov played it, used it, and I think he is a very strong grandmaster and opening specialist. So a3 was played only twice. No, now we'll have more games.
So there was probably transposition, yeah?
Yes, transposition after a5, bishop g2, knight e7, so okay.
So it was okay, whatever. But once again, yeah, let's try to explain to the people that this is not about moves, yeah, basically. So we are not, like, both we see this h3 for the first time probably, but it's not that you're really scared. I mean, as black, like when you're in Emil's shoes and you see this, and we'll get back to it, then you're really scared normally. But here, I mean, okay,
Yeah, this is a very
it can be
typical
a3,
idea, yes,
it can be
of course.
bishop g2, but yeah, I mean, it's known that white can come up with some new concept. Like, he probably knows what's the point of a3, but you still do your stuff. You go knight e7, you start trading the pieces, so yeah, after some knight c2, e3, you always take. Sometimes you want to play before, but in general, you just go bishop e6, and you try to trade as much stuff here as you can.
Bishop, like queen d3 is also a very typical move in such positions. You want to play rook d1, yes, and knight d3.
Yeah. So he plays knight e3 now. So like in terms of Russian schoolboy stuff, you're supposed to take on e3 here without too much of hesitation. Not that it's forced, but it kind of makes a lot of sense. Jan probably wants to take with a knight, I would say. And then he will kind of pretend that the d6 pawn is weak. Normally, I mean, it is not really weak. You just go queen c7, rook d8, or you go like bishop e6, or you go even bishop b7 and f5 in some lines. Normally, you're fine. So this weak pawn on d6 is only issue for black. But normally, you don't lose the game because of one pawn only. So you'll just protect it, and then you will prepare d5, or you'll prepare b4, or you will do both.
Actually, after bishop b6, black holds this pawn by playing rook b6 very often.
Yeah,
it's very
sure.
easy to protect it.
But once again, like even, let's say here, even if it's white to move, like let's say go, whatever, I go h6 here.
Rook d1. Yes.
Rook d1, even, so rook b6 is perfectly fine. But even if I ignore the stuff completely, like takes, and I just play this, like I go b4. Like normally it's way much closer to a draw than to anything else. So it's not even much worse. So my bet is that the agent would give like 0.20 here maybe.
So if I take on b4,
which way?
I takes
Yeah.
on c4, then you simply play rook a8, or how do you?
Sometimes I just play it like a fortress. I probably go rook c8, then I go knight c6, king f8, knight d4, king e7, and I wait forever. So obviously this is not a fairy tale for black. I mean.
Yes, but then I will have time to put my knight on c2, or then you play rook a8. Yes. Probably.
Yeah, and then I go knight c6, and once again I wait. Obviously, this is something black would prefer to avoid. But it kind of shows how solid it is for black. So you basically, I think Boris told me once, Boris Gelfand is my close friend, and he's a very, very big specialist of this Skripchenko variation. And I think I asked him once why he started playing it actually. And I think the answer was that, so first of all, it was Kramnik who inspired him to play the Sveshnikov. And yeah, Kramnik's main point was that basically you can always blunder a pawn and it's still almost fine. And he was obviously talking about this d6 pawn. So this is kind of an example, yeah. So you basically just blunder it, and then the sending, okay, it's obviously unpleasant. White is better, but with precise play, you should. So I would even say you should basically hold it rather easily, I would say.
Yes, and a lot of the positions from this opening are a lot of endgames which you get are often with the opposite colored bishops, so which you're often pawn down with black, yes, but you're holding your way.
Yeah, that is true. So this is actually kind of a position that you're not excited about with both colors, I'll say. Okay. So Anish took on a 3 indeed.
Yes.
Which is not a surprise at all.
Which we suggested.
Yeah.
So knight a3 probably here.
Yeah. But for how long we'll look at this boring stuff instead of Caruana?
No. Then okay, we can. Yes.
I mean, I had enough.
Let's get back to.
So by the way, let's just tell people quickly that the
game ended already.
The Chinese derby, as you announced, it is over, and the game finished in a draw.
But how did it end? After queen f6, or they played a few moves?
It ended exactly the way we were suggesting, and yeah, knight c5 didn't happen, obviously, so they have just repeated the moves. So yeah, no big drama here. Can we now, please?
Okay, let's have. Yeah. Let's switch to our romantic position, yes, from, I would say, I was talking about the Renaissance time, yes, so...
Yeah, you
new
have to
ideas.
you have to pick up the century. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely far away from our time, but yeah, you can pick the one you like.
I like
Renaissance.
Yes, I like Renaissance.
Good enough,
yes,
yeah.
yes.
I mean,
Especially from like there have been so many ideas which have been implemented in the arts, but philosophically, you know, the humanism ideas are very close to how I feel. So, and the notion of virtuoso, you know, which could be applied to chess as a virtuous man. So let's see.
So do we actually have a single idea on what was going on during the Renaissance chess-wise?
Chess-wise, not so much. Yeah. Computers have not been invented then, so...
Oh, really?
Yeah, let's have
So,
a look.
there was no food delivery as well, yeah?
So only a few moves have been played, so what
So
happened?
bishop d6, and MVO played knight f6.
Knight f6.
Which I think...
Evgeny didn't suggest this.
Yeah. So if it's fine... So I'm going to criticize it now. So I will just say, if it's fine, it's Evgeny who is responsible for that. So knight takes c5. So no, yeah, it's kind of logical. So knight f6 basically allows a free piece back. So you can just take it. So why not to take it? I'm good at this kind of explaining, you know. Knight d5. So now your queen is under attack. And yeah, you have to play something. So what you normally want to play in such a position is queen g3 to attack g7, but it runs into queen takes a 3 check, and then black is in time to trade queens. After which, like I was about to say, he's probably winning. I'm not that sure as the bishop is still on d6, but obviously black is happy to trade queens anyway.
But Daniil, why was your first impulse that you didn't like this move, knight f6? Why you wanted to criticize it?
Because I thought if it's a good move, then yeah, I mean it should have been mentioned by Evgeny, right?
Ah, okay. So it
That's
doesn't make the computer's cut. Yes.
No, I mean in terms of in terms of feelings, in terms of intuition and stuff, I don't think we can use it at all here. So my intuition is sort of screaming in the whole night of with a queen b6, queen takes b2. White is winning probably. And whatever you do as black, it always looks like very, very dangerous. And then you don't really know, like you have 5 lines and four of them are just bad for black, and then there is one miraculous save for him, and there is one line that actually allows black to save himself. But in general, it's very, very dangerous, obviously. So here, I don't know what looks natural, like knight f6 doesn't look natural to me, but what feels natural to me is to resign, sort of. So I don't know what to do. I would be really scared. I normally prefer to be on the attacking side of such stuff.
Yeah, actually, I wanted to propose queen e5 instead of queen g3 because just to avoid the exchange of the queens.
And that's exactly what he played.
Yes, because I just had a look, and then because I didn't have any other option.
But he keeps blitzing out. Wow. So MVO played rook g8, and knight d takes e6 was blitzed out.
Jesus.
Wow. Is he going to win this straight from home?
But Daniil, very often you can find yourself in these situations where you are winning straight from home. Please explain to me, how do you feel while you're waiting for your opponent's move? Is it something physical, you know, it's like you're smelling the blood?
But I'm not winning games straight from home.
Sometimes.
No, but this is completely different. Like, it happens indeed that I get a very promising position straight from home. And then, like, you know you have an attack and you're better, but you still have to play the game. But here it could be just that you know it's not just better, it's like +5 or something.
Yeah.
But I don't know why we gave up the early. I was probably overexcited. Maybe it's not that bad for black, although. So you're responsible for math, so you have 3 moves, right? Okay. So you have 3.
Candidates move, yes. Okay.
Yeah, candidates move, yeah, exactly. So king d7 looks extremely stupid to me, as we just go bishop e5 check.
Then knight d1.
Knight
d1.
Then it's less stupid, okay. I take it back. So I actually wanted king c6,
They have
rook
an
c1.
intermediate move here, like
yeah, but
rook
then you
d3.
have to play,
yes.
yeah. Yeah, but then king d7 is not stupid at all. Like, it could be still bad for black, but it's not stupid at the very least.
But can you imagine how Maxime feels right now when he's trying to calculate all the variables?
But the funny thing is that actually, the fact that Fabi keeps blitzing out is actually inspiring for Maxime. So the really bad news is when Fabi starts to think and he doesn't play move for like 10 minutes. Because then you know that you deviated from it. And that normally means you're lost. So he would basically, so Fabi would basically check all the lines that are decent for black for sure.
Ah, that's such an interesting remark.
No, this is exactly the point I was trying to make earlier. So basically, when you are out of the book and the guy keeps blitzing out, you are really scared if at some point he stops to, because it normally means you did something wrong. So normally you're, like if you will play brilliantly, he'll probably keep blitzing out, and if you will play all the best moves, it will be draw by force, and he will spend like 0 time.
But Daniil, for example, in the first leg of the candidates, Jan has played a very nice game, I think, in the first round against Anish, and he won as black.
Yeah.
And at the point where Anish started to think, it was where I think he didn't include the move b4 in his preparation. Remember, the rook was on c3,
exactly.
so that was exactly the opposite. So the opposite is true as well.
Yeah, but you have to analyze things, right? It's very simple. No, I mean, you just don't miss, like normally the ideal scenario is that you don't miss before or something. So normally, like, I have my money on Fabi, to be honest. If Maxime is playing the best moves, Fabi will not play a single move by himself.
But,
so it's probably here, for instance. So let's try to look at it from Fabi's side. So you basically know that king d7 is a move, and then you have some rook d3. So analyze you some draw by force or something, and then like if black plays something else, like knight c7 check, he plays king f7, then you start thinking, because you know, okay, this was not the move, you know it's bad. It's the bad news, for me at least, is normally that you don't know how bad is it.
Can you castle here?
Yeah, I
was
guess.
thinking you should just castle, king g6, and okay, and how do you continue here?
I don't know.
I'm not sure if castle is the best option, but just...
Looks decent. No, but you can just play it slow. You can just go rook d3, then you can collect the rook at some point.
Maybe I bring the knight to the defense, so knight e4. Then you
and then you want to be creative, right?
Yes.
You want to go like rook d8 or something. Yeah, I have to be creative as well here, but I don't see. Wait, maybe I go knight b6. You have... Yeah, this is strange. I can probably go knight b6.
Yeah.
This is probably round equal, to be honest. So what do we think about this? Let's say takes, and just take and go rook d1. So I will definitely get my, yeah?
I'm sorry, I'm always interrupting you, but here you can take on c8 and play rook f8, I think.
Yeah, you can, but rook d1 is also, I mean, I will get my piece back anyway, right? Yeah, this is also interesting.
It's like easier maybe, no?
No, I don't know what's easier, I don't know what we're trying to get. I don't know, like here, so what do you want here as white? You're just playing?
I just want to collect the b7 as well.
Yeah, but I will go knight d6, yeah, let's say takes.
Yes.
I think we are pretty sure that it's a draw, but who is better here? I don't know. I would probably pick up black. I would be sure that I will not lose it for sure. Maybe I'm not...
Your knight is not very stable on d6. I would like to disagree with you.
I'm protected.
So I'm bringing my king as well then.
Yeah, and then I'll probably wait forever.
Ah, you will just stay.
Yeah. I mean, it's not that I'm claiming that I go king d5, b5, and promote. Yeah, this is quite unlikely. I'm just saying I'm quite safe here.
Okay, so
but
one
this
of the
was
possibilities. And what Maxime played king.
This was.
Where did he go?
Players
are not over the board.
I think he went to f7.
Okay.
I think he went to f7. Yeah.
But Fabi made the move already?
No, but there is no Fabi. That's
okay. So
yeah, there is no Fabi yet. But if he will start to think, but okay, he will not start to think, of course.
But Daniil, I wanted to draw your attention, to their time. So let's see, Maxime has only 34 minutes left. And actually, I wanted to ask you if one of the drawbacks of playing all these tournaments online and with a completely different time control is that you also lose the notion of time. Yes, you don't know how to manage your time in the classical game, or you get adjusted to it very quickly.
I don't know. I think it's a very individual sort of thing, to be honest. Like people sometimes say.
Because Maxime tends to play rather quickly. Even during the classical games, he's always playing very confident and quickly. So it's very unusual for him to have 35 minutes at this point.
No, but here, I mean, okay, when you run into such thing, I mean, it doesn't happen every day, right? And also here, so this is kind of an upside of playing neither. So when you see this bishop g5, f4, and you take on b2, you can basically relax. So you can spend like all the time for the first 30 moves. So it's very unlikely that you will have to play like a very playable ending in this game. So it's either you will like trick the guy, or you will be tricked yourself, or it will be some draw by force after some brilliant moves. Yeah, Fabi goes rook d3 instead of castling, right?
Yes. So it's.
This is probably smart. I don't know why yet. But when Fabi plays the moves that fast, it normally means it's smart. So what is...
But then on the other hand, for example, I wanted to ask you another question. So from the practical point of view, you have a year, well, you had, because probably there were some attempts to organize the tournament before, but you had a year to prepare a whole new repertoire. Maxime stays true to himself, and he's always playing Najdorf and Grunfeld. So it's very easy for his opponents actually to take this year and to analyze almost everything, So, a few years ago we were working on a documentary which will be out soon about Maxime, and so even Magnus Carlsen has pointed out that he has a very restrained opening repertoire.
Correct.
So, don't you think that this is a mistake to play actually this opening in the first game of the second leg while you're leading?
Well, I think once again this is individual, and in Maxime's case, I don't think it is a mistake. But he is playing it for the whole life, It's not that like Giri has played a billion of openings in his life. So if he is like 2780. It means that he's 2780 in pretty much any opening, so it's not really related. But Maxime became a great Maxime playing this Najdorf from Grunfeld, and I think in general his skills are much better in these two openings than, let's say, in some Ruy Lopez. So it's true that you can indeed prepare as opening. You can prepare the Berlin, for instance, and you will indeed analyze it to some 0-0-0, which means. The position is equal and stuff, but then you have to play it.
Yes, but Maxime actually is one of the rare players who goes for Berlin endgame as white, so he knows it very well.
Yes, he does, but it's a very common mistake. Yeah, once you play something with white, you feel like, okay, I can play it as black. I mean, it never works this way. I mean, at least in my case, I normally feel like whenever I see someone playing Grauser and I prepare for it, I think like, fine, okay, this I will manage. I've been playing Grauser for like, I don't know, 5 years or something, so I'll probably manage. And then I realize, I mean, it has zero proof pretty much. Yes, I played it, I had my own playing of playing Grauser, but it doesn't mean everybody in the world plays it this way. And it doesn't, it does not give me really much when I have to play someone else. Same with Berlin, like you can be happy to play it as white, then fine, you go play it as black, you face some rook e1, knight x5 that you don't play as white, and then you're out of the book, you're depressed, and you feel like, okay, yeah, I could get checkmated in my Najdorf, why would I play this stupid opening, right?
So let's have a look at the board, and we'll try to understand what's the difference between the variations that we propose. Is there a nuance like?
Yeah, I think there is a difference.
Because
so
we also offered like knight e4, so the king has to be on f7. Yes.
Yeah. So you go rook f3 check here, not after rook e8, but after rook d8. So with castles, king g6 included, it was sort of fine. But now white has rook f3 check. Which, by the way, is not the end of the line, I start to realize. So I was about to say that after king g6 you just take and you are a rook up. Which is mathematically, once again, you're responsible, but I think it is correct. But black has bishop g4.
Bishop g4, rook f4, knight f6? Or?
Rook d1.
Rook d1, I forgot about the mate, yes.
Yeah, this is mate, so you have to play something like bishop f4 here, maybe. But anyway, it's definitely not that black is much worse. Like,
but it's not such a bad version here, no? After
for white?
black.
Or? Yeah, at very least you can take. No, my point is that basically, I mean, it could be just lost for white, so maybe you just, let's say, take, you go knight c3. I mean, you could be just not in time to save the knight. Maybe you are in time, maybe not. Feels like you are, to be honest. But I don't know why exactly. Maybe you go bishop d2. So rook d1 check is a straight.
No, rook g1.
Yeah, but then you run into knight e2 there at some point.
Yes,
like I go, let's say, here.
And then...
So,
you mean,
so,
okay.
So if you touch the knight, then I do the stuff.
Show the variation.
I do the stuff, and there is knight e2 check, which is very important, and black wins. So you probably have to play bishop d2 at some point. Like, I don't know if you need to include the check, maybe you do, but then you probably go bishop d2, but then there is some random knight b1. Yeah, it's a mess, I don't know.
I cannot believe that this variation continues. Like, yes, knight b1 is a...
You probably start with a check, so there is no king f2 because of rook e2 check. So it's king f1, and then you go knight b1. So once again, both pieces are under attack. But then at some point after rook takes 8, you could lose the knight, right? I mean, it's a mess.
But how do you cut it? Bishop a5? And
maybe
then
bishop b4, maybe I would say
b4.
to, to get a3, away from the knight as well. It's a mess, like you probably take, I go king f2, you go a5, I mean, it's nice that we will not have to play this position.
And the computer gives the evaluation unclear once again.
Yeah, exactly. We probably need our unclear Mr. Miroshnichenko back to tell us what's going on here, in fact. So what is the current position? So the current position is rook d3, knight e4. So he actually
and
played...
Fabi is thinking, so according to you, it means that he's out of the book?
It probably means that he's better, yeah. It probably means that he knows he takes 8 and he's sort of better, but maybe he will not win this, or maybe he will, God knows. I actually start to think about some completely random stuff, like let's say, I don't know if I need to castle first. Okay, let's say I just play some pass here, I go like bishop a3. So are you really going to play rook a7? Are you brave enough for that? Maybe you are, but...
But these are such unelegant moves. I don't know, like, I cannot play.
Yeah, but the question is basically...
Is there anything else?
No, I mean, you can go knight c6, it's
Yes.
not that you are lost, I mean, it's still a game. No, I mean, the question is, in general terms, if it's an ending or it's a middle game. So white wants to prove it's a middle game, like we'll castle, we'll somehow attack the king, we'll have some ideas. Is it true or not? Probably it is not. Maybe we're just a piece down. That is unfortunate.
Yes, because the next move is b5 also.
Yeah, I mean, I was hoping for some straightforward attacks that does not exist. Yeah, knight d5, you just go knight c6 even. Yeah, I don't have a single idea here.
Yeah, you have this king h7.
Yeah, unfortunately.
An important move.
This famous, like, h6 followed by king grand to g6 and king h7 is a famous Yulia Osmak maneuver, right?
Which one? I'm not familiar with that one.
No, I think she was, I mean, there was a scandal with her cheating or something like that, I don't know. I don't know if it's true, but she recorded a video where she explains her brilliant play. And the play was brilliant, no matter if she was cheating or not. But what I liked most is that in some random position, like, black has a king on e7, and then there is like a full board of pieces. So there are queens, like everything is there. And she plays h6, and she says, yeah, like obviously some check will come, so we need to prepare king f6, g6 to have king h7. I was like, wow, this is really good.
So, what happened in Alexander Grischuk's game against Kirill Alekseenko? Just to have a look at how...
Sasha is almost an hour up. Wow. I cannot believe this.
How did they play after we analyzed the
So knight d1 was played, which we ignored completely. So I think we left it here, and we checked some rook h to b1. We sort of realized it does not win immediately. And Kirill went for knight d1 here. Knight d1 is a typical maneuver, obviously, so you want this knight in general to land on e3, where it supports both c4 and f5. You can also go g4 followed by f5. So in terms of positional ideas, it is very, very logical. The problem is that black is probably just fine as well. So Sasha played bishop d8. To prepare bishop c6 would be my guess. So there is no rook b6 anymore. So knight e3, bishop c6 was played, and rook b2. So what do we think about this?
I still think that it's much easier to play, of course, this position with white, but
Really, yeah?
I don't know why Kirill is spending so much time. You know, he's clearly seeking for an advantage.
You think so?
Yes.
If I had to pick up a side here, I would definitely take black, to be honest.
Okay.
But it's not that. Once again, when I'm sure, I say I'm sure. Now I'm just telling you I would prefer to play black, but I don't know if it's correct. But in general, it feels like extremely solid position to me. So you just go. So I don't know in which order, but let's say you just go bishop c7.
And then king d7. Yes.
You go king d7, rook b8, and then if you will trade rooks, you will be better as black. So you have two bishops after all. So one day you will play bishop b5, and you will press somehow.
But then, do I want to trade rooks? Because I think that in this position, white needs to keep one rook and to play on the king side. What do you think about this?
Probably. I don't know. I was lucky enough not to play the French defense myself.
Because the knight on e3 protects like the c2 pawn, so bishop on d4 does not allow the rook to come to b2. Even after the exchange on the b file, you will control it. But then I will probably quickly play g4 and f.
But what do you like? Why? I'm probably not old enough to ask such things. But in general, why I'm worse? Like I have two bishops. You have a weak pawn on c2. I don't. So what are your arguments? Like why on earth I should be worse here as black?
You are not, but
in terms of static things. So why do we pick up white? So normally because you have some.
Yes, because I have some optical space advantage. If I can phrase it this way.
Sasha castled. Wow. By the way, is it legal? I mean, if it's legal, it's a brilliant move. I was pretty sure it's not legal.
Yeah, and f6 is coming maybe if it's possible.
But it's not even in about f6. You just want bishop e7, rook f to c8. You're just.
No, f6 I don't like it so much because you're forced to take with g pawn. Okay.
But normally in such a position, you just wait for white to act. You don't really need your ideas. You just start by improving slowly, I guess. I would say Sasha is definitely fine and probably even slightly better here.
And once again, Evgeny Miroshnichenko he's not ready yet. Okay, I think he's preparing some ideas for us, so we will wait until everything is ready on the board. Just having some technical hiccups, and we will get back to him shortly.
So what's going on here? Short castle with a check. Wow, how often you see that?
But it comes to the same variation that we analyzed after king g6, so what's the difference?
There is no difference, but we had no clear opinion about it, right? So we just said white will get his piece back, and then we don't know what is it exactly.
Yes, we were analyzing the endgame,
so we checked this knight b6, yes, that was our idea. Takes, and then you wanted to take and go rook f8, and I wanted rook b1.
Okay, let's have a look at this.
Both kind of make sense. So let's start with obvious things. So this is definitely a draw so far. So this is definitely a draw, and the question is who is kind of pressing here.
Daniil, for example, compared to the other version, is it better for white to keep like a rook and a knight, or to transpose to that version?
I would say normally you try to keep pieces here as white,
So-
but I could be, yeah, I mean, I could be wrong.
The knight
I don't
on
know.
b6 is actually like quite nice. No, it's blocking the pawns, so maybe your version is a better one.
Yeah, I think normally it's much easier for white to collect the pawns when you have more minor pieces there. So basically, let's imagine, let's say you trade. So this would be the worst thing. This blunders the bishop, I know that, but let's say there is no such thing. So this would obviously be the best version for black. So you go bishop c6, and white will never ever create a threat even. You can go e5, e4, but in general the moves are protected. So with the knight, it's less obvious. So this is exactly what we looked at, right? So it was like takes rook d8, knight b6, so it was like takes, knight takes e8. And we looked at this position, which I think it's sort of the same scenario. Obviously, the version is much better for white, comparing to the one with the bishop on c6. But I think still it's pretty much the same. So this knight on d6 protects the pawn. There are not too many ways actually to chase it away. So you will probably have to run with the king. But then if I want to equalize this block, I will probably at some point attack your kingside pawns. And if I will win one, it's definitely enough for a draw. So that's why I would, like, my feeling is that you normally need to, you probably need to have more pieces here as white. And yeah, I think knight b6 is kind of more ambitious, but God knows. I mean, anyway, it's very close to a draw for sure. Like, it's much closer to a draw than to anything else. But I would say here white's chances to win are slightly better than in the previous line. We'll see.
But what to do? Knight f5 here? Like,
Yeah, okay, we'll take, probably.
that's-
Or maybe we go rook d8, by the way.
I even rook, but then
Yeah, I actually want the rook there. It kind of makes sense. I want to attack the pawns.
yes, knight c6 and rook c8. So
Yeah.
let's analyze this one
But how do you analyze this one?
a little bit. we need
Yeah.
to have a look at the possible endgames. I don't know. Is there any way?
No, I think you just go knight d6 as black. You just go knight d6, rook c7, and then we play forever. So it's going to be a long game. You never have this a5, a4 really, because as a knight controls a4 from b6. And then I will probably improve my king. You will just keep waiting. I will pretend that I have some ideas.
Daniil,
with-
but
yeah.
don't you have a problem here defending the g7 and the d6? So even after like king f6, I have rook d7?
Yes, you do. That is true. The problem means I should not play king f6.
Yes. I will leave you puzzled with this while Evgeny
okay.
is going to explain to us what actually happened in the game.
Well, thanks for passing floor to me. Well, I would if I could. So that's what they say. Yeah, I mean, I'm puzzled myself. I have no idea what's happening. That will be my usual line throughout this tournament. Yeah, first off, well, at least engines I've this time checked with different ones. They kind of agree that white does have a minute advantage, like 0.20 in terms of like numeric evaluation. It does look very, very close to a draw. The line commentators were analyzing after rook d8, it seems that rook fd1 is what computer turns to prefer. However, this is not the most exciting news. At this time, we do it kind of backwards, retro analysis. So this is already, the position clarified. Fabi got what he wanted, slight advantage. Maxime is down, an hour down on the clock. Let's rewind. Let's see what were the critical moments here. And I'm going all the way back to this, to this position. Come on, after queen e5. No, it happens to be not easy. Okay, this position first. Right, so knight to f6, knight to d5 seems to be one of the playable alternatives. So Maxime managed to find the move which doesn't lose. After queen e5, rook g8 indeed is the only move not to lose immediately. Knight e6 was played very quickly, the best try for white. Here, surprisingly, because that's not the move I believe it's not the move you consider, but knight d5 to f6 doesn't seem to lose. Yeah, so you can pretty much give, this knight on e6 has 8 moves, right? So pretty much any knight move is possible. Knight d8 included, knight f8 included. But all of them, you'd be surprised, guys, but all of them are kind of the same, except for double checks, obviously. So you tried any check, black goes bishop e6, and then you trade on e6. For some reason, if you take with the knight, and don't ask me why, but computer claims this is a winning position for black. Knight goes to c6, attacking the queen. He's not afraid. Yeah, this knight doesn't want to move. Black is scared. But just believe me. Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably because you start checkmating as black. You
Knight goes to c6, and you are not afraid of double checks. Once again, all of a sudden, it's black who has lead in development. Yeah. Right. So after knight f6, the strongest attempt to play for an advantage is to take on g7. Let's see if the thing is going to take on g7. Yeah, I seem to be stuck with the board once again. Knight takes on e6, pardon me. Yeah, no, knight g7, king goes to f7, and rook f1. Yeah, that's the strongest try. That's the strongest try, where black has to give up his queen. Now, very important, knight c6 intermediate. The knight was hanging on b8, queen to c5, rook g7, king to g1. So in this position, well, king g1 with the idea to play rook f1. In this position, computer from afar tends to favor black a little bit. But once again, one gets scared to play this position, and still, when you're getting closer, there is like very likely it's an equal position. So equal meaning that white has enough for a perpetual check, I suspect, because when he's down on the material, black almost developed. So I believe it's equal by force, so to speak. Okay, so that's one thing. So knight f6 was possible, but queen c3 is also interesting. And then, I'm sorry, I mean, it's a lot of lines, but I really want to drive your attention to one specific line which will leave you with a lot of questions. What happens if this or that? But the line itself is very, very beautiful. So we trade on c3, knight to c7, same as in the game, and then king d7. I believe, guys, in the commentary booth considered, and, well, obviously everyone at home was asking what happens if king goes to d7. So in this case, same as in the game, rook d3. Here, black has quite a few ways not to lose, but I actually want to show one of the ways the black loses beautifully. So knight to b5, still not lost. Bishop g3, king to c6, king d2. So king goes to d2 with rook c1 ideas.
Obviously.
Knight to d7. One of the ways not to lose, and not that many lines not to lose, because, say, knight to c7 loses to rook c1, and then some checkmate like this, rook to b3, king to a4, king to c2, and then rook a1 checkmate, for instance. Yeah. So knight c7 loses. Instead of knight c7, black has to play knight d7, knight takes b5. Here, you have to play an obvious b7, b6, or knight to c5 not to lose. But if you capture on b5, that's the line I'm here to show you guys. Rook to b1, king to c6, rook to d6, not forced, but yeah, it inevitably comes to this position. King goes to c5, rook c1, king b4. Here, computer starts screaming. All of a sudden, comes to a realization that white is completely winning. It's checkmating something. Rook to d4, king to a5. Once again, not forced, but it's a beautiful, beautiful line. After bishop c7 and knight b6, here we have checkmate in 2 with king c3. That's a beautiful move, and then the b pawn is pinned, the knight is pinned, and rook a1 is unavoidable. So that was it.
Thank you, Evgeny, for such a beautiful line. As a chess player, I cannot even imagine like what you feel when the position is on the board. So I would like to announce a small break, and we will be back to you in a few minutes.
The Simmerland company has enjoyed more than 20 years of steady growth on the market. It is one of the largest wholesale companies that designs, produces and sells consumer goods. Every day, more than 500,000 people visit Simmerland online store, which has a range of more than 1 million items. The company has more than 11,000 employees, including more than 1,000 sales managers. 70% of goods are produced in Russia. They can be easily delivered all over the country from the Crimea to the Far East, as the company has its own fleet of delivery vehicles. The headquarters of the company are in Yekaterinburg, where they occupy an area of 250,000 square meters. It also has offices in Moscow, St. Petersburg, Krasnodar and Novosibirsk. The company is also represented in China and India. The largest representative office is located in China, Yiwu, where it occupies a separate area with a warehouse of 20,000 square meters.
Dear chess friends, welcome back to the official broadcast of the FIDE Candidates Tournament, which is taking place in Yekaterinburg. Almira Skripchenko and Daniil Dubov are doing the commentary in the studio for you, and Evgeny Miroshnichenko is popping up from time to time and giving us a lot of incredible ideas. So Daniil, how do you like this game so far? We are talking about the game between Fabiano Caruana and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Now I start to like it less, you know, it's...
There are a lot of beautiful variations which were left...
You know, there is a book, you definitely know it, I think it's a book by French author Bigbider.
Yes.
So I think it's Russian, it's like as love lives for like 3 years.
Yes, I've
So
read
I don't
this
know
book.
what's as the right way to name it in English, but something like that. So the beautiful game can only last for 20 moves. And then now it's 28, and you know, now it's, yeah, okay, nobody got checkmated, and then they will have to play this ending, which is, like, I don't have a single idea on how to play this, actually.
Yes, let's have a look at the position on the board.
So in terms of a professional task, it would be very interesting for me to play this. But in terms of, you know, looking for fun, okay, I mean, it was much more promising somewhere over here, let's say. And okay, now it's sort of under control again, which is obviously not inspiring. But we had, you know, brilliant 24 moves, and they probably still play very well. It's just that we're less excited than a few hours ago, which is also normal.
Daniil, you mentioned the book. It's actually always the opposite, because, for example, Evgeny Miroshnichenko is always talking about chess books, and I'm always talking about the literatures. And now somehow the roles are reversed. So I actually wanted to talk about the candidates tournaments, and one of my favorite books was obviously, you know, the 1953 candidates tournament, which was played in Zurich and written by Bronstein. And at the time, you know, I wanted to talk about the candidates tournaments as such. You know, here we have a double round robin, you know, 8 players are playing. At that time, the format was 15 players double round robin.
Yeah, they had different formats. Yeah, there was such thing as well. Yeah, in Zurich. Yeah, I think you're right.
Yes, and then there have been candidate matches. So the qualification path was different. So in the modern times, we are experiencing since a few years, yes, this format.
Yeah.
And what do you think is actually just, like to play matches, to play candidates tournaments? There are several world championships which have been played in this format as well. So do you think that who wins this tournament, like, is certainly the perfect challenger for Magnus Carlsen?
So just is basically it's the kind of format that gives the best players the best chances, right? Is it just?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I think it is. Yeah, just enough. It would be even more just to me if, I mean, if you don't have this break.
Yes, of course.
Of 1 year, I mean, it's a bit more just, but in general, I think this is just enough. I think this was also Magnus' point, by the way. So I think Magnus, being in his prime, basically decided to ignore the candidate matches in Kazan. So he said this is not just, this is about luck and stuff. That's probably why they invented a new format, and then he played the candidates in London, which he managed to win. So if it's just enough for Magnus, I think it should be just enough for me as well. But indeed, yeah, this is not kind of a tournament you win by miracle. Like, you need to be lucky, but it's not only about luck. There are some things like winning Isle of Man is very difficult, but you know, luck is a very decent help there. Here, I mean, okay, you can see that. Let's say you can call Maxime lucky, but okay, the guy faces stuff, right? He faces like F, E, and I'm looking for bishop c4. So he faced this groundbreaking idea. It was move 18. And now we have this position, and as far as we know, he hasn't played a single bad move yet. So if he wins this, yeah, this is obviously not about luck.
But you know, compared to compared to the variation that we had on the board, he didn't play Rook D8.
Yeah.
Which
is, I don't know if it's smart.
Let's have a look at the position.
So what is the current position? I mean, it never.
Yes, what is
so
the
king
current
G6 takes, knight C6, knight B6. This is the current position.
Because we were assuming that Rook D8 was like an only move, so like we were playing it in almost in every line. So
no, I thought it was just very nice draw. I don't think this is. No, I think we are not anymore at the territory where Black has to play only moves. You can basically even now you can basically play anything. Like if you skip a move, I mean it's not a disaster. Let's say I go Rook H8 here. Like you can probably realize I'm really stupid, but it's not that you'll force me to resign into moves. So no, I mean they will play pretty much forever, I believe. So Black has his 2 pawns for an exchange. Yeah, and it's very double-edged, so it's very difficult for White to pick them up. It's even more difficult for Black to get them running. So it's basically this knight on b6 kind of stalemate the queen side. So Black can never really go a5, a4 because there is always knight takes a4, and you cannot move the b pawn as well as it's blocked. But then this knight on b6 also blocks the b file for White rooks, and then well, you manage to stop the pawns, but it's a very big question how in the world you can really attack them. So I think we had some random lines where White rooks were finding a way to get to c7 or something.
Yes, but he decided to keep the rook. Yes.
Yeah,
on
which
the board.
which probably makes a lot of sense.
So what was the last move? Knight b6.
Yeah.
Yes. So that's the current position. And please have a look. He has only 20 minutes left.
Well, for 11 moves, right?
Yes, for 11 moves. But normally, you know, from the human point of view, from the psychological point of view, here you just allow yourself to breathe. Yes, you say, okay, the worst. Like, if the worst comes to worst, I will kill myself. Okay, that's an option. But here, I think he probably avoided all the opening traps, and this is the calmest position which
definitely.
He has on the board.
It's not, I mean, this game will not really make it to history. Yeah, I mean, let's call it this way. Like, you were worried about like getting to all the books and losing like an idiot in your Niderf. Being sacrificed and checkmated and stuff, but yeah, now you feel like, okay, if you lose it, it will be like a very, very long game that you will lose not because of your Niderf, but because of some very small mistake in slightly worse ending. I still feel like it's slightly worse for Black. Yes. But yeah, it's definitely a relief for Maxime. I tend to agree.
But I don't want bishop f5 is a possible move, plausible?
Yeah.
Possible certainly, but plausible I'm not sure. I was looking at rook d5 here. What do you think?
I don't know, I think you go bishop e6.
Ah, okay, and you simply go back, okay.
Yeah, but it's like, it's Black who gained from this, right?
Yes.
So as the bishop was on stage.
So bishop f5.
Yeah, bishop f5 is very nice round it, I agree. But it's once again, it's not about the moves here. I think it's much more about the trades. So I have to figure out, like as White, I would start with trying to figure out what kind of a trade I'm welcoming here.
You mean what do you want to exchange?
Yeah, exactly. Let's say so I have knight d5 here, which allows. And probably forces, but maybe not, but definitely allows takes. Knight f4 check, and then so I don't know if it's, let's say it's king h7, we don't need to get checkmated here, rook takes d6. So I will try to figure out if I'm happy with such a trade as White or not. Like, my intuitive feeling is that White should be happy. I still feel like White should be trying to get this, but yeah.
I like this. You have h4, h5, like in a long
term.
I
can even play it slow. Like, you can never really, like, I hope that you can never really run the pawns. And then I can even play h3, g4 slowly, king h2, g3, then h4, g5.
Even this plan.
Yeah. I mean, I just want to stop the pawns, and then I want to play a very, very slow game. Like I don't need to checkmate quickly here, and I will probably fail even if I'll try. But yeah, knight d5. I mean, it kind of feels natural to me. But on the other hand, it allows the b pawn to go somewhere, right? I don't know if b5 is possible. Maybe b5 kind of makes sense. Maybe not. But once again, it's very much about trade. So let's say you go rook d8 here.
I was not sure about b5, rook c1. I was trying to evaluate the complications.
Yes, that was my original idea. Yeah, I was hoping for it to work, but once again,
I didn't.
Let's hope it works.
So I didn't know what to do.
Yeah, but then so you take.
Rook g3.
So you want rook g3. So
and then rook c6.
There is no brilliance, no?
Well, I'm trying to be very practical in these positions because you have to calculate everything.
Rook g3 is good enough. I mean, this is definitely good enough to stop thinking about it as white. So this is definitely brilliant. Okay, you take on c6, you probably collect a6, and still it's not yet lost, but it's definitely progress for white. So yeah, it shouldn't be b5, but there is rook d8. And then my point was, I don't know if it's correct, but I wanted to play bishop e7. And then I wanted you to jump and take on d5. But I thought it is not exactly a blunder because I go rook e5 here. And I think I win.
And g4 then, yes?
No, I mean if you go king f6, I take here. And then if you move the knight, I take
you simply take on e5, yes. I was thinking g4 and then...
Yeah, you probably have some knight d2, but it doesn't feel right, yeah. I think both we feel this way, it doesn't feel right. Like rook f... Yeah, but then you go king f6 on the other hand, yeah? Yeah, maybe it's kind of playable. Yeah, it's still a mess. This is funny. Like
knights are very dangerous.
Yeah. So you go king f6, but then I probably go rook e2, and then I get your g4 in, right?
Yes.
Yeah, this is funny. Knight c4, and I go g4. And once again, if I go g takes, I'm not sure this is really lost, but it should be progress.
Even this position, the material is after knight d6, for example, you take on d5 and I take with the knight. Like, is this winning?
I don't think so, to be honest.
Because, you know, this is such an unusual
yeah, but the question should
material.
be, the first question should be, is white really better here? Probably, I mean, I hope the answer is yes. Because otherwise it means I have zero idea about chess at all. I mean, I feel like it should be better for white, and then I would say, but it still probably should be a draw. But probably black will be down to looking for some fortress, like you go king g6, h7, and then you look for some smart setup like knight f6, knight h5, and you wait forever and hope that it's a fortress. Or maybe it is not. Anyway, the line was nice, but...
Fabi's thinking.
Yeah, it was not. I mean, it was not really forced. Mildly put. So first of all, we started with this bishop f5, right? So rook d8 was just played.
Also, he transposed in the line that we were analyzing. Yes.
I think no, but I don't understand why. So it's like, yes, he did. Yeah, so it's basically... so our line was rook d8 here, knight b6, and so instead of rook takes d6, if you go knight c6 here, then we transpose to the game. Yeah, correct. Okay.
Let's have a look at Jan Nepomniachtchi and Anish Giri's game, because I think they made a draw, yes?
I guess so, yeah. Well, it's not yet a draw, but yeah, it's a claim by Anish.
So threefold repetition?
Yeah. So let's use our chance to show the people this fascinating game. So bishop e6, rook d1. So in general, we were sort of correct after bishop takes e3. Black is fine. Yes, that's how we felt, and it seems to be a fair assessment. So
it looks like Anish Giri. Like he would say this about his game, yes, a fascinating game, yes?
Yeah.
The same remark.
Yeah, exactly. But I was not you know,
You were not sarcastic?
No, obviously I was. Obviously I was, you know.
No, I'm kidding.
I mean, I have never played more fascinating games than this one. Okay, Rook D1, Rook B6. So I thought, so I think this was all
That's
played.
exactly what we analyzed.
Yeah, exactly.
We
I think,
mentioned this idea.
so I think this was all played during the break. So I think I considered before briefly here, and I thought before is probably even more ambitious than Rook B6. It's much more straightforward. And then when he played Rook B6, Bishop H3, Bishop B3, Rook D2 happened. I started to feel like White is slowly making some progress. Because I don't have a single idea on what the bishop is doing on B3. Maybe it's just waiting there. So maybe you just block the queen side and you kind of wait. So there is no Rook D1 even. So he played Queen C7, castles, Rook F to B8. And Jan probably realized that he's running out of ideas. So,
you know, maybe as our audience have the possibility to actually hear the players analyze over the board, maybe they can tell us what they're talking about.
yeah, but if we'll be lucky enough, we'll probably
they're whispering, yes.
have a brilliant press conference, maybe, no? Or maybe not. But this press conference has potential, yeah? I mean, this game was not brilliant, but it has a trash talk potential.
Because of the participants.
Yeah. It has a trash talk potential, yeah. So it was Rook F to B8.
We don't have to forget about the entertainment value, yes, of this tournament. That's very important.
I mean, it's not that we should not forget. I thought it's the only value, pretty much. I mean, or almost only. That's why I'm here at very least. I mean, it's just, I mean, it feels like history being made here. And you just chill, I mean, you see it all from inside, and yeah.
And what do you think about Alexander Grischuk's idea that the press conferences normally should be held, like if there is a decisive game only for the winner? Actually, I like this idea.
No, I think his idea was different, actually. So his idea was that
the separate press conference.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you should have two, separate ones. I have no opinion, to be honest.
But is it? I always thought that it's, of course, it's not, that after you lost the game, it's not so easy also to gain your composure, you know.
It's never easy, but I also feel like this is kind of important for sport in general.
Of course.
So let's say in tennis, I mean, I don't think they are happy to go to the stupid press conference and answer stupid questions after losing some 5-setter.
But the thing is that, on the contrary to like tennis and chess, the specifics are different. That in chess, you have to go on. You have to play another game like in the like on the next day.
Not necessarily. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you get out of the World Cup or something.
Yes.
No, I mean, in
quite
general.
A unique
So in
situation.
general, it depends on your side. So basically, obviously, let's say if you are Nepo and you lose today, you are obviously depressed, tired, and you don't want to go there. But all the rest of the world want to see tired and depressed Nepo, and that's how it works. I mean, it's not that someone is right. I mean, it's just about, so your humanistic ideas probably mean we should allow him go home in such a case. But the economics and stuff. I mean, if we want to bring some money in chess, I think we have to ask Jan to share his frustration with us a little bit.
Yes.
No, I know myself.
But I agree with
it's never
you,
easy. I mean, you play the stupid Grand Prix. I mean, you play some match, you lose. I mean, it was really close, and then you have to go answer some questions like, how did you like it here? And you didn't like it at all, and you cannot really say it. And then you are annoyed and you are angry and stuff, and you have to smile and say, okay, I lost because I lost. He's a better player, blah blah. Okay, it's never easy. So if you will look at Sasha, for instance, Sasha Grischuk looks like a brilliant person, and he obviously is, and he is always extremely respectful, even after a loss. But it doesn't mean he doesn't care. Obviously, he's obviously also angry. It's just that he has strength to wait for like an hour before he will get to his hotel room, and then I think
so he can control his emotions.
Yeah, and then in his hotel room, I would bet some terrific things could happen. So yeah.
Yes, but chess slowly has becoming the part of the entertainment, where we also depend on viewers, the numbers. So I think maybe this press conference also contribute, to popularizing the game.
Yeah, that's my point. I mean, people want to see us tired. People will want to see guy's angry and stuff, and this is normal. So basically, when a tennis player, breaks a racket, so it's probably, I mean, in terms of numbers, it's probably good for tennis.
Okay, so let's have a look at the press conferences. Actually, they're waiting, for us to start.
Okay.
We're ready to start the press conference. The game between Nepomniachtchi and Anish Giri finished in a draw. And before we analyze the game, first of all, I mean, just from Pyjama Party Online, we appeared here in the Candidates Tournament. I think the last game you played during this year was between you. And so how does it feel finally to play offline?
Итак, вторая партия сегодня завершилась также в ничью между Яном Непомнящим и Анишем Гири. И, конечно, такая пижамная вечеринка закончилась онлайн, и теперь мы снова вернулись к игре за доской. Расскажите, пожалуйста, каково это?
Well, obviously, it's very stressful. Just that's all I can say.
Yeah, I played FIDE Candidates Tournament. So FIDE Candidates was an experience for me, which was a little similar. So I'm used to putting a suit on already. It's not, but it was my first flight though in all the year. And usually I learned already to pack, without forgetting everything. But now I was very worried. It was like flying again, and whole new experience. So in that sense, it was new. But actually, in the playing hall, it looks exactly the same like last time. So when I came today and sat on that sofa, I felt like, just one day passed in that year. Like I sat on that sofa yesterday, round 7, and today I sit on it again, and it's round 8. So yeah, in a way, it feels like just nothing happened in that year.
Ответ от Яна Непомнящего, что очень нервозная обстановка. Это очень стресс.
Нервозная не совсем правильное слово.
Стресс, да, стрессовая.
В скобочках сарказм, наверное, да? Или в скобочках улыбнулся, там, на всякий случай.
Ну ладно.
No jokes.
И Аниш сказал, что уже играл в этом году в Вейканзе, поэтому, естественно, не забыл, как надевать костюм, но что забылось, это как паковать вещи, потому что турнир первый перелет за этот год, и волновался, что мог что-нибудь забыть. Did you? No.
Волновался, да, но забыть нет.
Anish, you also said that, let's say, it felt like nothing happened, like this year we're not between these two round events. But on the other sense, like, do you feel that at that time you were more stressed with the whole situation, that compared to this time that you are in Yekaterinburg?
Насколько изменилось ощущение вот этой стресса как раз по сравнению с прошлым годом? Да, и Аниш еще сказал, что сел сегодня на диван и почувствовал, как будто бы не прошло ни одного дня с прошлого турнира, после 7-го тура, вот как будто бы вчера завершился 7-й тур, а сегодня все началось, потому что полностью игровой зал точно такой же, как был в прошлом году.
So do you feel no, it was a question for Anish, actually.
My stress?
Yes, like you feel a difference still in sense.
To be honest, last time, in order to concentrate, I stopped reading news completely, at least the COVID news. And so it was a shock to me when we stopped, because in my mind, everything was fine. I was getting up for breakfast, and everything was good. So I was in the mode to go all in, because I felt that was going to happen, and I thought that these thoughts will only disturb me. So I was a little bit unrealistic at the time, probably. And now, of course, everybody is very used to COVID, and so yeah, you're very used to. Though I have to say, so if you think about some things, it's quite surreal. Like I was in the VIP lounge of Moscow airport, and I felt like the difference between the lounge and the normal area is that in the lounge you can take off the mask and no one will tell you to put it on. And when like such obvious normal things are luxury, it reminds me of some movies, like when and there were a bunch of these movies, like about a post-apocalyptic world. So, but okay, if you're used to it, it's fine.
По сравнению с прошлым годом, конечно, в этом году все уже привыкли носить маски. В прошлом году Аниш старался не читать вообще новости и на этом турнире концентрировался только на партиях. И поэтому, когда турнир был прерван, для него это было сюрпризом. В этом году такое немножко постапокалиптическое ощущение, и когда пришел в зал ожидания в аэропорту, порадовало, что можно снять маску, и никто не заставляет ее снова надеть.
Jan, were you also happy that, were you also surprised that the tournament was finished last time? And do you think it was for your advantage or not?
Well, obviously it was, I guess, a big shock for all the participants. But since I was I guess, really sick by the moment the tournament finished, and I also lost the previous game in this tournament, yeah. So overall, I think I'm not the right person, to be completely disappointed. But well, what is true is that it's completely different tournaments. Okay, 1 year of preparation is something new. So somehow even people who qualify for the match, we prepare maybe half a year. Yeah. So if they're given a chance, but 1 year for 7 games is well, kind of interesting. Yeah. But sometimes 1 year doesn't help you. Yeah, like today.
Actually, Anish is preparing since age of 7, so for this candidates.
No, but I did have 1 year to find advantage for black after 1e4, and I have to say I needed a little bit more time. I didn't manage.
Вопрос был Яну, был ли он удивлен прекращением турнира и также считает ли, что это сыграло ему на пользу. Ну и он сказал, что заболевал к концу турнира, поэтому, конечно, было хорошо прекратить, и также проиграл последнюю партию, но можно отметить, что обычно к турниру название чемпиона мира подготовка идет намного меньше, чем отведено было шахматистам к этому турниру, но и года может быть недостаточно, чтобы подготовиться к 7 партиям.
I hope you didn't... Welcome back to our studios, where Daniil, Dubov, Evgeny, Miroshnichenko, and myself, Almira, Skripchenko, we're trying to explain to you the mysteries, yes, of the FIDE Candidates Tournaments and tournaments. Yes, the first half was played last year.
You name it, yeah.
Yes, here we are. Today started the second part of the tournament. Like in musical terms, yes, that was a very long intermission. Yes, the first act was played. Yes, so here we are at the beginning of the second act, and let's have a look at the position between Alexander Grischuk and Kirill Alekseenko, because we have only 2 games left. 2 games were drawn. And this was the game that we let aside for a while, because there were a lot of complications between Fabiano Caruana and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. So what is going on? So f6 was played, but in a different
no, but it was actually
manner. Yes?
It was actually sort of interesting, yeah. So bishop d8, knight e3, bishop c6, rook b2. I think this is where we. So I think we saw this castling. We were surprised that it's legal at all. And then Kirill played bishop c5, after which, so this was funny, I think Sasha spent something like, I don't know, 20 minutes here maybe. And first I could not get it at all. Like, what exactly could you consider here?
Bishop h4, d4, yes?
Then I realized that, yeah, his original idea was probably to go bishop h4, g3, d4. And I think he missed knight g2 simply.
He was trying to make this work. Okay.
I guess so, because otherwise it
But then you still can continue with rook c8.
Yeah, you can, but then it's bishop takes d4, okay, your opponent... No, I agree, it's not, I mean, it's not that you resign here. Definitely not. But at least it's sort of a reason to be not... I was about to say not excited here as black, but why wouldn't you be excited? Maybe because white plays c3 at some point. And then slowly but surely some rook d1, knight e3, and you will have to wait forever. You have a decent chance to save this, but you don't want this from here. And then the immediate
Strangely
d4.
enough, in that position, I would disagree with you because I thought that white is better. But there, even if black sacrifices a pawn, I think that the activity of its pieces guarantees a very nice compensation here for black.
But it's like nice, but you want to save it, yeah? Go rook b1, knight s3, you cannot really attack something.
No, but I'm completely crazy, like mildly insane. So I wanted to play h5, h4, and then actually bring the rook on the h file.
Okay.
So that was the long-term plan, but I'm not sure that if it's like viable in this, because you will play knight e3, knight c4, and then it's too long.
So did you have a small break or what? Some time to drink? No, actually, if you want to gamble, I would recommend you to go a5, a4, h3, and then at least you go bishop d5 and try to attack this a2 pawn. But see, I think we're both quite sure that white is a pawn up here.
Yes, of course.
And that's all I can say about this position. I agree that black is close to fine. Anyway, there is nothing, there is no big drama here. You can just go rook e8. And then I realized that what Sasha doesn't like is c4. Because otherwise you are just, I mean, not that you're happy, but then why not to play rook e8 quickly? Then why would you spend time? But then there is actually c4. And in terms of ideas, black probably wants to take here, in terms of general ideas. And after knight takes c4, I mean, you need to be in time for bishop h4 check, but you are in time, yeah? In fact. So then, yeah, then I don't know what's the problem.
But
so,
king e3?
e3, yeah. Yeah, but then we somehow managed to get out, right? We go rook b8.
So rook b1.
So is it, yeah, is it slightly worse? No, I tend to agree. Takes, and then you still keep pressure here as white. Yeah, I tend to agree. Also, once again, normally with an engine, okay, you go bishop d8. How can you lose this exactly? I don't know. Maybe there is no way. But I definitely agree that it doesn't look pleasant. You go g4, f5 at some point. Yeah, okay, this is
Can I
unpleasant.
even start with bishop d6 here? I don't want like...
And then you want king d4,
yes,
king c5, then I'll go rook c8 and you'll go back. Yeah, okay.
No, but I simply do not want to allow you to play bishop c7.
But you will have to allow something now. You allow bishop b5 or d5. Yes. No, it will not be easy. I will start this f6 business one day as well. So yeah, it will not be easy for sure.
But Sasha reacted immediately, yes?
Yeah, but Sasha played f6, which is, once again, in terms of general ideas, it's a very logical thing to do. So you have two bishops, so you want to open up the position. Makes a lot of sense. So c, d, e, d. Now, in terms of general ideas, I think what white wants is... So Kirill played bishop d6 here. I don't know why not bishop d4, and we'll probably discuss it later. But I think in terms of general ideas, what white wants is to get this kind of a position, and then if white gets some knight f5, d4, or you go rook d1, so if you're in time to sort of block the d-pawn, then then you're probably better. But the problem is that here there is some bishop h4 check, and then you go d4, and it feels to me like white is not in time, to be honest. So that's why the idea of bishop d6 instead of bishop d4 is to meet f takes by f takes.
Also to control f8 and b8?
Yeah, and then, like the dream scenario is to go knight f5, knight d4, and then, yeah, promote the e-pawn. Still, it doesn't look like a big drama to me, I must say. I don't know, maybe you go d4. It always feels natural to go d4 in such a position, so you just go d4 and then you sacrifice a pawn even, and then you play moves.
Yes, that's a typical idea. Well, in the French opening, like different positions, you always try to sacrifice the d-pawn and to open the big diagonal. So
it's a typical idea in chess, I would say. I mean, in general.
Recently, especially, because I think that's supported by computer analysis. There, especially Fabiano Caruana plays a lot of positions where he sacrificed. I remember his game, like from the first part against Dingligen. Okay, it didn't turn out that great, but he sacrificed 2 pawns in, I think, Slav it was?
Yeah, it was, yeah.
And then he's actually aiming for a long-term initiative in very complicated positions.
Yeah, but it's not about Caruana or some other guy. I mean, it's just about an engine. Yeah, I mean, now the engines tend to sacrifice a lot for some domination, yeah, long-term activity and stuff. So yeah.
Somehow they managed to improve the algorithm, you know, because it was not the case like 20 years ago. So the terms you would always need to analyze the positions to make engine understand that he needs to sacrifice.
Yeah,
he can sacrifice.
That is true. Yeah. But I think it would be brilliant, actually. Like now, it would be brilliant. It was very nice that some people came up with this like AlphaZero that gave us hope, at least, yes, that you can sacrifice. And I mean, it comes up with a lot of attacking ideas where Stockfish still says, let's say, black is better. AlphaZero says, no, it's white who is better, and it's much better. But I think it would be even better now that someone simply kills this AlphaZero. And then it would be brilliant. Like you're left with Stockfish that is always saying like you need to take material and stuff, and you know already because you had AlphaZero, you know already that sometimes it is not correct, and then we would all have to gamble a little bit. So you know that sometimes some attacking ideas are nice. You will obviously never prove it to Stockfish really, but you know that there is such a chance that actually Stockfish is wrong. So you used to have some better engine.
I remember there's a kid that liked Mikhail Talin's games so much, so I think he inspired you probably in many ways, because I know that when you were talking about games, you said that you can sacrifice, because you sacrifice a lot in your games. So actually, how do you do it during a very important game? So how do you take these decisions?
I don't know, I'm scared.
So you're scared.
Yeah. So
I wanted to know, because...
No, but it kind of makes sense. I mean, I'm semi-joking, but it kind of makes sense. No, I'm really scared of, let's say, when you play Karakin, like you're really scared of losing some game of 100 moves where you'll be squeezed and slowly but surely you will lose. And then at least you want to gamble. You think, okay, like I will sacrifice everything. At least I'll have a check, you know.
But
then maybe another one. I will not lose like an idiot. And if I lose, I will say, okay, I'm brave. I tried. I'm not playing boring draws and stuff. You know, I tried to win and blah blah. And then if you even manage, then it's brilliant. Yeah.
The way you explain it, it seems to be a very rational decision. You know, because you actually try to impose on your opponent a game which will not be very comfortable for you. You're trying to get him out of his comfort zone.
Yeah, of course, but it is rational. I mean, it's not. It is rational. At least I think so.
Mm-hmm. So, like a few moments ago, yes, we had Alexander Grischuk, you know, on our screens because he had a very intense look. So that's Sasha is thinking. So that's where he gets to 10 minutes. Yes.
Yeah, but Kirill is actually a decent opponent this way as well. Yeah, he tends to spend a lot of time normally. So yeah, this is funny. Sasha will.
And if we come back a little bit to the press conference of Anish Nepomniachtchi and. Anish Nepomniachtchi. Yes, I think, yes, that's, I invented this, a new one. Anish Giri and Yan Nepomniachtchi. And they've been asked about like the way they feel during the tournament now. So Anish was talking about the post-apocalyptic world, yes, so we are playing now. Mm-hmm. But actually, how would you feel if you would have to play with a mask? I had one opportunity this year to play a rapid tournament, and basically, especially with glasses, I couldn't see the board. But
probably I would prefer not to play simply.
Okay, so you would wait for the sanitary conditions to improve.
Yeah. I think now it's actually like they say, okay, I'm not paid for saying right things, so I can reveal the mystery. So now there is a lot of tournaments where you are asked to wear a mask for like 5 minutes. First 5 minutes of the game, and then after all the photos will be taken, you just remove it and you play a normal game and it's fine. So, I mean, with such a scenario, I'm fine. Wearing a mask for like all game long, I would prefer to avoid that, to be honest.
Okay, and I think that Evgeny is ready for us, so
What's up?
What's up?
Yeah, what's up? Yeah,
Raven.
I really like the idea. Yan Giri.
No,
chess by Jan Giri, perhaps he's from
Jan
the
Giri
Netherlands.
is better.
Yeah, but that's not the stuff I was about to talk about. Yeah, so let's somehow delve a little bit into this mystery of what's going on with Sasha's game against Kirill Alekseenko, because what I've heard from you guys in the studio, you were looking for the way for White to get some pressure and according to my findings, the position is balanced currently, and if this balance is to break, it's actually in Black's favor, interestingly enough. So in this regard, obviously two moves after f6 are bishop to d6 or bishop to d4, and bishop to d4 was a little bit safer. Let me try to explain why. So after bishop to d4, it turns out that if Black, I should have this one written, yeah, if Black captures, once again, yeah, Black captures, White captures back, right? White can take with the pawn in this case. I mean, I cannot do this, but White can take with the pawn. All right, yeah, it is somewhat confusing, yeah. Pawn takes, please. Dust response, a little bit lost here. So, once again, pawn takes on e4. No. Let me try to follow it here. Pawn takes, please. No. If bishop takes. Okay, this line we have. It doesn't make any difference if bishop went to d6 or d4 then, right? Because that's after bishop d6, the move that's played in the game, it's absolutely the same position if Black captures and White captures with the bishop. So check on h4, White goes g3. That's perhaps the best move. d4, and that's a funny line. d4, White has rook c1, surprisingly, and White holds like that. Because after a check, he has king e1. I mean, interestingly, the position doesn't look that dramatic for White, so that you have to look for such a desperate measures. But in fact, I would not claim that's the only way to make a draw, to secure a draw, but it seems to be sufficient. So according to what I found, bishop f3 is a decent try. White captures, obviously, rook e to c8, and White is lucky to have rook to b8 to swap the rooks at the very end. And okay, I'm presenting this like it's a big deal, and let me try to explain why if the technique allows. So we are all the way back to our bishop d6 thing, right? So pawn takes, and once again, I was unable to show it, but with bishop on d4, you can actually take with the pawn, and this leads to somewhat of a fair square draw. Now, if you attempt to take with the pawn, you're getting bishop h4 check, and it turns to be problematic because after king e2, one of the natural moves, rook a d8, and it turns out that you have too much stuff hanging. Okay, don't ask me why, but computer says rook a d8, if I'm not confusing anything, and Black is very happy. Okay, but you would say, what happens if I'm trying to pull the same trick? I go g3, after this, I remove my rook to c1, after this, I play king to e1, right? So this time, Black goes to f3, White. Is that the line? I'm scared, I'm confusing something. Yeah, d4, rook to c1, it's a check, king to e1, bishop to f3, and White captures, right? And here, it turns out that Black goes rook to, rook to d8, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's the tricky move, or I'm confused myself, guys. Yeah, so it was a check, and g3, and d4, rook to c1, captures, king to e1, bishop is hanging, so bishop f3, takes. Does it make sense?
Yeah, it does. So rook
it
c3,
does.
Rook c3, you want rook takes e5. Like it.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly, that was the point. So rook goes here, and you cannot play rook c3, and if you do this, there was some move and you still cannot play rook c3 because of rook takes.
Why can't I play rook b3 here?
So that's a tricky question. Right. Rook a8, rook b3, but you're not... Yeah, that was the line I was looking for. Thank you very much for asking. You are not threatening to take, I guess, as kind of bishop goes away. Kind of bishop goes away, and it turns out that it's very, very hard to take the pawn on e3, because if rook takes, the bishop on d6 is hanging, and if you try to put the other rook, then of course rook e5 and a checkmate on d1. Sorry for a clumsy explanation, but basically the position is still level if white captures on e5 with the bishop. Let me try. Yeah, here, the easiest draw. No, doesn't want to show the easiest draw. So perhaps the technique is helping for Grischuk to try to play for a win. And for the other game, I believe you said that, let me see, Fabiano with Vachier-Lagrave. Well, it was better, and it probably is still better. So it was a bit of a mistake when Maxime decided not to trade the bishop. So the bishop on d6 had to be traded for a knight, and I believe rook to d8, or yeah, rook to d8 was the move that Engine didn't really like. And after knight c8, rook c8, and what was played, bishop to a3, this is a position which is better for white. So that's my 5 cents, and back to the studio.
Welcome back, guys. Yes, thank you so much for this interesting insight. So even like in the opposite colored bishops, yes, you still have some tactical ideas. Yes.
You do, yeah.
Yes, within these positions. Yes. So let's have a look what happened actually in this game. No, I mean here.
Yeah,
yes.
For me. So what?
We were analyzing bishop f5, but then Maxime played rook d8.
But by the way, what Evgeny said actually, yeah, exactly makes sense. That's exactly we didn't want this knight c6, yeah, with the rook on d8. That's why we wanted rook takes d6, yeah. So indeed, so takes bishop a3. I think this is pretty much where we left it. And yeah, it's going to be really unpleasant. And I'm afraid it's going to last forever.
You mean you're afraid for us, or? So,
because there are two things that sort of it feels like they're contradicting each other, but actually they're not. So one thing is that basically black will never really move his pawns. I mean, unless he wants to lose.
So let's say rook d7 is a threat. That's why Maxime played rook c7.
Yeah, rook c7. But the problem, yeah, you don't want to move the pawns because you don't want to lose. But then if you don't move them, white can play slowly. But at the same time, even if white plays slowly and succeeds and takes both pawns, it's still very problematic to win this, right?
But in this position, I was thinking that you need to coordinate your knights, and probably Maxime didn't find a way, you know, because you need one knight to support the other. For example, not to have this, because now his structure is seriously damaged. So because he took on f6, and I think there was no natural way to do this.
So what you want is to play knight c6 to d5.
Yes,
here,
exactly.
Sort of,
that was my idea. Yes, but different times.
Yeah.
Fantasy world.
Yeah,
so.
Exactly. So knight e7 happened. Okay, knight e7 makes a lot of sense to me given the circumstances. So first of all, you open the c file for the rook. Secondly, you create a threat of knight d5. Yes, you do allow takes, g takes, but okay, what to do? Yeah, I mean, you had to allow something. And also it's an exchange after all.
But you mean after rook d6, Maxime simply plays rook c6, and he's aiming for this one? Yes?
So rook c6, I think, runs into this move, yeah?
Ah, yes, sorry.
That is legal.
But then what was the...
You cannot do this.
Yes, what was the idea?
I guess the point was knight f5.
Ah, knight f5, and then rook b6?
Okay, but then you just play, you go king g5, h5, maybe?
Ah, king g5, h5. Okay.
Then at some point, once white plays rook b4, you start some check, and, you know.
No, but I wanted to play g3, because I still have, like, king g5, g3, I still have this king g5, king g2, and king h3. It's not so easy.
Yeah, but I will just start trading. Yeah, I will go h5 at some point, and then I will go h4.
You mean after rook b4?
Yeah, probably. I don't need to win this. I only need to you know, to trade as much as I can. So let's say if you takes rook takes b7, this is a natural line. Say I go like check, king f2, check.
No, here it's...
And that's how I say this. Yeah, I mean, if I take h2, I will not lose this. I hope so, at least. And after king g3, I go maybe there is no checkmate, I go rook c3, right? And then we... Yeah, so this is still...
Daniil, do I have time for an intermediate move here, like in this line that we analyzed after knight h4, just to play rook b2 first?
So what was the line actually? So it was like king
g3, yes, of course. H5, rook b4.
Yeah, h4.
h4, so I like I took, you took.
Okay, yeah.
And then rook b2, because I want to take on b7, but in different circumstances.
Okay, this, yeah, I agree, this kind of...
If this is possible.
But in general, this is, you know, so close to a draw.
Of course, but
so I think even in terms
play.
of... You think so, yeah?
Or you put knight f3, knight e5. Maybe this is better square for the knight.
I'm not sure if I just go like f5, king g4, f4. How can you win this? So first of all, I mean, if I take, go king g4 and f4, is it a fortress or not? Okay, let's say it is not. I don't know why exactly, but that's how it feels. So let's say I go check, king f2. And let's say I play something like... Yeah, I want to play rook c3, but then I think I'll play rook c3 after rook takes b7. So I'll just go rook c3 here.
Okay, rook b3.
Which one?
The 7th.
Okay. Yeah, but then I go like, okay, check, and then I...
yes, and then yes, I don't have the check from g7. Yes, that's what.
But actually, even if you have it, okay, let's say I just go.
Because I was aiming for.
So this is kind of interesting indeed. So is it like how risky is that? Yeah. So let's say I go check and f4.
So I wanted to check you.
This is obviously stupid, but how stupid is that? Yeah, and then I go.
Then you might lose your knight.
Yeah, it is completely stupid actually. Yeah, I must say it is completely stupid. Yeah. Okay. Then I have to do something smarter. But yeah, I tend to agree that in general it like doesn't look ideal. So you have to go knight f5 obviously. I mean, unless you want knight g8, which is hard to believe. So you have to do this, and after rook b6 you have to think. But I agree that yeah, that white has ideas. So once again, if I go check, you go rook f1 probably even. Yeah. So you don't want to.
Actually, what I want is to exchange one rook and to try to squeeze something from this position.
Yeah.
Let's take both pawns, and probably I will be winning here.
Yeah, this makes sense.
So
I mean, you should be playing the tournament, right? No, but this is not funny. I mean, so what happened in the game actually? So it was he played h4. Now I'm confused a little. So takes, he played h4 here. Which I actually kind of like. Yeah, on the other hand, why not to play h4? After rook c6 you have rook d7, so what is exactly a problem? So what do you want to do with black? Maxime played h5, which kind of makes sense.
Which I like as well, but then you have this maneuver like knight c6, knight e5, knight g4, which might be a fortress there. Like I can give all the pawns.
Or not? Who knows? No, but once again, I can go rook d6 again. I mean, you're still down to knight f5, and I do the same thing.
And why can't I play? Ah, yes, I can.
No, you can do whatever you want. It's just that white has a loop, right? I mean, it's pretty much the same, but he probably feels like it's a better version for white.
Ah, so he's still entering the same variation with h4, h5 included. So.
Yeah, probably. I mean, sort of. But maybe here you go rook f7, and then you try to get your setup by playing knight h6, knight g4. But still, I mean, it's not that it's a draw. I mean, you'll have to play moves there. So it's funny, but once you will play it, I will go rook f2 b4, right? So I mean, in fact, I can do it even now.
No, but if with the knight on g4, you need to be careful because I will always have like rook e7, yes.
Yeah, but rook e7.
And something.
Yeah, but I will always play rook b1, I guess.
Ah, yes.
So let's say what we're talking about is something like, let's say,
idea, yes.
Yeah, let's say I skip here, so something like this happens. Yeah, after rook e7, I go rook b1.
Okay, rook e2.
Yeah, rook e2, but it doesn't feel right. Okay, I take and go rook b2, yeah? I mean, this is solid.
But you're plagiarizing my ideas, you know, this is...
But yeah, sure. No, but I don't know, what I'm not sure about is... so it's black to move, okay, this is tough luck. So rook b2, is this lost? So,
yes, but that's what I was asking.
Yeah, yeah, but I don't know.
Is this
yeah, but
fortress?
I can also ask, but you know. I want to be on the asking side, not on the one answering.
No, I'm here to ask naive questions, and you have to answer because you're an expert.
And I'm here to ask smart questions. We have Evgeny for answers.
Okay, so how do you win this? Let's say you bring the king to f4.
Yeah, then I probably win somehow. So let's say, so you allow me this, because I'm a nice guy, so you go knight g4.
So, okay, how do you progress
Then I
from
go rook a8, threatening rook j8 check. So you go knight h6. Do you want to wait like this?
Can I? Yes, please show just that we are threatening rook j8, rook g4. Yes,
so yeah, if you blunder
because
here,
we need,
yeah.
yes. Let's say I blunder.
But how do you blunder? That's a problem. So okay, it's like if it's white to move. So the threat is rook j8 check here, and then we take on g4, which is winning for white. So this is something black has to avoid. So you probably, so it's either king g7 or knight h6. King g7 doesn't feel right to me.
King g7, but then king f5, knight e3, yes?
Yeah, but even this, I mean, is it?
Can I, okay, let's continue, king f5.
No, first of all, I'm not forced to go king f5.
No, because
as I say, never rush, yeah? I mean, I can play g3 first, and I will repeat the same thing, and then I will... so let's say I go g3, king g6, and I pass.
To check the line with king e5 and king e6 after the... and then rook on the 7th. Oh, just easy, yes.
But you are very, you know...
impulsive, yes.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. You want to win it immediately. Yeah, this is... So what do we check now?
Oh, no, yes. That's...
Because I thought it could be some brilliant line like rook e1, I thought. So you probably take h4 because rook g1 is coming anyway, so you probably take. Then I go check, now knight g6 runs into king f5. King f8 feels very dangerous, king takes f6.
But it is a brilliant line.
So you probably go...
And now?
Could it be lost? Yeah, I wanted to take.
King f6? No?
Yeah. Knight f3, is it lost or not? It feels very close to me. But I don't know why, to be honest. Probably because the knight is too far away, yeah? So we go like...
King h7.
Yeah, we get this, and then we go rook g3. Okay, this can be lost for sure. So the knight is too far away, you don't have knight h4 because of rook h3. So you have to play some, I don't know what, knight h2 maybe, but yeah.
Yeah, but it's way too far, I think, for...
yeah,
maybe.
The line was not exactly forced, that is true.
Of course, but sometimes we actually, like I wanted, why I wanted to go a little bit further, because it actually explains how chess player operates, because they don't calculate all these lines, they see the position at which they aim.
Yeah, yeah, of course.
So that's very important to see
but I think
and
it's
to
also,
evaluate.
Yeah, I think it's also true that basically, I mean, as white, you don't really care about if it's a fortress or not, because if it's a fortress, then it's a tough luck, but then you cannot do much. Like the best you can get here is to go rook b4, rook b3, and take b7. Yeah, I mean, if only this is a draw, then okay, there's not much to do then. So then maybe it's black, you just go knight g8 and wait forever. Yeah, I mean for.
Why not then?
Yeah, I don't know, because it's probably lost.
But Maxime was forced to allow bishop f6. That was another question that I wanted to ask, because we went through the game rather quickly, and I just wanted to have a look here.
So
yes, 97. You said that it was rather logical, but it was forced. Yes.
No. I mean, how can you force something in such a position? Yeah, I mean, I can go, I don't know, e5. I mean, force is a bit too strong. Maybe 97 is a good move.
No, because rook d6 is a threat, I think.
Yeah, but then you go rook f7. Again, it's not that you resign. Maybe rook d6 is an issue, maybe not, actually. Maybe I just go rook f7 and I don't care. It's hard to say. But I personally...
Do you think after rook d6 you're, like, paralyzed?
Well, I personally feel like 97 is a good move, to be honest.
Okay,
here,
so
but,
let's see. So 97, bishop f6.
I mean, unless you play something for a fortress, which is a completely different idea, like you go knight g8, then you go king h7, and you basically start waiting there. And it could be a fortress, like you just wait forever and white cannot really make progress. But first of all, I feel like he can. And secondly, this is definitely not the way you play a real game. Like if you don't have an engine, you normally never go for a passive defense of this kind, with like all the pieces in the corner waiting for this. I mean, instead of playing knight e7, takes, and then okay. I mean, the pawns are still alive actually. I mean, we are good at finding ridiculous lines where white takes 2 pawns, but I mean they're still there. Yeah, I mean
that's our job.
Yeah,
find those
exactly.
Lines,
no, we are good at it, but. By the way, if you go rook d6 here, now I start to think that you probably start with a check.
And what's the difference, like after?
So if you go rook f1, the difference is that I have 2 pawns.
But you cannot play b5 anyway, so I'll take them.
Yeah, but I can probably somehow fight for them. Yeah, I go knight c6. Like I will not give it up for nothing. Like you probably go king b2, d3, you probably run there, I don't know, but at least it's not that that I have lost them already.
Not without a fight.
Yeah, maybe I go king f5, I don't know, then you'll start rook d5, h5 and some lines. But I have to say, yeah, I mean, here it feels like black will lose this pawns eventually. So I would really be worried about this as black. I mean, I would feel like I'll probably lose the pawns. And then,
Daniil and Evgeny is in our studio once again. So what have we missed this time?
I have missed Evgeny.
Thanks very much. Daniil said you've missed me. And I don't think it's necessarily true, but there is a little move that perhaps wasn't yet discussed obviously for Fabiano Caruana against MVL. So in this position, engine is screaming white is winning, and I suspect, well, MVL certainly missed this, and quite possibly Fabi didn't see it yet because he's still thinking. So rook to g3, no mystery so far. King goes, and rook to g5, right? The f pawn is pinned, attacking h5 pawn. And it turns out that after knight g6, you can take on h5 because it's rook h7. That's a cute little thing. And this way, white is winning completely. So after rook to g5, you're better off giving a check on c1. King goes to h2, knight g6. This time you go rook f2. Once again, h5 cannot be protected. Knight goes to h4, rook takes, knight g6, rook h7. And this, once again, white captures b7 and very likely captures f6. So this does look completely winning for white. Well, maybe not completely, but huge advantage.
Yeah.
So that was it. I mean, I don't get much to say on this cast, but at least I believe this was a worthy contribution. Okay, back to you guys.
Yeah, I think it definitely was, right?
Actually,
actually.
Such an elegant line, you know.
Yeah, actually saw this line, but I thought knight g6 works, and I didn't even see a reason to mention it. But yeah, we have this move, yeah?
Yes.
This is nice. But my bet is Fabi.
Like after rook h5, I wanted to continue that rook c1, rook f1.
Yeah,
just to show it, yes,
sure,
of course. To show it on the board, and white won the h5 pawn and probably the game. So Fabi is still
Fabi will find it. I will bet he will.
7 minutes left for Maxime, and how, like 40 minutes for Fabi, yes, I'm pretty sure. So what was played?
Rook g3 check was just played, by the way.
Okay, let's see.
By the way, king f7.
You can see on our screen that like all kinds of information
and rook g5 was played. Wow.
Are being broadcasted, like the time control, the price font. So it's very unusual, actually, for modern times to play such long games. Yes, only candidates. I think only the World Championship cycle is played under those rules.
Have you ever been in WAIC?
Yes. Long time ago, I played 13 rounds and I survived.
Yeah, but it's still the same story there, yeah?
I mean,
you just play forever, yeah?
So Fabi is winning.
No, come on, winning is too strong. It's not yet over.
It's like my Armenian blood. I'm overestimating my chances all the time. So,
But you are rooting for MVL, no? What are your chances? The winning side is yours, basically. Is that how it works? No, but yeah.
So I'm trying to be objective at all time. I'm trying to basically to understand the position, and I think that Fabi played a very interesting game. Kudos to both players that Maxime haven't lost in the opening, because it was very difficult for him from the very start. But he had to find like a solution on every move.
Yeah, this is massive pressure, of course. No, it's not like so. He has basically played only one bad move, yeah. So to speak, I don't even know.
You mean Rook D8? Yes.
No. I think this last one. No, but it was still much closer to a draw before he blundered this Rook G3 stuff, yeah. So
yes, but still, maybe Rook D8 was well, he thought about it, but I wouldn't want to say that it was a careless move, but maybe not a precise one in that position.
Yeah, well, not precise one, but I mean, you played the knight off, you played queen takes b2, and then you have to play a billion of only moves, yeah? Can you please play one non-precise move? It was not a blunder. No, what I'm saying is that...
As my friend would say, that's your job, yes, if you're playing the knight off. That's what you're taking this risk.
Yeah,
so.
Sure, I agree, but in general, my point was not to... mark them. I'm just trying to say that it's a brilliant game of chess, actually. I mean, it has been a brilliant game so far. So Fabi is simply playing a perfect game of chess, right? So we could not even doubt.
Maybe we can remind our spectators of actual standings, actually, if we can have the standings after the first half of the tournament. So you would see that Fabi is trailing Maxime and Jan Nepomniachtchi. So can we have the standings just to remind that if Fabi wins, he's going to catch Maxime. They both are going to have +1.
I mean, you shouldn't be saying it like this. Yeah, I mean, it's huge. No, I mean, it could be the game of the tournament. Then it's a roller coaster. I mean, it's it's a completely different story. Then we have Nepo on +2, and then we have Fabi and Maxime on +1, and then I think Nepo will have to play both. I mean, it would be.
Yes, what you're seeing on the bottom
cool, yeah.
on the bottom of the screen are actually the standings which have been updated. So the games, 2 games were finished; they were drawn.
Yeah.
So Dingligen actually has 3 points. So let's go back to Alexander Grischuk and Kirill Alekseenko because they're approaching the time trouble. Okay.
Time trouble is a bit too strong, though.
Yes, but Kirill is already in the time trouble. So what about? He has 7 minutes left.
And he played f takes, which I think Evgeny told us was bad.
Bishop h4.
Yeah, because of check. Yeah. Okay. So d4 instead, knight f5, g3, king e3. What's going on? So I think Sasha sort of made our mistake, yeah? I mean, he probably thought it's white who's trying to push there. And that's why he was probably looking for equality, and he probably wants bishop f6. Although it is not exactly equal, yeah? I mean,
no, I wanted to play king d4, a move made by a psychopath, but
wow.
I'm not sure. But rook d8.
I can also take on e5 immediately, yeah?
You mean
I can even go rook takes. Wow, this is interesting. So even this makes sense. Like technically, it's not that.
Yes, and rook d8 here.
Yeah.
But
so you go king somewhere. I take on e5 with the tempo. Then I resign because of knight e7, knight c6. Okay. This did not quite work. So if I go bishop takes, it still works, right?
Yes. No, but then I have knight d6.
Yeah, is it then? It's probably easy, yeah? Rook e6, but I don't really want to take on d6. Yeah, this does not work. Which means we're left with rook d8. So you wanted rook d8, but what's your point after e takes f6? So do you want some bishop e4?
Oh, wait, so because I had some insight from our studios, I will share it with you. So here I actually blundered a little bit after rook d8, so let's go back.
Here.
I liked my move king d4. I didn't know what to do after rook d8, but I think that you can simply take, yes?
Take what?
On f6.
Yeah, that's what that's what I'm asking. Yeah. So I thought you probably want bishop e4 here.
I wanted to continue.
So you probably want rook f1. I don't know.
No, I simply
mean, it
wanted
could be.
to evaluate
No,
this
but wait,
position.
it's actually but it's not that what you evaluate is probably studied like, no? Because if I take on f5, why? I mean, why?
Can
I think you go like rook f2 takes, then you go f7 check takes, you go rook takes f5 check, then you think you are winning, but you face king e6, you have rook d5.
Then you have check, but then d2 again.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh.
That's what I wanted to show.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. And then you win by king e3. So this was my point.
This is so beautiful.
No, but
No, king d. Oh.
can you do this? No, because king d7 loses.
Yes, I wanted to show the variation.
That was my brilliant line. So now after d2 you go. Does it look actually? So king e3, you go king d7. This is cool. Yeah, and then I go king c3 and.
It reminds me of a study
of someone smart. Yeah.
No, this is the study where you promote the queen, but then you have all these squares because there is no square where you can go, so you have a check with the queen and take the pawn. So the pawn is promoting. That's exactly the same case. But
well, this was a random line, so this was very nice. But I think you can even go king f7 here, which is also nice to my taste.
You mean rook f1, then you go back king e6.
Or you go rook f6 if you want to draw.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know that, like, an interesting fact I've been told that all the participants are using different chairs in this event because they had the possibility to choose. So, like.
Yeah, I think they had a massive discussion.
They had.
Yesterday night. Yeah. As far as I know.
So there was a technical meeting where they
where
granted the possibility to choose the chairs. Okay.
Yeah. So what's wrong once again? So he takes bishop e4. So what was wrong? 97 check. Yeah, okay, we are just blind. Okay, fine. So after this brilliant line, okay, you find 97 check. Yeah.
So then rook d8 is a mistake, but it was a very impulsive.
But then what is not mistake? Yeah, Sasha taking his time. Okay, we have bishop b5. Yeah, we should not be panicking
you
here
have
really.
To consider.
Like bishop b5, it's not that we are worse at all. Probably, yeah. I mean, why not? Why not to protect the pawn? We're a very ambitious duel, right? We're always trying to sacrifice something and checkmate, but we have to protect pieces sometimes.
Daniil, you know me already now, so bishop b5, I want to play rook b4 and transfer my rook to g4.
No, this I will survive.
So then bishop b6 probably.
No, I have bishop g5 as well, first of all. Then once you face d2, I think you will forget about your rook g4
of course.
idea.
This was a very awkward move because.
Is this I will survive?
Then how to continue here? Because here I like king d4 less.
But why? I mean, if you're a cycle.
But then then
like
king d5. I'm forced to play this.
Yeah, but that's where you need to get. No, you go e6 and stuff.
This might work actually.
No, this is.
Can I play rook c8 and then I'm threatening mate by bishop c4?
Yeah, but this is not. I mean, this is not completely ridiculous for white for sure.
No.
Like you have moves. You have 97 check. You can take on b5 and go 97 as well.
No, 97 rook 7 bishop. Let's show like it's
here.
Yes, completely strange. So I take and then check bishop c4. You have king d6.
Okay, you probably start with king d7 by the way. But okay, let's say we do this.
Yeah,
I can go to e4. Yeah.
As well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's probably why. This is actually funny. That's probably why you go king f7, and then your idea is to play bishop c6 check, not bishop c4.
Oh, that's true. This works as well.
Yeah, but then I will have king d6. Yeah, I mean this is a mess.
But where are you going? Bishop h4?
Or h3? Don't know.
You need to.
Let's say I go to h4.
Bishop c4. No, bishop c6.
We have rook c5 as well, right?
Rook c5, I play king e4. Then rook c4 and I win the bishop.
Yeah.
Okay, so
So rook c5 is probably, I don't know. Rook c4 also makes sense, yeah, followed by rook d4. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I go to h3. But at least we can understand why Sasha
is thinking. Yes?
Yeah, decided to take his time here. But this seems to work, no? So after bishop c4, I go to e4, and after bishop c6, I think I go ahead, yeah.
Okay, and
because otherwise king c4 runs into bishop takes g2 check. So I have to do this, but it's probably.
Yes, I was looking at this move, but I was not sure. That's why I didn't like bishop a3 actually, because of this threat, bishop b7 and taking the bishop. e6 here? No, you have to
king
continue.
e8,
yes.
okay, yes. But it's also feel annoying. I mean, whenever I feel like we're analyzing some completely random line and I find a reason to stop it, then I realize it's not actually over. Yeah, I mean, you have some bishop e8, king e8, and still it kind of.
And king e5, you have bishop
f6.
Yes,
yeah,
of course.
Yeah, God knows what is that.
So
I don't know.
I think Sasha made a move. No.
That would be nice.
Let's have a
Yeah, he played bishop b5.
So that's actually the.
Which does not make our life easier, yeah, because all the stuff is still there. But okay, if you go king d4 here, being down to 7 minutes, I mean, this is really crazy. First of all, I still feel like this is, I mean, even objectively, this should be bad. King d5, but okay, give me a break, yeah? We were not forced to play rook c8. But a4 was the threat.
Yes, e4 is the threat now.
He played king e4.
With the same idea, probably, but.
But much more logical move, yeah? I mean, after bishop b6, you're not forced to go to d5.
And then after bishop c6, you simply go to d4.
Or you take d3, moreover.
Yeah, you take on d3 as well, yes.
But this allows bishop f6 again, yeah? And now we'll have the same lines with the bishop on b5. Which probably means I don't know what. Like, once again, we have to check all this random stuff like rook takes d5, I kind of like. Now I go check, and now I don't think it's a blunder.
But the thing is, after bishop f6 there, like, I'm not forced to play king d4. Like, you're not, you're not threatened to take on e5.
Yeah, but I will have a threat, I think, at some point. I'm threatening rook d6 for rook d8 followed by something. Or I'm even threatening rook takes c5 followed by rook e8.
So,
I mean, you could make an argument for some, I don't know, rook e1 or something. There is a funny line, rook e1 runs into this move probably. And then you take, and go here, and you take on e1, yeah. Yeah, bishop f6 feels natural.
yes.
You know, at some point even rook takes b5 could be.
But then if you want to sacrifice, why don't you play a4 simply in this position, take on d3?
Because I want, I want king d5, so I want to...
you want to play a3 here?
No, I want to take and play king d5 maybe, so I want to eliminate this bishop, and then I want to have a perfect square on d5 for my king, and then I want to play for some sort of domination. Like if you go bishop g5, I'll probably include h4, then I'll try some h3, rook d1, and I will lose probably, but I played in a very brief way.
But I think you will lose after rook a2, take on f6, then I can play d2. Can we have a look at this position? Because I think you don't have enough.
Here, yeah?
Yes, I have to play in a very dynamic way. So what do you do here?
You know, but I definitely don't resign.
Yes, of course. I just want to play rook e1.
No, I just wanted to tell you that I'm not going to resign. Okay. Now let me, let me come up with one more stupid line. Okay, I go here.
Rook e1.
Come on, I go here.
Oh.
And I go here. And I go knight h6 or knight e7, and I think I win.
Oh, this is such a pretty line.
This is a very cool line, but I feel like we're...
way off track. Yes,
we're basically showing off, and I mean, people probably realized you can calculate one line in a row, but
yes, but then why don't you play a4 here?
Don't know. After bishop
yes,
f6,
after
yeah?
bishop f6, a4.
Yeah, but what's the plan here? Because king takes d3, bishop takes e5, we're a pawn down, yeah? I mean, it's not exactly a draw. We'll have to fight
you
for
wanted
it.
to play king d5. So a4 is sacrifice.
You mean a4 takes
just
king
sacrifice
d5?
a pawn
Yeah,
and
like
king
this.
d5.
Yeah,
yes,
yeah,
of
this-
course. So now like the bishop is hanging.
Yeah,
so
this is also
bishop
brave, yeah.
b5 is not played. So like at least to have this kind of position.
Yeah, this.
And then I have rook b7. That was my idea. I'm not sure.
But
if
once
it's
again, what
working.
are we trying to achieve here as white? Like, if black wants to make a draw, he has bishop d7. So he is definitely better. Yeah, I mean, takes, we'll probably save this as white. But it's not that we're trying to win. Sasha went rook c8. Which I think we ignored, right?
Yes, because you
Obviously, we had bishop f6. Why to look at something reasonable? Yeah?
so rook c8. The idea is to play rook c4.
Yeah, probably. Talking about the people, by the way, so do we have a chat? What do you...
Yes, we do have a chat. I have
Let's,
to pay attention. If you want to ask Daniil Dubov several questions, please do.
No, if you want or you don't want to ask Almira something, you should do so. And you should also take that Almira is very nice and she is outplaying me here every minute.
So let's have idea. Yes, maybe we should have, our names tag like on the screen, so that's like on the second day we would be known, to the general public.
Yeah, exactly.
Almira Skripchenko and Daniil Dubov.
Yeah, for now we are just two no names. Yeah, that is true.
Yes, it's very important. Yes, you see, it appears on the screen that. Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah. There we go.
That's a perfect presentation. So. Yes.
Have respect, yeah? Have respect to those people.
Yes, there is a hashtag already available. Ask Danya or Ask Dubov question. So, it's been created. So.
That is sad, yeah. It's actually funny that I'll probably never answer them, yeah, but they will keep coming.
No, you don't know me. I'm forcing, I have such a way, of asking people questions that, they always finish by answering them.
But I have such a way of answering that after asking one and, getting one answer that takes like 30 minutes, you will not go for the second question, believe me. I can be, boring enough.
No, people are actually congratulating you on your birthday. I also wanted to join because Daniil just turned 25, the age of wisdom, I hope.
We will see, yeah? I hope not, but wisdom is not such a bad thing after all, maybe. I would prefer to be still stupid, but yeah. If I will be wise for some reason, it's also acceptable.
Yeah, actually, I wanted to, to say that, I've arrived several days ago, and coming from France, where we're experiencing the third lockdown, I felt very strange in my first 2 days. It's like a post-traumatic disorder. I didn't know how to react. I've been held in captivity, and then somehow, I'm very sensitive, to beauty. So I wanted to go to the theater, to museums, and everything was possible. And I didn't know if I should take this decision or not. It's very strange because I was thinking, yes, of course, I would do everything. Yes, I managed to see several things and even show musical chess, but it was not easy, because I know that life it's like a completely different universe.
It is, yeah.
Yes.
It is, yeah.
For those who do not know that in Russia everything is open, the Western Europe is mostly experienced in a lot of sanitary measures, and France is having a lockdown till the beginning of May.
Yeah, in Russia nobody cares that much. That's true, yeah.
Well, it's not that they care. Probably that's a different decision. They've integrated the risk.
It's a decision not to care, I think. It's a decision not to care. Talking about theaters, I think it was Sasha. So let's just, remind people of Sasha's brilliant joke. I think he was asked at one of the press conference during the first half of the candidates. So he was asked that. Is it really a problem that everything is closed, like theaters, cinemas and stuff? And he said, yeah, normally, like before the game, I go to a cinema, and then after the game, I go to a theater, and yeah, that's a pity that now everything is closed. I don't know what to do at all. That was actually funny, but his joke makes sense. Yeah, I mean, we're happy people, we can think of such stuff, but they are obviously in full chess mode, and I actually don't think that like Fabi or Sasha or someone else are really unhappy because of the theaters being closed.
Of course, but then on the other hand, if you cannot even go for a walk, you know, because your liberties are restricted, you know,
yeah,
it's also affecting your mood. So I know that psychologically it is very difficult.
So. Yeah, it is. So what would be your idea actually? So what do you need, like, what is must for you to play chess? So you need walks, you need, what else?
Well, I need to... Yeah, walks are very important because I have long walks after the game, so the restaurants being open, certainly, probably that. Okay, I am
How many do you need? So are you fine with Yekaterinburg these terms?
Yes, I'm fine, of course, but okay. I think that generally I cannot play with a mask, I think that all the conditions are fulfilled here. The players can even order meals in their room if they want.
So you are ready, actually, yeah? So, I mean, if someone...
So you want me to step in, yes?
Yeah, exactly.
Of course.
Exactly, yeah. I think Wang Hao would be excited. I mean, if you would offer that you will play instead of him for the rest of the tournament, he would be happy. I think Dink would be the only one who would be disappointed about it.
But Maxime might be very disappointed after this game as well. So, but he's a fighter, so.
Yeah, but he would be happy for you to join the tournament, no?
Not sure. He's very critical about my play all the time.
Yeah, but he will have a chance to play you. That's why. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I mean, it's, so you would enjoy it. We would all enjoy it, and people like Maxime would think. I think it's a wrong opinion, but he would probably think that he has a very good chance to beat you. So you know.
No, but I think that
it's a win-win for
what it
like
would
everybody.
offer. It's a good opportunity for our chess auditory to criticize. I think they like this a lot. So that's I think the only positive thing.
I don't know, but now we are criticizing. Yeah, I mean, look at us. So they're playing a brilliant game, and we criticize them.
But we have
how could you actually miss this rook g3, g5, h5? Come on, now you lost such a terrible game. You only played brilliantly for 30 moves. I mean.
But actually, how did he manage to
I think this was exactly the line of Evgeny going back to chess. I think this was exactly the line we were shown here. So knight g6. After rook c1 check included, yeah, rook f2 takes, rook h5, knight g6, rook h7, rook b7, and I think Evgeny told us that you will probably lose f6 as well. But how exactly?
How exactly? Rook b6, rook c6, or even knight c6? Maybe you should keep the knight.
Yeah, you can also ignore it. There is knight g4 check as well, so you can also go like king e7. So now once again as black, I think...
But here I'll take on a6, yes, and then maybe this is a draw, but...
Where exactly?
You'll have...
No, but knight g4 check is coming, so you have to go... You have to play something that you don't want to play, actually, like rook f4 maybe. But
what's wrong with rook f4?
Don't know. I mean, I still have rook c6, yeah? I mean, if I'm that scared, I mean, it's still there.
But, like, let's try this rook c6, rook c6...
Rook c6 takes. So my first question is, let's say you get this position. Is it lost or not?
King f4.
Yeah, and then
of course.
Even of course, yeah, okay. So how do you win this?
I don't know, rook a8.
Okay.
I just want to...
So now we will have great fun, yeah, we'll play this position. Forever. Okay, I go, let's say knight e5.
Rook g8.
Yeah, now I need to figure out where I want my king to be. I probably want it on f7.
So you want to play king e6 next, yes? Like after...
I mean, unless you allow king g6. If you go rook g3...
No, rook g3, king e6, yes. So that's the position...
I mean, I can also start with some stupid checks, but okay, king e6 is fine.
Rook h3.
Okay, I don't know. Check.
Rook, king e4, and then I'll play rook h6, and then king f7, king f5.
And then I wait forever now,
Ah.
still, yeah. No, what I'm saying, it's probably lost, but it's definitely not that simple, I would say. I think it has a chance to be fortress, to be honest. I would feel like it's probably lost, because you know, in some lines, it's very important that you have a pawn on g2. So like normally when you need to win this, you do something like, let's say you go here, and then you wait for a chance to. So let's say you wait for something like knight f7, and then you go king g4, you go king h5, rook f1. That's how you win this. Then you go king h6, g7, or king g6. And it's very important that your pawn is on g2, because with the pawn on g4, it can be attacked all the time, and it also prevents white king from using this route. Yeah, exactly. So with the pawn on g2, I would bet that it's lost, but it's definitely far from obvious. Kirill's time trouble is coming, actually, so we should probably focus on that game.
On this game.
So once again, this Caruana MVL will go forever. We'll have all the time in the world to enjoy this game.
Yes,
so let's look at Alekseenko and Grischuk.
It's a
So
different
rook
kind
c8,
of pleasure.
knight d4 was played, threatening knight takes b5 and king takes d3. So obviously bishop c4 is a move, and rook d1. I feel like Sasha is sort of being outplayed slowly. Because now if it's white to move, we're gamblers, yeah, I mean, even rook takes d3 looks brilliant to me. So let's say you pass here as black, I just take, I don't know why, but I can. Takes, then I go king e4, king d5.
So you bring back...
I mean, it looks very natural. Black is probably fine. Or maybe not, but it's it's definitely easy to play for white.
So rook d1 actually with this idea.
Well, rook d1, I mean, it was on the rook was on h1, yeah. I mean, you just want to improve the rook, and yeah, I mean, maybe one day you do it. I always feel like you need to use the bishops here, like you need two of them and you need to use both, like you go bishop f7,
Yes,
bishop g6 maybe, yeah.
But king d3 here.
Okay, you go check and...
I don't...
Like if you will be allowed to give all the checks in the world, like let's say here you get bishop g5, king f2, it's not that you win, but you just go rook c3. And I think you have active pieces. This is exactly the two bishops we were...
You were aiming for.
Yeah, exactly. I want maybe bishop e3 takes or something.
But if I simply play king e2 and then bishop h5, knight f3, did I blunder something?
That was bad news. I was hoping for you to do something else. But maybe you blunder bishop f6, actually. Okay, blunder is a bit too strong.
I still have rook d5.
Like maybe I'm lucky to save this, maybe not. Yeah.
And rook a5 maybe at some point. So.
Yeah, could be. But it can become messy, yeah? I mean, I can go rook c to d8, for instance.
Rook d2?
Yeah, now everything is pinned, yeah? Have
Yes.
some rook takes d6 is right. Go here. Do we have something brilliant?
Yeah, and I had this prepared, but I haven't calculated anything else. I just wanted to protect everything.
Smart. I don't know, maybe bishop e7 or maybe bishop g5 first. But once again, my bishops are active, yeah? Maybe my position is bad. But I think we both agree that my bishops are active.
Of course, but rook d4?
Yeah, rook d4, you want some g4,
yes.
yeah, I see. Probably.
And I still have, like, after bishop f7, rook a5, so...
Yeah, I'll probably have to switch for playing bishop e7, and this is very sad, obviously. You just take, and yeah, this is probably bad. Okay. So what happens there? He played a5, wow.
Yes, let's have a look.
a5, what a move.
Usually Sasha has such incredible ideas behind this move. It's like, you know, when sometimes computer proposes a move, you don't understand anything, and then like 10 moves later, you
feel like, okay,
yes, that was the idea.
Yeah,
yes.
exactly.
So that's exactly like Alexander plays. He made some incredibly deep move, and actually we need to understand what is going on here.
Yeah, but it's actually important for him to survive till the moment you can, show the idea, right?
But okay.
Like a5, I go a4. What on earth could be your point here? Like you go bishop f7 and now you have rook c4 and you attack.
How many moves have been played?
It's I think a5 is move 30.
No, 33. Yes, so it's
no. It is move 30.
So only 3 minutes, like a little bit less than 4 minutes.
Yeah, let's actually watch
Kirill,
the video, maybe. Yeah, I mean,
let's concentrate on the players. Maybe we can have them in full, on the board, on the screen, because this is such an important moment. So Sasha has only 7 minutes left. It's such a huge time trouble.
And once again, it's actually, I mean, it could go either way. Yeah, I mean, if Sasha for some reason wins this, then he's also on +1. Then then it's a race.
Basically, after the first half of the tournament, like mathematically, we were talking about this. So anyone could still win the tournament, even Kirill Alekseenko, like if he wins, like 3 games out, out of 7.
Yeah, obviously.
4. How much, would you think you would need for a win? +3?
I don't know. +3 is probably shared first.
Yes. So.
Although maybe not. Yeah, I mean, Nepo and Maxime are so they were.
They're +2 now.
Yeah, or not? Are they? Yeah, they
it's
are
4.5,
probably.
Yes, of course.
Okay, they are
+2 meaning having
+3
2
could be shared first. Yeah. No, but okay. I mean, if you start playing like an engine, and what's important, you're the only one, then obviously you can even score more points than +3. Yeah?
Kirill is definitely puzzled. He's trying, because you've been always taught. I mean, the classical chess player has been always taught that you have to understand the idea behind your opponent's move. You don't have the time, and
yeah. Also, a5 is kind of a move that is unpleasant to face in a time trouble. Yes, there is no direct threat. I mean, it's not that you face some bishop f7, so bishop g6 check is obviously the idea. You're basically down to only moves. You go king takes d3, bishop g6, you go king a2. Yeah, I mean, you have to do something. And then, instead of that, you face some random a5, which gives you all kinds of options. Yeah, I mean, you can go a4. You can go, so he played
a3.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's a very unpleasant situation when your opponent is not going for the forced line, like semi-forced line, which you've been prepared for.
Yeah, and you're in a time trouble, moreover. Yeah, exactly. So h3 is a very practical choice. I feel like this should not be the best move objectively. But yeah, I mean, at least his pawn on h3 will be protected by the bishop. And I mean, it feels like a5, a3 was not a big drama for white. Yeah, I mean, okay, we played a3, the pawn is protected, rook takes d3 is still there. As an option, we still wait for black to do something, like bishop f7 is probably still there, but if we were fine with it, with the pawns on a6 and a2, we'll probably survive this with pawns on a5 and a3 as well, so...
Yes, a lot of our spectators were asking about Sasha's hand. Yes, he had a small accident, and I think he will ask these questions during the press conference.
Yeah, I hope so, at least, yeah. I hope so.
Because it's I remember Alexander Grischuk commentating also some tournaments, and he explained how he played basketball against Magnus and how difficult it was. So might be
I know.
Playing basketball. You know.
It is tough, yeah. Playing Magnus is, tough in general, and especially when it's not chess, then you're just dead, pretty much. In chess, he's just better, and then all the rest, even if he's not better, he's going for a kill. So, yeah.
So I've seen that the prize fund for this tournament is, I knew that, but I've seen it on the screen, so you have all kind of the information. So the prize fund is I've opened 500 euros. You know, it looks like a huge...
500,000.
500,000, yes, euros,
yeah?
yes.
Okay.
So it looks like, you know, like you're coming to a match and you're saying you're ready to rumble.
Yeah,
yes?
exactly, yeah.
And we were announcing a huge prize fund, so players have something to work for.
That is true.
Yes, let's...
that is true.
Let's add that the winner of this tournament will face Magnus Carlsen at the end of this year, probably. Yes, if everything goes according to plan. Yes, and he will have a shot at the title.
Yeah.
It's very important. So
Yeah. Also with the latest trends, let's not hurry up. Yeah. I mean, it's who knows what happens.
what do you mean the latest?
I mean, first they have to finish this tournament. You know, let's go one by one. It's only round one. There are still many days to stop it. Let's just hope to survive one day every day.
Yes, day by day. Yes.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
a poker player would say that you have to play hand by hand.
Yeah,
yes.
exactly.
You cannot dream about the outcome and like how many chips you have. So.
Yeah. How cool they are, yeah. I mean, one guy has like 8 minutes, another one has like 4.
No, he's 3 minutes
left. One guy thinks for like 3 minutes by some random A5. Another guy thinks for like, I don't know, 2 minutes by some random A3. Now they are down to like 3 and 2 almost, right? So it's 3.5 for Sasha and 2 for, I mean, a bit less than 2 for Kirill.
Daniil, but how do you feel during the time trouble? Because I know, like, according to my personal experience, like, my hands are shaking when I'm down to 1 minute. It's very difficult. So how do you keep your composure? How do you keep a rational mind, a clear mind during such situations? Of course, experience, but...
I don't really care, to be honest. I mean, okay, if I lose, I mean, it's...
So you're not afraid to lose?
No.
Basically, that's like I play in every game like it's a matter of life and death. So, and then
well, it is, but I mean, it is when you win. When you lose, it's just some little stupid game. I mean, whatever.
So it's a matter of perspective, basically.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, when you win, then it's it was a matter of everything pretty much. Yeah, exactly.
Like for
yeah. So. But the funny thing is that actually I think I'm a decent blitz player, but I'm really terrible in the time troubles in the classical games. Probably because I normally don't face it.
But it is pretty natural because like the pace is changing, so you have no time to adapt yourself to a different pace. So
yeah, probably. And you're also shocked. Yeah, I mean, when you play blitz, you're down to 5 seconds. I mean, okay, it's fine. We're playing blitz. It happens. But when you're playing classical game and you're normally in a Nepo mode, and then instead of that, you're suddenly down to like 4 minutes at move 25. You're like, what's going on? Yeah.
And what is going on the board?
G6 was played.
G6 was played.
One more move that I kind of prefer to ignore. I don't know what to say.
But was there like an alternative, like some natural move? It's not so easy to make a move for black in this position.
So now it's some H3 or what? It goes rook B7, which I kind of... Like, if it's not a blunder, I kind of like it, although...
No, I think G6 wanted to prevent probably knight F5. No.
Which was going nowhere, yeah? I mean, after knight F5, you can go G6.
Knight H6.
Yeah, okay, I mean, I see your point.
And rook B7, then, I mean, later, of course, but then... okay, bishop F6 now.
Yeah, I think he actually wanted to see this rook B7. So I think it was actually tried by Sasha. I mean, at least psychological trap, yeah? I mean, that was his idea. Maybe white is still fine, maybe white is even better. But, yeah, he probably played G6 to sort of provoke rook B7. So I would be much more worried about some H2, H3, playing G6. Like, you spend some time, you go G6, okay, I mean, the guy plays H3, okay, whatever, yeah? I mean,
okay, but what's the trick?
The trick is that you're scared as white now. So he wants to play rook C2 D8.
Yes.
And then all kinds of threats will be there. So let's say I get rook c to d8. So now rook takes d6 is a threat. Bishop takes e5 followed by bishop d5. Bishop takes b7 is a threat. Some bishop d5 check immediately could be a threat as well. But yeah, first you need to do something about rook takes d6. So if you go king f4, it doesn't help much because I can still take on d4. So that's why you should not skip moves. So normally it's a decent idea not to skip move in chess. He's down to 20 seconds.
Oh my God.
You can feel it, yeah?
Yes, exactly. Yes, I'm feeling the pressure. So
yeah, there is some tension.
There's so much
you can feel
tension, and you have to make a move. Okay, 13 seconds, maybe knight f3. You know, just to coordinate your pieces.
Yeah, but then it's still rook d. I don't know. Make a move.
Knight f3.
You guessed it right. So there.
So Kirill is now he's in the survival mode. So he needs to. Okay.
But Sasha, yeah, it's unbelievable. Yeah, I mean, he still managed to do it. Yeah, so he was like an hour ahead. At move like I don't know 20 or something. So now Sasha is back on track with his normal time trouble. Yeah, but now I start to kind of like it more for black for some reason.
G6 also supports bishop f5. I was thinking like if I could transfer my bishop, can I play bishop e6 here? But maybe you can take on f6. I have no. No, I have a plausible check. Bishop b3, but then rook g7. No.
Yeah, but then some king f4, f7
yes,
even.
This
yeah?
is a horrible move. Yes.
But relax. Let's just watch it. You know.
Yeah, but we still need to say something.
No, we can say something. Just don't try to come up with good moves. My bet is rook c to d8. Also, I'm not exactly excited about it. Or you just go bishop g7 and sort of wait. I kind of like bishop g7. This could be one of the ideas behind this g7 g6, because one day you will play bishop g7 to h6. And then, yeah, it supports some d3, d2 idea. So this kind of makes sense. Maybe I go bishop g7.
But now that if you, like, when your bishop is on g7, maybe your sacrifice makes more sense to take on d3 because you will not be able to support the a5 pawn. So I can maybe play rook d3 here. Yeah. So it looks logical.
But then I don't think I should lose this actually. Maybe white is slightly better, or maybe white is slightly worse, but in general it should be just a draw. I will go rook d8, bishop f8, I will start...
No, but my idea, like, you're going to d5. I want to play for this domination.
Yeah, but
no, like king c4.
Yeah, bishop f8.
King d5. I wanted to
okay, and then I take and, you know...
here, okay.
We had enough
I haven't seen
draw.
this, yes, of course.
Yeah, but he played bishop g7, right?
So this is possible.
Yeah, I must say I've been missing this.
And how many moves left? Like
it's only move 33. No, it's move 33.
Okay.
No, you should ignore this one. You look at that one.
Okay, yes, because I was looking at it's 7. Oh my God, this is such a difficult situation.
Could we see the clock one
Kirill.
time closer, please, if we can ask our team to show us? So he played rook a7.
He had only 5 seconds left actually when he played rook a7. Yes, because that.
Yeah, but that's what our board is saying.
Yes,
but I want, I want a confirmation. I want to see. Kirill's clock. Rook a7. Rook a7 makes sense. You make sure you don't blunder bishop d5, bishop takes b7, right? But now it's probably time to gamble for Sasha. Like, I could actually, start considering crazy things here. Because this is where you gamble, I mean, answering your question. So first of all, it's very natural to gamble when your opponent is down to like 10 seconds. And secondly, you're about to lose a5, you're probably worse already, yeah? I mean, you'll probably lose it anyway. So just go g5, I don't know, whatever, knight takes g5, rook d8, take on d6.
So like
Try to do something.
the simple move rook a8, you don't like it?
Yeah, but then I think it's...
It's passive, but like, should we consider it?
Well, we probably should if we are brilliant players, but then takes, even knight e1 is there. I think he played something ambitious.
Rook
He
d8.
played rook c to d8, yeah, okay. So king f4 is maybe not a must, but a very nice move, I would say.
King f4 here.
Well, rook takes d6 is a threat, yeah?
Of
I mean,
course.
Yeah. But then he probably wants bishop f8, yeah? Maybe there is not much going on. No, wait, after king f4 there is actually bishop h6 still, right? So we have this idea, and then some d2. Starts to look unpleasant. King d4,
Yes,
wow.
I was calculating king
Wait,
d4.
what? Bishop b3? No?
Oh, that's a blunder.
No, but you take on g7 first, yeah?
And then
So-
on d3?
Yeah,
Ah, this way. Okay.
yeah. It's probably not a big drama still.
I was calculating
No, but
rook
wait,
d6, king c4.
Yeah, but wait, he actually allowed everything, right? Or... Wait, what?
Yes, rook d6, king c4.
Yeah, but there is also bishop takes e5. I mean, immediately, right?
We can still take king c4 and then rook d3. So
Unbelievable.
he wants to transpose to
Wow,
the
king
equal
e4,
angles.
what a bold move. Yeah, Sasha played bishop b3, he will take on
Rook
g7.
g7 and rook d3.
I'm a bit surprised that Sasha is happy to get this, to be honest. Once again, if I had to pick a side, I would definitely take white now. We are in exchange down. Should be better, yeah?
Tigran Petrosyan would be happy in a different structure.
We are the one sacrificing, which probably means we're better. But I think Black is in trouble. You go knight g5, e4. Well, trouble is probably a bit too strong, but I think it's white
But
who is
can I
trying to...
simply play bishop b6, knight g5, bishop b5, and try to hold this position?
Yeah, but hold is the right word, probably. Yes, that's my only
But rook
point.
b3.
Yeah, exactly. There is no rook b8. Yeah.
So
I mean, you don't lose it quickly. You go rook d7, you go h6. Maybe you're not even much worse. Maybe you're not worse at all, but it doesn't feel right.
But
There is-
Sasha played a4. You know, he decided to keep his bishop on b3.
Okay.
That's the idea behind the a5 move. I'm explaining it to you now. So that's
you
what we were
overestimate
looking
Sasha.
for. But now you have these ideas with knight g5, knight e4, rook h3 also, so...
He went knight d2. It's the same idea, so he wants to bring the knight to e4, but he's attacking b3 for the moment.
Yeah,
But I feel like it's actually time for Black to, you know,
look at the clock, Sasha is down to 5
to
seconds.
start doing something.
Oh my god.
No, but I don't think he is.
That's not the real
This is what I
timer?
think, yeah. So he went bishop e6 back, which is normal. So should we expect knight e4 or what?
Knight e4, of course. Yeah, there is a small delay, yes, with our board and in the broadcast. So Sasha had a few seconds left still. So knight e4.
Two moves left, yeah. Then we look at Fabian and Maxime.
Yes. Yeah,
And we get our well-deserved rest.
I wanted to talk a little bit about Kirill Alekseenko because, of course, he got this wild card and he's taking part in this tournament for the first time. And what a tournament, you know! For the first time, he's having such an opposition, the best players in the world. And not only it was difficult for him to prepare, probably, but he also feel that he needs to prove that he deserves it. Yes, so he's playing with this double pressure in his
I don't know. I think. I mean,
shoulders.
I know him reasonably well. I mean, he's a humble guy when it comes to the press, but deep inside, I don't feel like he thinks he has to prove something. I think he feels like, you know.
He was given a chance and he...
Not a chance, I think he just feels like he's a very strong player. He's playing strong players as well. I think he feels fine about it. Like, okay, you're a decent player as well. Why would you, be too worried?
So bishop e6 and bishop f5. You see, that's the way.
Yeah, now you need not to blunder something, yeah? Some rook.
Bishop e4 and rook d6.
No, but then rook takes d6.
No,
Rook takes d6 immediately, runs into takes, and knight takes 8. So there is no even threat. Sasha probably just wants to take on e4, go king f7 at some point. So what black wants to get is, I think, to take on e4 one day, and then to bring the king to e6. Then it would be relatively safe, I would say. Plays rook e3, and this is move 40.
But why would he be worse there if he manages to put the king on e6?
Why would he be worse?
Yes.
Some rook f3, f6 could
Yes,
come one
then-
day. Yes, then you go king d7, I go king d5.
Ah, you mean the king on e4? Yes.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to play immediately, like something like. I cannot play rook b8, so rook c8 only is possible.
Yeah, but then I probably go knight c5. It looks ugly. I think it's time to take on e4. Yeah, and Sasha takes. Because this bishop d6, knight c5 could be very, very unpleasant setup to face. Some king d5, e6.
No, I mean bishop e4 actually, like rook e4, and then rook c8 here.
Yeah. And but then you could probably go king, I don't know, king d5. Because it will start promoting at some point, yeah, like rook c2,
Yes.
let's say I take, you take g2. And then at some point I will start king c6, d7. So this bishop on d6 is just brilliant, yeah, I mean, it's, what is it called? It's sort of an umbrella from some rook d2 stuff. And then I just go king d7, I mean, it will be very difficult to stop the e-pawn.
Okay, so the 40th move have been.
Yeah,
like,
bishop
has been
takes
made,
e4.
yes.
Yeah, okay. So rook takes e4 will be played soon. So let's have a look at Fabi. I think this is exactly what we looked at, by the way. So yeah.
But the a6 pawn is still alive. Okay, white will.
But the
be-
funny thing is that it's move 45, and can it be correct that Fabi is down to 6 minutes and Maxime is down to 1? But you probably need to sort of flag
Yes,
to
of course.
Then it's fine. Then we can
Because,
go to a well-deserved break, I believe.
and we will be back probably in a few minutes.
The Simmerland company has enjoyed more than 20 years of steady growth on the market. It is one of the largest wholesale companies that designs, produces and sells consumer goods. Every day, more than 500,000 people visit Simmerland online store, which has a range of more than 1 million items. The company has more than 11,000 employees, including more than 1,000 sales managers. 70% of goods are produced in Russia. They can be easily delivered all over the country from the Crimea to the Far East, as the company has its own fleet of delivery vehicles. The headquarters of the company are in Yekaterinburg, where they occupy an area of 250,000 square meters. It also has offices in Moscow, St. Petersburg, Krasnodar and Novosibirsk. The company is also represented in China and India. The largest representative office is located in China, Yiwu, where it occupies a separate area with a warehouse of 20,000 square meters.
Welcome back to our studio. Please welcome Evgeny Miroshnichenko because he has some insights for us once again.
All right, not so much of an insight this time because first of all, you guys doing an amazing job of finding all the tactics. Plus, of course, our chat knows how to use engine themselves. So what I will say will not come as a surprise, but yeah, investigated a little and let's see what was happening during the time trouble in Alekseenko, Grischuk, and as well some little update on Fabiano Caruana against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Actually not sure where to start with. I guess this position, Alekseenko against Grischuk, there have been some surprises, and I believe after bishop b5, you guys were discussing king to d4, right? As an alternative to king e4. And it turns out that, yeah, perhaps all of your lines were correct, but you've missed g6. And that's, of course, that's not that I'm that smart. The computer says that you have to play g6, knight goes pretty much anywhere, and then you continue with rook c8, and this king is really, really exposed. And the reason for that perhaps being that you do not have knight d4. So king d4 is a good move, but you know, rules of chess are not perfect. You cannot put knight d4 over your king. So basically that's the only problem with your suggestion. Then we go further, king went to e4, rook to c8, and here, of course, I have to say that it's very, very easy to lose track because a lot of options for both sides, but seemingly, with all that happened on the board, even the exchange sacrifice, the balance is still there. That's very interesting. There wasn't really a clear path for one of the sides to get an advantage. So we go all the way up to Sasha's mysterious a5, and even using an engine, I was unable to decode what was meant by a5. So after a5, hang on a second. After a5, Alekseenko spent quite a few of his remaining minutes and went a3, and I found, a funny cheeky line after rook b7 with the help of, of the engine. So rook to b7 was kind of a try, and there are ways for black to go wrong, and the right way is quite funny. So black goes rook c1, and basically what happens there, all of a sudden both sides start to attack each other. So knight goes to f5, creating some threats here. Now, if black tries to defend that, white is doing great because some rook g3 as well. So bishop to b1, pinning the rook. White captures on g7 with the knight trapping the rook on e8. Then if you capture on d3 after king d3, apparently white is even better. So that's why you go rook c4. It's a lot of little tactical tricks. So bishop captures on d3, white takes the rook, and it turns out that it's black who has to save the game, so he goes with a check, captures on b7, and yeah, captures on b7, doesn't want to capture, does it? You take the rook on b7. Nah. Once again. That was, great. So takes on b7, and after e6, I believe black has quite a few moves, but I've enjoyed this one, the greedy move. So bishop takes on g2. Yep, please. No, doesn't really work.
Try bishop c6 first, it should be easier, no?
Bishop to c6. No, yeah, bishop c6 is one of the moves that saves black. Alrighty, and just, the closer we are getting to the time trouble, the least important will be my suggestion that it was better to play this move over that move, because obviously players simply had no time to think. So just a quick mention, just a shout out that a4 is not great, and of course everyone in the chat had seen that bishop to g8 is the most precise move. I mean, it's an easy move to spot, yeah. Don't ask me why on g8. I mean, I have no clue whatsoever, but that's the engine suggests as the best move for black, after which black is just a tiny bit better. And now, let me see. That's the position where it seems black has, not that many options. In fact, one of them being, once again, using funny tactical motifs to go rook f8 while the bishop on d6 is pinned, and in the line what commentators were discussing, king to d5, rook to f2, but you guys were doing it with the other rook, and the rook would be on e8. And there is some slight difference. Rook takes, and then now this king c6, which was heading towards d7, now doesn't work because I have a check. So that's you know, apparently there are other ways for black to hold the balance, and white is also risk-free, of course, with such a dominant bishop on d6. So that's it, and Caruana against Lagrave, the game that I think it's my fault that we left it long time ago, because I've declared, okay, Fabi is winning, and this is not true. And that's a danger using, you know, using engines and not knowing how to use them. Because I've stopped myself analyzing from afar, stopped somewhere around there. Engine says +2 for white, and you know, you can see now we're going to win one of the pawns. And I just stopped. Yeah, knight to e5, engine still says you're winning. Rook b6, rook to c6, trade. And then something unexpected happens because it's 7 pieces on the board. And if you guys know, there is such thing as the table base, so-called table base. So basically, we chess players, we study games from both ends, right? The game of chess, we study from both ends. We know that the starting position is always the same, so we learn openings, and then the less pieces, the easier to navigate, so we learn from the very end. So at the current stage of chess endgame science, we have 7-man table base. So any randomly placed 7 pieces on the board, you run your engine, and it says not like white's better, black's better, but checkmate in that many moves or a draw. Guess what? In this position, it says a draw. And the moves that were played, right? So king to g3, and interestingly enough, I think Daniil was explaining this, that if the king gets to h5, white is winning. So therefore, it's not only a table-based draw, but king f7, the move that black played, is the only move all of a sudden. Yeah, I mean, if you know the drill, if you know that the king has to be on g6, it's easy to play. But at the same time, most of us navigate such positions. Okay, I mean, I can play this move, that move, more or less I lose the a pawn, and let's see what happens. But in fact, yeah, the only precise move to hold the game is king to f7, and we will see if Maxime will manage to, you know, to hold it further on. But it seems that, yeah, say king to h4, king gets to g6, and black doesn't even need that much of this a6 pawn, just hangs with the knight on e5, f7, and around, and apparently white has little to do. Yeah, so that was it, and back to the studio, we still have 2 games going.
Thank you, Evgeny, for this interesting analysis. So, Daniil, basically from the human point of view, we were right. We analyzed this position and found that that was a draw. Like if
we could play, yeah?
Yes, of course.
You would replace Wang Hao, I would replace someone else, and we go there.
Okay, so let's get back to our games. So that's the position on the board between Kirill Alekseenko and Alexander Grischuk.
Yeah, and Sasha played rook f8, which was just mentioned by Evgeny.
Yes, he mentioned in his analysis that this move was more precise. Yes, you need to activate the rook.
So there is no king...
via the f5.
Yeah, there is no king d7 there, yeah, so with the rook on a8, we played king d7 here, and then e6 was coming.
But can I chase your rook by king c7 and then king d7, or it has
no
sense?
You cannot, because they go rook c2 check instead, yeah, as Evgeny said, yeah. So I should not take probably,
Yes.
yeah, you're right, then you go king c7 and it starts to work again.
Yes, first rook c2, king
and
d5 or d5.
And then I take.
And then you take.
But what I did not get, it's still a gamble. Yeah, I don't know who's better. Like, what is it in general? Like, I'll take the a pawn, run one day. It feels like black is rock solid, though. You play king f7, king e6 at some point. Yeah, you will activate the king. So you don't even need the race. It feels. You simply bring the king, and then you will never lose. You can only be better here.
But okay, let's take on e4.
Which way do you want it? Like
I like, yes, okay.
Okay, let's say but let's say I even ignore it. So what I'm trying to show is that with the king on e6, I will be rock solid. I'm not saying I will win it necessarily. I'm saying white does not really have ambitious ideas.
all, I was trying to push the a pawn. I don't know if.
Yeah, but I will go king d6, d5.
King d5,
yeah,
yes,
yeah.
of course.
I'll be in time.
I agree, but okay. Players have been given time, to gain their composure. Like these games are insanely long.
Yeah, so now it's time for stories, yeah? Rook c2, he goes knight b4, by the way. Knight b4 is nervous, I would say. Well, nervous is a bit too strong, I will just go knight e5. Like, you will lose a6 anyway, just go knight e5, okay, whatever. It's lost, it's lost.
So he wants just to... yes, to force the rook, but then knight...
Rook d2 was played? Yeah, rook d2 is probably the easiest way to...
Knight c6, rook d6,
yeah,
knight
exactly.
d5,
And then
still coming, yes, to
and then we get it, yeah.
this position.
But what I did not get, I realized that it's a draw, but is it a simple draw or not? We were not told, yeah? Like, are you down? Let's try to shuffle the pieces here a little.
So how do we get the position that
Yeah,
we
yeah,
want to pick up?
so let's say, yeah, we go... So how do we even try this?
King
Why?
h4, let's say, because we need it.
Yeah, okay, now I know I choose there, yeah? I go knight f7 and I choose. So what are the plans? We try
Yes,
rook
we try
h8 or we go rook h3, g3, but is there a difference? Like if I go to g3,
Knight
you
e5.
probably, like if you want to be rock solid, you probably go here. As we know that king h5 should not be allowed. Then rook g8, you go king h7. Once you are allowed to go king g6 back, you go back.
Yes, but that's exactly the situation even with the king on f7, like which we had.
Yeah.
So it was exactly the same position.
Maybe now, like if you are unbelievably smart, you go king h3, h2, like the king is cut, and we were marching to...
To f4.
Like, yeah, but the problem is that when you play, like, okay, I'll wait a little, but then I'll go knight g6 one day, yeah? Like, I go here.
King of g1.
And then I need to reshuffle it again, or what? I guess so, yeah, go king g7. And king f2, king... But it's sort of tricky, no? I mean, I need my king on g6. Like now, king f3, king g4 is a threat.
Knight e5, then king
Yeah,
f4.
king f4, I mean, it starts to look dangerous.
Yes, but now king e6. That's the... because you don't have your king on h4.
No, but now I go rook g7. And you start running out of moves. I mean, it could be still a draw, but at least it looks problematic, yeah? It's definitely progress for white.
Yes.
So how do we stop this? The plan was rook on g3.
But maybe not king h6 then. Like when you were...
Yeah, let's say king g6 we go anyway, right?
Yes.
King h4, so we're down
Knight
to passing.
f7, yes.
Whatever. We go back, rook g3. So is it king f5?
Daniil, is there a possibility that when you play rook g3, maybe I can keep my knight on g5, or that's not a possibility here?
Yeah, but so let's say you go...
Knight g5.
Okay. But then you can be tricked somehow, like I go rook g3.
King h6.
Yeah, and then
because you don't have a move for the rook.
Yeah, but now I reshuffle, I go this way now.
Okay, king g6.
This is the problem, and king f4, yeah? So you always need this knight to be... Because this is exactly how we lost in the previous line, right? So it was all fine, but then you have your knight that is...
So basically this endgame is drawn, but
maybe
the only moves
maybe we
should be played.
maybe we should have tried, like in this line, not knight g6, but knight f7, g5.
Yes.
But then we have a stupid knight, yeah? I mean, with knight on g5, I just don't get this in general. So what do you play then? Let's say, okay, here I go, I will not blunder knight e4 check.
But maybe
I go here. So how do you...
King g6.
Yeah, but how do you reshuffle then? Okay, I go here.
Maybe I'll go king f5, then I will not let you.
But then I go king e3.
And now knight f7, what's the difference?
Now I'll try to trick you again. I'll go rook g7. If you go knight g5, I go king f2, g3. So you need it on h6, yeah? I mean,
this is such a beautiful triangle maneuver. Yes, so this... I have to.
It's probably a draw, but maybe one day you have to go active. Yeah, you probably go king g4, so you start doing something else.
Yes, king g4 here, like, but then.
But then it's a different story. Yeah, I'll probably pass. I mean, okay, it's not that.
But there are always, I mean, during these endgames, there are always a lot of transpositions. So
sure.
Once you checked your opponent on a defense, then you transpose to another position where he needs to know like how to defend this one. So the active defense still stands, but rook g6. Can I go simply king f5? You will play rook h6 here?
Don't know.
Or just if I repeat?
Don't know.
And sometimes you simply get tired of defending these positions. Do you remember how Magnus won a game against Hikaru Nakamura?
He has won so many.
Yeah, but it was a completely drawn rook end game. It comes to my mind.
There was such a game,
and then he simply worn him out. So Hikaru made a mistake because he was simply tired.
Yeah.
And this position is much more difficult to defend.
Probably.
Okay,
or
like
maybe,
knight f7.
Or maybe it is not.
No?
I don't know.
Knight f7 here. Then how can you
don't
hold
know.
this?
Rook, I don't know which one. No, but here I thought, okay, you go king g6, and that's where it all started. Yeah, and then we go to lap 2. Then after 40 moves, I'll go g2, g3, and we'll repeat the procedure. Yeah, I mean, many times.
Yes, we should not forget about the 50 move rule. Yes, so if you haven't made progress or moved the pawn or exchanged the piece, yes, then the draw is going to be declared. Like the opponent on the defensive side has the right to call the arbiter and to ask for a draw.
Yeah, but this is in general how those positions are normally played. So the attacking side is normally trying to bring the king sideways. So it's either you sort of provoke king g6 and you bring it to e7, why not, by the way, or you force some king e6 and you go to h5 g6 and you are coming from that side.
Yeah, I remember a very long game I played like ages ago in another life against Michael Adams. He was ranked 4th in the world at the time, so you can only imagine how he tried to win this game. It was actually not such an easy game because I sacrificed a pawn, so for some kind of initiative I thought that I will win at some point. Michael, he sacrificed in exchange. That was a very nice move, and then he tried to press me like for more than 90 moves. And in Bundesliga, in a game which started like very early in the morning, so I thought that I'm going to die anyway. But I don't know how I managed to hold the draw, but I know how difficult it is just to survive. Just, like, you know that you have nothing to do. You just have to hold your own, and your opponent will try everything.
Definitely easier.
So
no, I think here from some point it becomes easier, right? So basically, it's not that white has a
lot of options.
Yeah, it's not that you have an unlimited a number of ideas. So you try king h4 h5, you try king d4 c5 d5 e6. Then I mean, if both fail, I mean you.
But then if you are going so far, can I simply play like if you are trying d4 d5? Then I should probably go king g5 king g4. Well, I have to go for the g2 pawn.
Don't know, maybe. But in terms of ideas as black, I would prefer to wait there. I mean, if it works. Because normally with king g5, king g4, it should be a draw, but you cannot hold it in a schematic way anymore. So it's much more difficult to calculate than it's move by move and stuff.
You mean from a practical
normally,
point of view?
Normally you try to come up with a fortress, something like, okay, go knight g5, king g7, I wait forever, he will bring the king to e7, rook to f1, I go knight h7, I still go king g6 and back, and it's a draw.
That's not so easy for a human mind. It's very easy for a computer to defend these positions. But okay, I know Maxime, he has no problem defending for hours.
Yeah, but there are things that are easier for a human, actually. So once again, we were just told that the computer says it's +2, yeah? Here.
Yeah, I was so amazed, actually.
And in fact, it's a draw, and they probably both felt like it's a draw, and we felt like it's a draw as well. Yeah, we had a very strong feeling that it can be a draw. So, yeah.
Yes, but it was
So we-
almost an epiphany, you know, when Evgeny told us that then the computer changes it when the table base is in use. Yes.
Yeah, but it happens really often, I think. Like pretty much any position, let's say you set up the king and a queen versus two knights. It's very often a draw. Yeah, but it normally starts with like 5+5 +6, and you check the table base. Yeah, it's a draw.
So what's going on? Like let's have a look, because we know that this game is going.
It's funny, but there are more pieces here. Yeah.
Yes, there are more pieces here, so maybe more possibilities to look at. So who is?
So he went king e3 after rook f8. Yeah. So it was not a bluff. So he did not play. So they can repeat now, right?
I mean rook e8
and you can go king d4. This would be.
Rook e8 is a prophylactics against rook a4, because you cannot take then rook d6.
I mean, it's also a prophylactic, versus bishop takes
Yes.
f8, right? Just in case. Also very deep. But jokes aside, rook f1 was legal. Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Yeah, but then he probably takes a4, and then it's pretty much the same. I mean, we had the same position when black played rook takes g2, rook takes h2. But now the pawns are alive, right? I mean, why would I mean, I understand Sasha. It's very hard to believe that you can be better here as black. And if you are fine with an equal position, why not to play rook 8? Why would you gamble with rook f1? Just in terms of logic, it makes sense. Yeah, I mean, if it's rook f1, you're never better and you can only be worse. And after rook 8, you feel like it's rock solid. You go rook 8.
So it will be another draw then for Sasha, because he drew all of his games in the first half of the tournament. So.
Yes, so yeah.
And the record holder is Anish Giri.
Yeah, but you cannot overtake him. Yeah, you can only repeat this. Yeah.
No, unless you change the format, and then we come to this 15 players round robin. So.
Yeah. But you can probably, so he played in Moscow, and then
you mean,
was it Moscow? Like, I'm trying to figure out how many consecutive draws he played in different candidates tournaments.
Oh.
So he played all draws in one. Then it feels like it's not that he lost the very next game. Yeah, I mean, my intuitive feeling would be. But he probably did. Yeah, I mean, he lost to Nep in round 1 here.
Yes.
Yeah, it's funny. Okay. And now I can see that rook takes a6 was played in Caruana against Maxime, which means, we'll look at this tricky ending, and here it's time to repeat, I feel. Yeah, it's kind of strange. I mean, I feel like white can. Like, as white, I would feel like I'm very, very solid here. Like, if there is a way to play, I would prefer to play. But there is just no way. I mean, you can play g4, but okay, black will pass. Just how do you sort of avoid the repetition or continue the game? Like, playing something like bishop b4 is obviously too much, yeah? I mean, king f7, king e6 will come. There is no rook f4, f6 anymore because e5 is hanging.
And you cannot take on e4. That's the main idea, basically, in this position. If you want to play for when you need to transfer your rook to the 7th file.
Yeah, correct. Maybe you go king f3. Maybe we could try that, yeah? You go here and you attack a4. Okay, this kind of makes sense at least.
But then your king is forward, and maybe I can defend the pawn. Yes? Okay, there is no way for you to improve.
Like this,
king d4, king d5.
Yeah, but now maybe I go rook b4, yeah? That was our plan ages ago. I go rook b4 and king e4, and at least I pretend that I play. Maybe it's pretty much the same, yeah? You play rook a6. I never have king e4 because of rook takes d6.
Maybe I improved with the rook b7, then...
Okay, but then I just play something, and what do you want?
King f4, king g5.
Yeah, maybe you go rook d7 as well, yeah? Yeah, king e4, g5 is the plan, rook d7, king e4 is the plan as well. Yeah, this is a progress.
This I don't like at all. No, I wanted to play rook a7. Like
okay, so here you go rook 8 and rook a7.
So you want... here you have...
Yeah, but then
you're just in time. King e4.
In time for what?
king e4, king d5. Then I mean.
But if I pass, then why I'm not in time?
Ah.
Yeah, I mean.
No,
It's,
no. Here I cannot play. Yes, you can still take on.
no, I mean obviously I will go king e4, but I'm just saying that white is happy anyway. Maybe it's not a disaster. Yeah, I mean maybe you just.
No, that was. If you pass, I have time for it. That was my idea. I was thinking about king f7 and king e6.
Yeah, but then you're running into rook f4. Yeah, maybe. And then you go back. Yeah. Like this. I probably still go king e4, d5. Maybe I have time.
But if I go...
yeah, king e4, you have rook f7, by the way.
Yes,
yeah.
But if I can go king e6, what's the problem there?
I thought it's... yeah, maybe there is no problem. You're just
rook
better.
f7
Yeah, king e4, you go...
e4,
yeah.
yes, so.
Yeah, now we talk, yeah, black is better. Yeah. Okay.
That was my idea. That's why I say you're just in time, because I think I had something in my pocket.
Yeah. But still it feels natural to me to play king f3.
Just to try.
Yeah. I mean, I don't see white losing this, to be honest. I mean, basically, if you collect a4, you can even trade rooks and lose 2 pawns pretty much. Yeah, I mean, it's still very close to draw. I think 2 against 2 is sometimes lost and sometimes is a draw. With a pawn on, I don't remember, to be honest. So there is a position with pawns on h3 and g4 and pawns on h3 and g2.
But here...
I think h3, g2 is probably a draw.
Daniil, can I play, well, here... No, rook 8, I like it, so what do you want to try here?
No.
Rook a7.
No, there is not much. I'm not claiming I'm much better. But I can show off somehow. I can try to triangle maybe. Because now you don't have king f7, yeah? I have rook f4 for the moment. Maybe I just improve somehow, like I go h3. I mean, h3 is a funny move to play. I don't know, maybe I go... The problem is that I don't know, like I can play g4, h4, whatever, but how does it help me? I mean, it feels natural to, you know...
I thought that maybe it's natural to start with h4.
Okay.
Here, so...
yeah, h4 is also legal, of course. Then I thought it's h...
No, h5,
so h5
then you have this
to...
king f4, king g5 maybe at some point, and it will...
Yeah, but then you can get... yeah, you can...
mated, yes, very
yeah, at some point some rook a7, f7. But even if I wait, what I don't get, let's say h5, so white can benefit from h5. We don't know how exactly, but who really cares? So let's say I just wait. Okay, what do you want with this h4? Like
to open, well, normally it's you need to open the second front. It's not the case here.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know how.
I mean, it could be already a fortress. Yeah, I mean, it could be not just equal. Maybe I just go king g7, g8. After king e3, I go rook d8 or rook e6, and it's just a fortress. Yeah, I mean, it could be.
I cannot improve. Like, I want to improve my rook. So, is there any chance here that?
But where do you want it to be? You can try though. Yeah, maybe you go rook b4 one day. Now king e4 is a threat. You probably go to e6, and then you start tricks, yeah? Maybe now you go rook d4, now king f7 doesn't work because you had rook f7 in that line.
But why not rook b7 here with the same idea? Like,
and what's the idea?
I just want to cut your king.
And you wanna, okay, sure.
And then
I mean, still, I don't know what's sure, like I go here, I go rook a7. I mean, it could be still sort of acceptable, but it's obvious that white is making progress, yeah? I mean, you go king f4,
yes,
g4.
king f4 here, and then you will be forced to play king f7 at some point.
Yeah, you will go back, yeah, maybe to b4. I'll go king f7. What have you gained? I don't know.
Not much.
Yeah, but it felt right for white. Normally, I know from the previous candidates that the more you think, no, he plays king f4.
King f4, what is the difference?
So kudos to Kirill for continuing the game at the least. I kind of like g5 now intuitively.
But what if you simply like king f7, king g5 then? Yes.
No, he wants to take a4, I guess.
Simply king f7.
It's very simple.
Okay, that's the idea. Okay.
I guess G5.
G5, King G5, Rook D6 to show.
Yeah, so you, yeah, sure. This doesn't work. So you have to go to F5. Ah, no, but I'm not in time. Yeah, okay, I thought.
I don't like this G5 move.
No, I mean G5 is completely pointless if it doesn't work in a tactical way, but I think it. I thought I could play something like Rook D7 here, or even H6. It could be pretty much the same. Let's say I go Rook D7, you probably take.
Take on A4, yes.
Yeah, I go like H6.
Here.
And then I want to get Rook F7 finally, and
Rook F4 is threatening. Okay, so
yeah, there's not much.
But if I simply play Rook A6, Rook F7,
Yeah, but it's
King
still, I
A4.
mean, it's a very long way to lose this actually. Okay, I go check, King E4, yeah. I probably go Rook F2. Then once again, you need like 10 moves to bring the king to D7. I mean, it doesn't feel lost. Maybe you.
Then King D5 now.
Here.
Still, yes. Let's continue the variation.
Yeah, just take. Okay.
For the analysis sake. And
So do you want to go this way? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I guess I just take. Then I just wait for King D7,
Yes.
and I guess I can do this. So E6, I take and take on E6. This doesn't work. So how do you, I mean, in terms of ideas, how do you stop this stuff?
No, but this is a very nice way to defend, actually, King F7. I wanted to...
Yeah, I'm not even sure, to be honest. Once again, it's probably zero related to the game. But even if I go Rook J8, let's say you go E6, I go Rook E2, who is better? Like E7 is always faced by King F7, then I go G4, yeah.
Race, of course.
Yeah. So I don't even know what is the race. Like I go King F7, where is your race? Yeah?
Rook E2 is a very important move because I was planning a Bishop E5.
No, it's very tempting for white. I agree. I'm just. It's more that I'm surprised that we failed to come up with.
Yes, but then you can
idea.
overpush this position. Like if you're playing for a win with white, then
Yeah, sure. Especially me,
backfire,
I can overpush any position. That's true. But you can also go King F7 now, by the way. Yeah, just realize that there is no Rook F4
no, but
check.
that's what
So
I offered, but like proposed at the beginning, that then Rook A4 and then King
Yeah, but you
D6
can.
here. Yes?
Yeah, or maybe Rook 8 first if you need it. I don't know if you do. Maybe you do actually.
Rook A8
Or maybe
first,
not.
and then King A6.
Yeah, let's say Rook B4 here. But the problem is that now white has everything protected, right? So you just go Rook B7 and King G5 H6 maybe, and you try to win all the pawns in the world. We'll probably have to look for some activity, like check some, I don't know, King G5, maybe Rook C8 or something, or maybe H5. But it feels like Rook C8, Rook C2, I would say. But then, yeah, white has too many pawns. I still feel like it's a little bit unpleasant for black. Yeah, it's white who is trying.
Of course.
Yeah, I mean, it was strange. Evgeny said to me that it's like rock solid for black and that black is just fine.
Yes, but black was fine during the game. Evgeny said that it was equal most of the time, and even Sasha could press, like if the position was to change after F6. But
by the way, if you're really scared here, I'm not insisting, but if you're really scared, you can do this, by the way.
take on D6?
Yeah. I don't think you lose it with normal play. You get the rook behind, and yeah, you'll probably save this.
Just trying to see if there is a way immediately, to squeeze something out of it. But I think that he's simply trying to use
King E3 maybe.
the weaknesses of the dark squares, like in the position with the bishop. So king. Yeah. Still, it's rather unpleasant. You're in exchange up, and then you have to defend a position with a pawn down. Even if it's a theoretical draw, it will be very difficult to defend.
Yeah. Also, it is not the easiest theoretical draw in the world. Yeah. I mean, it could be not at all,
Yes,
to be honest.
Yes, I'm thinking like
Yeah,
if there is a difference
Like you go king f6, yeah, or something.
between the pawns. So,
Like normally, I would say it should be a draw, but God knows.
Daniil, can you click on the 4 squares so it would disappear? Because I'm always thinking that
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it
there
was
is a threat. Yes.
It was a misclick first time. It's yeah. Okay, let's go back here. Yeah, I mean, this is much more.
So we tried this as well. I think we tried this setup.
Yeah, probably, but it's just much easier to follow this. Yeah.
So knight h6.
Like we know the ideas.
No.
We are an experts of this position. Yeah,
But so is he trying to bring like in this setup his king to e6?
or even e7. Yeah, I think he like in terms of ideas he wants king d5 at
So
some point.
should we play like king d5, king f5 here?
I guess so, yeah. I think normally once he starts running to e7, you should start attacking stuff here. Go knight g4, knight, king e4, knight e3. Why would you lose this?
Sort of even the opposition rule makes sense here. Like
He plays rook a5, which makes sense. So there is no rush. You pretend that you cut off the king, and then you want to go king d5.
Well, this will be such a miracle save, you know, I don't know what to say.
But why? I mean, why is it a miracle? I mean, he...
Because you survived the opening. So let me remind you.
Yeah, but I mean, okay, if you play as openings that, you know, it takes you a miracle to survive, then it's probably your fault, yeah? Don't know. So in terms of ideas, white could even try, so after king d5, you probably still go king e5. So in terms
King
of...
d4? You mean you want to wait one more move?
No, I said in terms of ideas, we could even try something like this. So I want rook on d5, and then I go king c5 to... Still should be a draw,
But
of
then
course.
why can I play knight h4 here?
Or knight e3.
Yes.
Yeah.
King knight e3, king, like rook d2, then knight h4, I wanted to...
So g3, you want to go
Knight
back.
f5, yes.
Oh,
And rook d2, king g5.
yeah, and rook d4, you just go here and it's still under attack, yeah? Yeah, probably. Yeah, I mean, we know it's a draw, yeah? I mean, we sort of lost our enthusiasm.
Yes, I feel like in this position the king is way too far. Like you need to tango in a way that you... Yes, but king d5 is met by king f5, so... what should we try here?
I don't know, he tried rook a5. I don't know why exactly, but...
Knight f7, and
Yeah.
then...
So we tried rook d5 here, yeah? Okay, let's try this move,
yes.
maybe. So king f5, I guess. I mean, otherwise we feel like it's some so-called progress. Also, I don't get this as well, to be honest. Okay, king f5 is probably perfectly fine. But what are we really trying to achieve? That's what I don't get. So let's say I go here, you go king d6. And what if I try my stupid setup with knight h7? How do you win this?
You want to hold the f6 pawn in this way? Like king e7?
I want to
You will be...
I want to wait like this, and I want to see a single idea by white. Because rook h5, I always go knight g5. King e6, I always go king g6. King 8, I can...
No, you know, Daniil, I had this crazy idea, but of course it will not happen. But like the position which can be winning is actually with the king on e6.
Yeah.
And when you play knight g5, then I take rook g5, and then king f5 is probably winning. So that's...
But how?
Like I wanted...
So g3
Yes,
I go
yes,
g4,
G3,
yeah, and
G4,
g4 I go king h7, yeah.
Yes, g3, g4, yes.
Yeah.
No, this one is not winning. Yeah, please show this, because I was...
Yeah, so after g3
yes,
we
of
go,
course,
yeah.
g4, it's an important
No,
maneuver.
after g3 actually we have king h5 even, but this is also
But
draw.
that's nice, yes.
Yeah, yeah, and after,
g4,
after...
you have king h7, yes,
Yeah.
this I saw, but then
Yeah, this is important.
I forgot about
And now we keep the position and we
yes.
hold this, yeah.
Okay, so this is not winning as well. So what should I aim for? But then there is...
Then there is not much time for... Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't even... I mean, it's sort of retro analysis, right? I mean, how does it look? I mean, the position that is lost for black, how does it look? So if I don't wander f6, I mean, what do you really want?
And I cannot...
Like, check. I know it's black to move, but doesn't matter. Let's say go here.
Yes, we had the king on the 7. Like...
Let's say you wait like this. I don't
And
know, rook f8 could be the idea, by the way. So knight h7, rook f7, and you take, you get what you want.
Ah, okay, yes, that's exactly. So then
So
I have
to
be
go
careful.
knight e4. But knight e4 is not what we...
But then... But still.
Knight e4 doesn't feel that safe, yeah? Or maybe it is, I don't know.
I don't have enough squares, so what am I supposed to do here? Like rook f7?
Yeah, sure, I'm just saying white made some progress. Probably, or maybe not. Like g4. G4 I have knight f2 by some miracle, yeah? Like knight f2, we go g5. Okay, and we win this. Okay, whatever. I feel like we're trying to show random lines, but you...
But which are possible?
Yeah, sure, but also you need to get used to it, you know? I mean, this candidate is a disaster for us, so I mean, it's always like this when there are very few games left, and you know.
So Daniil, let me ask you a question which I wanted to ask at the beginning of the show, you know, because we were having a lot of live broadcasts during the Magnus Carlsen Invitational. Of course, there was this game played by Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura, which ended up in a draw, but the players repeated the position in a very unusual manner. Yeah? So they played d4, e5, and then they repeated the position by playing
king e2,
king
e7.
King e7.
But king e2, king e7 is new black, yeah?
So, like, could you make a draw in this manner? Because I think that when you have this classical chess education and your attitude towards the game is like completely different. I'm not sure that I would be able to joke about this.
I don't know. I tend to, like, I partly agree, but partly, I mean, I can explain this coming, yeah? So you're tilted, you lose like 3 games in a row, let's say, and you go like e4, e5, and you're like, okay, I don't really care, I'll play king e2, I'm out of the race anyway, let's say, and you go king e2 because of, you know, nothing, because you just, like, if you just win a game, you'll still be unhappy. If you go king e2 and win, I mean, it will be fun at least. So king e2 is sort of a free roll. Then as black, you face king e2, and you feel like, okay, I cannot allow him to play the game, because if I play knight f6 and lose, people will make fun of me. Yeah, I mean. Anyway, and before I will die. Moreover, if you go knight f6 and win, you also look like an idiot a little bit. Like, you were given this king e2, you know, so the guy joked, and you... It's like I joked and you punched me in the face, yeah? I mean, it's a little bit strange. I mean, I support such a strategy, but in general, people don't like it, yeah? So after king e2, normally you do something, I don't know, funny. So for instance, I had a game recently, I played some banter blitz, so I went, I think, 1 e4, and the guy played 1 h6. I played d4, he played g5. And this is exactly at the point where you feel, okay, if I play normally and lose, I mean, this is more or less suicide. So I have to do something. And after g5, I played king e2. Just to play something stupid in return. Like, if you play normal opening, I play a normal game. Then if you go h6, g5, I play king e2, king e1, and then I continue the game like nothing happened.
Yes, but you know, like, even, like, I think that when I was raised, even the thought of such a move, like, would disqualify me for taking part in a tournament. You know?
Yeah, I see your point.
Because we had this attitude, very sacral attitude towards the game.
I see your point. I tend to agree. I would never do it first, let's say. So, I mean, I fail to imagine myself playing king e2 before this h6, g5 or some different kind of nonsense happens. But if it does happen, I mean, it could, you know. I think Magnus and me have played a lot of some training blitz games, and once someone get tilted, it's like you go e4, he goes knight a6. You're angry and you think, well, I will not play d4 because I can lose then, and then I will be even more angry, and you go knight h3. And then you start the game like he plays, I don't know, d5 or knight c5, and then we just play normal game. It's like, yeah.
Yes, but Magnus likes to provoke also his opponents, you know, so I think so.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit, but it's, you know.
It's good sport.
If the guy four bets you like 10 times in a row, I mean, yeah, at some point you can find, you know, a race with, I don't know, 7 deuce off, yeah? I mean, just because you had enough. So this is exactly the same, yeah? I mean, it's like just, there is a point when you feel like you had enough, and yeah.
Okay.
So Fabi is actually going for our plan, yeah? This rook g3 check is coming.
But
as far as I remember, we consider this one to be a little bit unpleasant, or maybe not.
that was not the best.
I think this was our idea. Yeah. So this we thought is. Yeah.
But then can we continue here, Daniil, with 96? Because then, like, if
yeah, but then we go to g4. We'll do the same thing. Yes, and we. You can obviously play.
I have time, 95, 97. I have time for this.
Yeah, but then I go this. Yeah, I try this rook g3 then. Yeah.
Ah, here.
As far as I remember.
And then knight f7.
Well, maybe. Yeah, maybe not here. Maybe no. This is a blunder first of all.
No,
yeah.
that was the position that we analyzed. Rook g3. Knight
yeah, let's say I go here. This was our line. Yeah, like rook g3, king h6, and then we tried this king h3 to h2 maneuver, and black was holding somehow with knight on g5. Yeah. I think this was our line, like king h3, then we tried king h2, then after king h2 black would play knight g5, king g6, king f7, and reshuffle it back, sort of. Maxime played knight d6 check, I believe. Which my feeling is that I dislike strongly, but I don't know why exactly.
But then after king f4, he goes back to... So no, we get back to the same position. Yes, so rook g3, knight g5, he's forced to play.
He plays... yeah, I think he played knight f5, okay. Yeah, knight f5 is a different idea, okay, at least it makes sense. So he saw this rook g3 check idea coming, and he just decided to prevent it and not to check if...
So k8 now?
Okay, but then you just go...
knight h6 simply.
Yeah. Still, I mean, it's...
Okay, you're walking on a thin ice, I think, here.
Yeah, exactly.
Let me make like simple waiting move, maybe
Rook
like
b8,
rook b8, yes.
Okay, achieve.
There's no way for me to transfer my king.
But you can start the stuff again, yeah? One day you go rook b3 back and we reshuffle and...
No, but here you don't have the knight, yes, okay, so here...
Yeah, exactly, so there is no knight f7, so you're in time to get rook g3.
But then?
But then you probably win, no? Because if I go to h7, you just go king e4 and you come from this side?
No, king f7.
And king f7, you probably wait as well, no? You go like king e4. And you go king e6.
No, then we come back to the other line where the king is on e6, and even if you get on g6, then I can still have like my knight f7 and knight e5. Your king is on e4.
Yeah, that is true. Unless I have rook h3 now. I mean, it's always some sort of reshuffling, right? So after rook h3, you always need... I think you always need king f7. My point is, let's say I go rook h3 here. Maybe knight f5 is fine, but let's say you go knight f7, and I go here. And this is, I think, very close, suddenly.
So you mean after knight e5?
After knight e5, I go check on king e5. After knight g5, I also go king f4, king f5, yeah.
Okay, this really...
So you have to go knight d6, I go to f4, and then you run back again.
No, wait.
And then...
rook a6?
Yeah, maybe rook a6, yeah. Or maybe reshuffle number 10, yeah? Go rook g3, then I go king g4, h4, and then I mean... So this could...
So as you can see,
this could
this
go
position
on forever.
Is not easy to defend, you know, even we managed like to mishandle it at some point. So.
Yeah, even we. I mean, Nishtin is handled. Then, yeah, he's dead.
But it's not so easy, you know. I always thought that it's much easier, like, to find the, like, if not the absolute truth in the position, but like when you have an opponent, you know, to talk with, to analyze with, and we can move the pieces over the board. So,
yeah, that is probably true. Yeah. On the other hand, I mean, this one you can basically get by math, yeah? I mean, not too many pieces. You can simply check all the setups, and Maxime has 35 minutes. So let's go back to Sasha, maybe?
yes, let's have a look.
What's going on there?
So that's the position actually that we analyzed. Is it on the board?
I guess so. Yeah.
So we had it like with a different king, but still.
So, how did this happen exactly? So it was king f4, rook a8. So that was our main move, rook b4.
Because
rook
our
a6.
analysis actually started with king f3, so that was the difference. King f3, rook a8, rook
probably.
b4, rook a7.
Yeah.
So that's exactly the same position.
Yeah,
so.
king f4, king f7, we had it, yeah, I think you're right. And he plays rook b6, which makes sense. I mean, at least he prevents king e6.
Yes, here we stopped it, actually. We stopped at the moment. We said that king f7 and king e6, and black is fine, so we couldn't find any way to improve the position. So Kirill insists, he plays rook b6.
No, that's not that you insist, you just play move. On the other hand, I mean, sometimes you just have to play moves. Maybe you just go rook, I don't know, e to e8, I was about to.
We have to be careful, because maybe I threaten like to move my bishop and to play rook f6.
Yeah, but then I go king g7 and rook takes e5 is the threat, and you go back and I go king f7. Probably, I don't know. I mean, it's not that I'm sure. I mean, I would really want to come up with some active defense here as black, but maybe it does not work. Like, let's say I go rook a5, rook b7, king e6, you probably take.
Yes.
Then I come up with something brilliant.
Then you need to activate the rook.
Yeah, maybe I go rook c8, rook c8, rook e7, checkmate. Yeah, okay, this is a problem. And yeah, after rook b5, I don't have a check. So I need to create a threat of rook c4 check. Then after king d3, king d5, I would be fine even without g6 pawn. I mean, I just need to get this kind of an activity, but
I think here, yes, you're like a bit
no, but
late.
wait, actually, I can play rook h6 maybe.
And if I play king f4 here?
No, unfortunately, you play rook g7.
I am rook g7.
So I thought it's a trap. I thought I can take, but there are two reasons why I cannot. First of all, rook g6 is there, and secondly, this was my idea, but even here there is rook e7. Okay.
But why do you want to play rook a5? You just don't want to defend passively? Like...
I want to play moves. That's the problem. So, I mean, if I move this rook, then e6 is there, and I have to calculate it. Maybe you're right. Maybe we just go rook c8.
You just wait. King d5, then rook a5. King d4, rook
Yeah,
a7.
but the problem is that if you go rook c8, e6 is possible. Like, it's probably fine, but I was a little bit worried about it. Then it's a different position, so we probably go to f6.
Bishop b5?
Yeah, if you take there is a check, let's show this, yeah? So you probably go to f6.
Bishop b5, king e7, yes? You want to...
Yeah, but I probably go to b4. Then I'll probably get my pawn to e7, and I mean, it's not a joke anymore. It's probably still a draw, but this is not
Not an easy one.
Maybe it is an easy one, but at least it makes me nervous, to be honest. I remember this pawn being blocked on e5, and now it's on e7, okay.
Well, Kirill actually was considered as a huge underdog, I think, at the beginning of this tournament, and he actually played a lot of interesting games and was very close, I think, in his game against Jan in the first half of the tournament, so...
Yeah, and also the games he lost were not exactly... I mean, they probably were well deserved, but okay, I mean, he lost against Fabi basically straight from home in the Sneam, so I mean, okay, if you... I mean, if your team works this way, then you cannot do really much, yeah? I mean, I mean, it happens. But it's not his fault. I mean, basically, I mean, if you face Fabi with black and they give you the line and you play it, and Fabi keeps blitzing out, and like the line is very, very risky for black, and you
Like today.
like what Maxime played today. I think it was pretty much the same story for Kirill against Fabi in the first part of the tournament. So it's like today, if Maxime will hold, I mean, it's brilliant. But I mean, if he will lose, how can we really blame him, right? I mean, the only thing he can be blamed for is playing this Najdorf and lacking knowledge in this bishop g5. But then obviously, I mean, if you face such an idea and you have zero knowledge, I mean, okay, it's not surprising that you lose. It's not that you're an idiot. It's I mean, it just can happen. But as for Kirill, I think he lost against Fabi as a game of the same kind, and then against Giri he sort of overpushed. Then he was winning against Nepo, as you pointed out. I think he had some other chances as well, no? He had a very bad position, let's be fair, yeah? I mean, he had some bad positions as well. He had a very bad position against Sasha in round 1, in this English opening. Against Wang Hao, I think he was slightly worse, and then he was better, and the game finished in a draw. I mean, in general, I felt like... I felt like he sort of underperformed, to be honest. So I think his quality of play was very decent. I don't think it was below average.
Yes, actually, like when I went through the database, I've noticed that Kirill hasn't played at all over the board. He doesn't have a single game since the candidates, so probably he spent his time working like with his seconds, but he played a few tournaments online, and as you mentioned, like he is one of the players who almost always plays these title Tuesdays. Because players.
But he's just a young man. Yeah, I mean, we have nothing to do pretty much. That's why. I mean, it's not that you like title Tuesdays. It's just that you're.
Basically, what have you done during the pandemics? During this period.
Pretty much the same things. I played some stupid online tournaments. I played some good online tournaments. Played some cards. I don't know. Watched movies.
Learned a new language?
Nah. No. Not really.
Not really. I was thinking if this period was some kind of introspection, for all chess players.
I actually failed to like. I think I invested a decent amount of time in chess. But in general, like originally I was inspired, I thought, wow, I have a lot of time, I'll probably do something like a new language indeed, or I'll probably, I don't know, read some...
or a driving license?
That was probably hard during the pandemic, but that was not one of my intentions. No, sort of different things. I thought maybe it's time to watch some famous movies, because I haven't watched this... So let's say Tarkovsky. I think I.
Which one?
No. I think I watched few, but I think Tarkovsky. Like probably if you want to, leave some I don't know good adjective here life, you probably have to watch them all.
No, but I have my favorites. So like Zerkal is my favorite.
Mirror, yeah.
Yes, Mirror.
Okay.
Yes, it's one of my favorite movies.
This one I watched at least. So
like Andrei Rublev is also left a great impact on me, and so. But he is an incredible visionary. So especially for the times. So yes, for the lack of better words for the position, we started to talk about cinema.
No, but it started from pandemic. Yeah, I mean there was some logic in this.
Of course.
There was some logic. Okay. No, I think in general it happened to many people. Like you started being suddenly quite inspired. Like you feel like everybody else is disappointed, and you feel like, no, I'm actually a smart person. So I will use this time. Like I was waiting for such a chance for quite a long time. I will spend time with family. I will read books, watch movies, whatever, learn new language and stuff. Then 3 weeks later, you are.
You're sleeping on the couch.
Yeah, sort of. You
4 o'clock during the day. Yes.
Yeah, sort of. You have completely different approach. Yeah. And this whole idea of doing something useful does not even, cross your mind.
Yes, it was like we had the suggestion that you could still do this like during the next, pandemics or the lockdown. You still have a chance, for a rebirth, as a person.
No, but this time, I know, so that was my first time, so I was optimistic. But now I know that, okay, if it happens again, I will not even try. Okay, I know that, yeah.
Yes, but the human being is a creature of habits, it's not so easy to break them.
That is true, yeah.
So it's actually like every new initiative or resolution takes a lot of courage.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, plus I had this 3 months in Yekaterinburg, actually. I'm a little bit worried, actually, this time, because last time I came here, they postponed the tournament.
You stayed here for 3 months?
Yeah, I stayed here for 3 months. I won this Lindor Sebi from here, this Magnus thing. And I played one more, like 1 month later and stuff. So, I'm almost a local citizen,
No, I came to Yekaterinburg almost like for 20 years absence, because I was playing this super tournament in Krasnoturinsk.
There was this team, and you played this round robin. So most members of the team, no? As I said.
No. I played this. Yes, the round, but I didn't play for the team. I played only the first and the second edition. The first I finished last, and it was such a narcissistic blow that I said, okay, I will come here before the tournament in 2004. I will train as hell, and I was running after each game. I won the tournament, and I never came back.
Wow.
That was my resolution.
That is cool, yeah.
So,
it's like Evgeny told us that we studied chess from both sides, right? From the very beginning and the very end. So you also studied this tournament, from the last place and first place, yeah?
But those were very tough tournaments, and it got stronger and stronger every year. So they kept the tradition going for so many years. It's just a pity.
Yeah. But it happened to many tournaments, I'm afraid, in Russia. I think we used to have sort of more round robins like Paikovsky, but now.
Well,
so there is nothing going on here, guys. Sorry that we are talking.
Yes, because we tried every possible setup, I think, in this position. So, how many moves actually, Daniil, have been played since the last exchange?
Okay, G3 will come.
Yes, please tell me.
G3 will come, don't worry. So rook takes A6, move 50. Move 50.
And now we are
59.
Oh no, it's
relax a little. Yeah. It is not even close. Yeah, it will be long night.
So
it will be long night.
And Alexander looks puzzled or concerned. I don't know what is going on.
He played some move. He played rook c8 actually.
Rook c8.
So he goes for this e6, king f6 stuff, yeah? Or he probably wants king e8.
You mean e6, king e8?
Yeah, but it feels like you're sort of stalemated here a little.
Can I bring my king to f6 here, like king e5?
Yeah, probably can. Yeah. It could be still sort of okay, yeah, but I would prefer not to allow this. I agree. No, I guess you go king f6. Of course, you want to, yeah.
And here we analyze bishop before.
So we wanted bishop before, yeah.
Daniil, and we have an intruder in our studio. Evgeny is back with
brilliant.
More ideas.
That is brilliant.
Yeah. I like it when you guys said it's been a long time they were there shuffling around just to realize it's only 9 moves being played. So welcome to real commentators' world. That's how it happens. After the time control, that's a long pause and nothing seemingly is happening. However.
But you like it, do you? Coming here from dinner, enjoying our
However,
faces?
I have to say that a lot has changed in Caruana against MVL because guess what? According to table base, which I have no human rational explanation, current position is winning, or at least the position I checked last time. And here, knight to h6, this move that Maxime played, I believe, without much hesitation, because he has some specific setup in mind, knight h6 happens to be a losing move. Once again, don't ask me to explain, because I was running all those variations. Yes, once again, guys at home, the table base is, you know, for professionals it's a very strange thing, because it gives you perfect information, and this information has no use, no value whatsoever, right? I mean, when you analyze your endgame and you've learned, okay, you made a mistake and now it's lost, so what? You cannot really remember all those moves. But it seems that I've picked up the pattern, what white is trying to achieve. So rook g3 is correct, king f7, king e4, knight to g8. Here I'm not sure king f5. I don't think king f5 gives the advantage, right? So white is still winning. Compi was moving the rook along the third rank, mysteriously. But basically, I want to show what's the point of what white is trying to achieve. Yeah, king f5 was played, right? And if knight goes to, oops, and it was, sorry, it was pressed with my elbow. Yeah, knight to h6, king to f4, and then after knight g8, we finally go to g4, and we are able to get to h5. So the maneuver that black was trying to avoid from the very, very beginning. If you remember, when we only got to this position, there was still pawn on a6 alive, and we said, like, if white gets to the king to h5, he wins. So now you try to block, you go king g6, king h4 check, and your unlucky knight on h8, you have to go back protected. King gets to h5, and once again, according to Compi, it's winning from there. I have no idea if I would win, and if Fabi will win, even if we get to this position, but at least the evaluation in this game has changed. Which is not the case for Grischuk and Alekseenko. It's still, well, computer is merciless, 0, 0, 0 in every sensible line. So that's my update, and see you guys in, I don't know, 2 hours, 3 hours.
Thank you, Evgeny, for this analysis. Actually, yes, there was a trick with the knight on g8.
Yeah, but the problem is that they played like 2 more moves, and we still don't know, like, is it still lost or not. So yeah.
So it's time, like, to talk about our sponsors again. You know, I would like to have this opportunity to mention all of the partners of this tournament. You can see them behind us. So Simaland is our general partner. It's the general partner of the FIDE Candidates Tournament. Actually, I think you can buy anything on their site. You know, Daniil, I went there, and you can buy pretty much anything. So Algorand is the official blockchain partner. So if you're thinking about making a fortune in the financial world, so they can help you. Kaspersky is the official cybersecurity partner for the FIDE World Chess Championship Series.
So what can I buy there?
Well, you can fix your computer so it won't be hacked, I think, by the team, you know, by the other team. So we know already that you cannot buy a Mercedes-Benz because you do not owe a license.
What's the relation?
Because it's our official sponsors.
See, but I can buy it. Why not to buy it? I mean,
I know, but in France, it's like you're not allowed. You cannot buy a car if you don't have a license.
Seriously?
Yes, it's forbidden by law. Yes, so I'm like. So Fosagra is the general partner of Chess Federation of Russia for the second year, well, for many years in a row, I think. Chessable is an event partner, and FIDE has signed like an agreement. Like, I just got a message today. It was a historic agreement that they become the one of the sponsors for the World Chess Championship cycle, the Olympiad, the World Rapid and Blitz, and their sister company Chess24 acquires broadcast rights for the top FIDE events. I think it's for 5 years. It's quite a precedent. So, and we have another sponsor, a Pine Creek Golf Resort. So it's an event partner. It's situated here in Sverdlovsk region. Can you play golf?
A little.
A little. I only tried some mini golf patterns, you know. So I liked it.
I think I played football goals a few times with Magnus. There is such a strange game. So it's like golf, but like football.
Like how Like how big is the size of the ball? Is the
No, I mean it's like a normal. A normal
official
ball.
football ball?
Yeah,
Yes?
yeah.
Okay.
It's a normal ball, and then you obviously have bigger holes.
How many holes do you have?
I think you have like 6, I guess, or something.
Okay. No, because like normally you have 18 holes in the, I think in the, like in a
Yeah.
traditional golf course.
Yeah, I
and
know,
it's-
but this game has to, to improve, yeah.
So it reminds me of a fireball invented in some crazy series, much more dangerous species. So let's have a look.
I don't know what's going on here.
Compared to the other position, you know.
Yeah, let's go to Sasha. Yeah, I mean, first of all, I think they will, like here at least we are capable of guessing moves. Yeah. So bishop b4 was played indeed. He decided not to start with the 6 check, which kind of makes sense.
So can I repeat with rook e8 here?
Yeah, but it is not a repetition.
No,
Yeah?
I mean the repeat. I mean I want to come back with like recognize my error and to come back. Okay.
But maybe one day, so the bishop controls a5. Yeah, so one day I will start.
But here you can play king d5.
Well, technically I can, yes.
So then
There is
yes.
no rook a5. That's exactly the point I'm trying to
But
make.
then I have rook d8.
And then bishop d6,
Bishop
you want rook
d6,
a5.
rook a5, yes.
Correct. That's why I guess I go check first. King g7, probably, and then I go here. And then I go king d5 pretty much no matter what. Like king f7, king d5, and I pretend I made some progress. It could even be true. I don't know if it's... yeah.
Yes, we should ask the chat, you know, maybe to feed us with some variations or ideas, because it's important. I think we've exhausted the spectrum of the possibilities here.
Yeah, I
Like,
would prefer to... Yeah, I would prefer to someone to feed me with food.
Daniil Dubov is
let's face
thinking about dinner.
Yes.
So,
I mean, lunch is also fine.
can you play on an empty stomach? I was just wondering, because a lot of players have their own routines. Some of them do not eat at all before the game, and some cannot play without eating. So,
No, I can do both, I think.
So you do not feel like exhausted. Your sugar level stays, does not drop.
Pretty
So,
much, no. But once again, I had to adapt, you know, because I can sleep a lot, because I mean sometimes I can wake up at 9 and sometimes I can wake up like at 2 p.m. when the game starts in 1 hour, I would say. So you cannot do everything. So I had to play in pretty much all kinds of state, yeah.
but these games are quite long and they're exhausting and quite grueling. So I think players, they have the possibility to have something to eat, yes, during the game.
I don't know. I hope they don't.
Because it's, for me, it's like banana is not an option. I have to have it and some dried fruits during the game, because like after, especially after the first time control, if you survive, then you really need to have some more energy.
Yeah, I agree. But that's one more reason to play aggressive chess, by the way, yeah? I mean, you spend less time. Normally you lose or win by move 13, so... you just go home, you're not hungry and stuff.
No, but I've just had this idea that, you know, I remembered Magnus, he almost always comes to the game with his own
With
drink.
the bag,
yes,
yeah.
and with the bag where he has some magic food, I think prepared, magic mushrooms. But so can they come with something else?
This escalated quickly, yeah? I mean, we had this conversation about this ending in Caruana Vachier like 15 minutes ago, and now we are talking magic mushrooms. Okay. This is fine. And the game is not even close to be over yet, guys.
Please
so,
stay with us, because
stay tuned. Yeah, I think this will,
stay tuned, yes, because we have many surprises for you
this will go wild.
in
yeah.
store.
This will go wild. Yeah.
So.
Okay, I see. Fine. Yeah, king e4, yeah? So he's reshuffling again. I don't know what that means exactly. So knight e7, king f4. So now, okay, you cannot play knight g6 as we know because of king g4, but what's wrong with knight d5? So I think they had this position once already.
You mean for the threefold repetition?
Yeah.
No,
So
but
king f5?
with the king, but like with the knight on d5, then can I still aim for that position, like king g4, king g6, king h4?
Yeah, king h6, I guess.
King h6, and then rook g8 there. But then you will simply play king h7. Yes, this doesn't change much.
Yeah.
No, then I play rook d8, that was my idea, and king h5 there. That's how I wanted to get on h5.
I see your point. I was probably the only one who realized what you were talking about. I think I go
Let's show.
I think I go knight e7 instead of king h7. So how was it?
Yes, here king g4, yes, king g6.
Okay, so
king
here,
h4,
rook g8,
so-
knight e7 I go. So yeah, if I go king h7, I think you're right. Rook
No, but
d8.
I still have check. Knight d7.
Rook d8 probably wins here, so let's show this first. Yeah, and then you go king h5 and win. Okay. So that's why here I go knight e7.
So check rook h8.
Okay.
I wanted no, here I wanted to play rook e8.
So
Ah,
what?
but you simply yes, it doesn't change anything. No, but you play knight f5 probably here.
I mean, I can even play knight c6, I guess. I think we're going crazy, actually. I mean, it's all the same. I mean, it's...
Yes, this doesn't change much.
Yeah.
Of course. I didn't make much progress. I was so happy
Also,
already
wait,
that
maybe...
I
Okay, I think I'm going crazy. But in terms of ideas, let's say you go... What is the most stupid move? Let's say you go knight c6. Let's say we go rook g8 check. So now, if you go king f7, I think I get there. I go rook c8.
No, but here, no, that's my idea.
And
that
rook
was my
c7
idea.
and king h5. Yeah?
Daniil,
Yes.
rook g3. That was my idea in the other line, but of course you didn't, like it didn't work. Rook g8, king f7, rook g3.
You just get
yes,
this.
of course.
So okay, king h6 is forced
Yes.
anyway. And then we have to come from this side, but maybe we win
But
this
then
one.
I can play king g4. That was my idea in the other line, but it didn't work. With you played king like knight d7.
Okay, my fault.
So
But I think we got this line after knight e7, exactly, no?
yes.
Rook h8.
No, but here I attack your rook.
King g7.
Yes.
But then you have to cover h5 next move, right? So it's...
But rook e8, I wanted to play king f7, then,
But I was
and then king g6.
Yeah, but I was just winning after king g6 by playing rook e8, no? Okay, I don't know, go
Rook
here, let's say
e8,
king
king
f7.
f7.
I don't know, whatever.
No, you don't have to like rook g8 check here, like in this way to push my king away.
Yeah, I see your
So,
point.
yeah, that's but because I was actually aiming for that variation
Yeah,
and it
I
worked in many lines, but here it doesn't work. I think. Let's check it once again.
Yeah, probably not. Yeah, okay, rook e8. But now it's, I mean, at least it's only move,
King f7.
only move territory. Yeah, okay, we made some psychological progress at the very least. Kirill Alekseenko played king d5, by the way. And who is trying to win here? I don't get it. I think they're just playing.
They're just playing a game of chess.
Yeah, exactly.
So
But why would you play a game of chess instead of dinner or something?
Kirill.
So like, is e6 really a threat? What is actually a threat? So let's say I'm crazy, yeah? I go rook c2.
Yes.
I allow everything. So
No, but
what?
e6, king f6 here.
Yes.
And then you want to play rook b7, but then check. Rook d8. No.
But rook b7, I do not even get, like, how do you win this in terms of ideas? Let's say I just take it, okay? I'm nuts, yeah?
I wanted to give check on f7.
Okay, king
And then
g5. And you go e7.
Yes, and rook rook f8 next.
And will I have some check? No, yeah? So first of all, I just want to point out that even this is, let's say I take, rook f8, I go back.
King e6.
Even like this, yeah, okay. Yeah, but then after king d7, I will give a check. So I just go h5.
No, king e6 I want.
Okay, so I still go h5.
Yes. King
No, I think you probably promote one day, yeah?
Yes.
I mean, you probably promote, takes, h5. I don't know if it's lost or not. Maybe it is, maybe not. That's, you know.
That's a race that we were hoping for, actually.
Yeah.
So, but is it forced?
No, it is not forced,
I
but
mean,
yeah, I think
yes,
it's,
you wanted to try.
Yeah, I think it's Black who could have looked for an improvement. It's okay, rook c2, let's say it's fine, but after rook b7, indeed I will.
Can I play
rook d7?
Rook d7,
Yeah,
yes, exactly. I was hoping for a check.
This is very nice. Yes, there is no rook d2, there is no
Yes.
king e7. Yeah.
But then maybe rook c7 back. Can you hold this
When?
one? Like rook b, like here, rook b7, rook c7.
Ah, yeah,
Just
that's
simply
true.
yes. I like.
Or
this.
maybe not even back. Yeah, maybe even this
This
way.
one.
So e7, we go king f7. Yeah.
No, basically I wanted to play with this one because then you can play rook d8 and the pawn falls.
Yeah, that also makes
So,
sense. But I think it's anyway like whatever you do, white will probably take. That's the question. Then king d6.
What's going on after rook c1?
Don't know.
I have to keep the c square,
But
c3 square in
but
mind
it could be some nice positional draw. Yeah, go king d7.
Rook d1.
Yeah,
and
rook d1.
or
You go
rook-
here. You go rook e1 one day. Doesn't matter. I go e7. And then we probably chill. And it's probably a draw.
You mean
I mean, I just go back and forth, and
you will always play bishop before rook d1, bishop d6, and there is no way.
I mean, I
for-
can also play king d8 if I'm,
King d8.
you know, yeah. That's probably a draw. Doesn't look forced to me. Sasha played rook c2 though. So is it?
So that's move number 48. Okay, so they still have a few minutes left till the 60th, where they will have 15 minutes added, but it's another time trouble still. You have to be
Okay,
precise
it's not
here.
yet time trouble. But rook c2, from the practical point of view, I kind of like it. First of all, it's probably a very good move. But secondly, yeah, okay, the guy is down to 5 minutes, and you try to attack something at very least, yeah? So I see that the last move of Maxime was king g6, which makes me think exactly nothing happened.
But
Wait,
here,
but the knight is on g8, yeah?
yes, that's probably the position.
But the
that
king
we
is
can-
on the
yes.
wrong square.
It should be on like rook on
F4, I
g3,
think
yes,
it was,
king
yeah.
on f4, yes, and then.
Yeah, wait, but then it's insanely close, no?
But how do we make it happen?
Okay.
Because
This is logical, actually. No, you see, with the king on f4, we win, yeah? So I think we win. This was exactly the line that
you try to analyze.
that Evgeny has came up with. So king g4, king h5 is a straight, king g6, you go rook g3. And for some reason this was winning, but why not 97?
No, here it was white to move in the variation that we
And
analyzed.
king h4,
yes,
king h5, yeah, it
yes.
was.
King h7.
Okay.
So we need to get this position with white to move.
Yeah, so he plays rook h3. Yeah, this is very tricky. So you basically need to... So what you want is knight h6. Knight h6 probably loses actually, so you go check here. So this is what you want. You go check. King f7 is a must. You go here.
King f4.
And and we win, yeah? And we go king g4. And that's what we need. So king h5 is a straight.
But why knight h6 there? Why not knight e7?
Because we need at least one line where white can win. Okay, let's look at knight e7. But then some... Maybe we just come slowly somehow. No, we go... So, first of all, what is your next move? Let's say I go rook c3. Do you go to f5?
Yes, then here maybe knight f5.
Okay, then I don't play rook c3. Let's say I play rook a5. He played king f7. Which is kind of logical as well, so he wants to keep options, yeah? I mean, both knight e7 and knight h6 are possible.
So if you play knight, like king f4 here, like it's the same position that we analyzed. No, because
No, it's
king
like
f4, knight e7, rook a7 here. That's dangerous.
I think it's over, no?
Yes, that's over, because then king e6 and then
No,
you
I think it's
king
over.
g6.
I
You mean
it's-
even here, yes?
Yeah.
Like king f4, that's the position
But
we
what
were
do you
aiming
play?
for.
Like knight e7?
No,
This
rook
is-
a7.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying.
And then
White is
king
winning.
g4.
And this is lost. Yes, he played it.
Okay, so that
And
means
knight h6 is exactly the line we wanted, yeah? It's rook g3. This is our brilliant line. Knight g8, king g4.
king g4.
Yes. And this is lost. King g6, king h4, and we get king h5.
So do we get there by force? Like, I mean,
You don't have a billion of moves, right? So what are the options? Like king e6? Looks crazy to me. At very least we can go king g4, yeah? We get what we want. King g6.
no, king g6.
King g6 we just checked. It's
yes, check
rook g3 and king
and the
g4.
same. Yes.
Knight h6 runs into rook g3 as well.
So he managed like to to reshuffle it in a way. I
Yeah.
don't even know how to call this maneuver anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, but now he's looking at the score sheet, yeah? So he's trying to figure out if there could be some threefold repetition. But actually sometimes it happens, right? So you are trying to break through the fortress, and then you play many random moves, and then you come up with a plan, but you realize you need some positions that you have already had twice. And it's like you cannot do it again unless you risk a claim.
But did they have this? No, I don't think that
Probably
this
not,
position
no.
actually occurred on the board.
Probably not,
Yes.
yeah. It's hard to believe that after knight e7 Fabi ignored rook a7. It's also hard to believe that after knight h6 he ignored rook g3. So actually from now it looks kind of easy. So the question is how he got this. This I did not quite get to
I think
be
that
honest.
Maxime, maybe he didn't realize that he was in trouble actually, like even the move before.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Like it's just struck on.
Yeah, and Fabi left, yeah. So
Upon him.
Fabi realized it's very dangerous now.
But so let's go further and see how do you continue
No, I think
after you bring your king to g6.
Yeah,
Yes,
exactly.
I just wanted to go to this point.
I go here, king e6, king g4, yeah, and this we play. And as Evgeny pointed out, okay, we know it's lost, but it's...
Yes, but we still need to
it's not
show
going,
how.
You're
For
asking-
example, if I'm playing knight d5 here, I have like king h5, I still have knight f4.
No, this I think you lose immediately. I go
King e5?
check, go here, and I take on d5.
Yes, let's show
Yeah.
this, please. So
This is nice, yeah. So this wins?
that's the transposition I was hoping for.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
That's exactly your idea, actually, yeah.
But then, then yes, king e6, king e5 simply cannot be. Then how can I hold it?
No, I think you go knight g6 here, so you don't want your knight to be attacked from a file at least.
So I keep my options open on knight f4 and knight h4. Then
Yeah, it's
if-
like check, you go to e5.
And then rook a5, king e6, yes? So you simply repeat.
Yeah, but it should be some Zugzwang, yeah? We probably pass or we go g3.
Yes,
Or
let's play
or
g3 here.
Or we go rook b6.
No, but I like
I'm not
g3
sure.
here.
I'm not sure we need g3 because some knight e7 f5 will come at some point. So we basically get our pawn closer to.
to the enemy.
So let me try rook b6 first. So let's say we go rook b6. So knight f4 runs into rook b5,
Yes,
rook takes d5 again. So you probably go knight e7. I go king h5.
It's not the same thing anymore, I think, if I play knight d5, is it?
No, it is not.
So then king e4.
It is not. So maybe now...
King g6. Now I have knight f4 and... Well,
no, I probably go g3. And
g3
so.
here.
Yeah.
And if I play 5 f4? No, here you take. No, it's a draw again. Sorry.
No, if you go e5, I just go king g5
Yes.
and win, yeah? F4,
Yes,
take on
f4
f4.
you take on d5, yes. That's
so I don't
that's
think...
the
You probably go... Yeah, but that's the problem with the pawn on g3. You always have this knight e3. And when I go king g6, you will start some...
Simply have king f3 maybe here. No, king f3, rook b3.
Is it lost or not? Because, I mean, sometimes it's still... Okay, first of all, maybe you start by playing knight g4. You should not give up a pawn for nothing. Maybe we go rook f5 then. So we want rook f5, rook f4.
King e3, probably.
Yeah, rook f4. But then with this knight, you normally have some miraculous ideas. I just know that they exist. I don't know how to get them exactly, but sometimes it's a fortress. Like you go, let's say, here.
Knight h1.
Yeah, after king f6.
Yes. Is it possible? No,
yeah?
you have you have knight h1, and I thought that it might hold because rook g4 you have king f3.
I think it does hold, yeah.
It does. No, but this is such a crazy position. I cannot. And these are the moves that usually like slips like away from your mind. You know, you don't see moves like knight h8, knight h1 very often.
It's like black hole.
So.
No, but it's a real blackout, yeah, this knight h1? No, I think here it does work.
But this is incredible. Okay, let's go back. Then
Let's go back, okay. So what is the current position? The current position is king f4. Maxime is taking his time, yeah? So he has to do this, pretty much. But this would be huge, actually, yeah? I mean, if Fabi wins this... This is something.
So we were looking at knight e7 here. We've established that the line.
Yeah, that was our line. Yeah, so we played rook a7 to provoke king e6, and then our idea was king g4 to bring the king sideways. So knight g6 was the line, like here, king e5. Now I start to think that your g3 is probably even better, actually. So knight e7 is pretty much forced. Maybe we just win it in a stupid way. We just go king h5, knight a5, we just go rook h3. As simple as that, and then we just go king g6.
Simply bring the king to g6, and then... so if knight e7, then you play king h6?
Knight e7 we probably win by rook e3, yeah? If you have to go there, we'll probably win somehow.
Nice. No, this of course, no. This I don't like at all, but then...
well, this is not of course, yeah? You will start running... there?
Then king h6. King
but knight f5 check is there for now, and then
I will bring my rook to yes, but then knight f5, knight g3 is okay.
Yeah, and then you are in time to get king 8 f7, and we start again. Yeah, we bring the rook to e7 again, and I mean it never ends. Yeah.
Look, is there a room service here?
Pizza.
Let's have a look.
But I'm probably, by the way, the biggest expert of the delivery food in Yekaterinburg. So we've tried so many.
So what is the best restaurant in Yekaterinburg? So we have to try it.
I think there was okay, I'll tell you, later. but the funniest thing, I think, so I got a call at some point from some some guy from Delivery Club application who says that like there was a restaurant that made it to like top 10 or something of the Yekaterinburg. And they have such a promo that for one day they will rename in the Delivery Club applications. They would rename all the restaurants from the delivery by the names of the most active users. And some Serbian place, I think, or Thai place,
So do they have a dish named after Daniil Dubov?
No, it's not a dish name. It's just for one day when you try to order food. So the restaurant is called Daniil Dubov.
No, I understand this, but I just wanted to push it a little bit further. I thought
that would be Daniil Dubov dish would be just a decent steak, I guess.
You know that there is a small city, Anish, which is very close to Paris. It's like a Parisian suburb. So they planned, and I think the streets are already there, so named after Vladimir Kramnik and Anatoly Karpov.
Okay.
So there have been a precedent, so in our modern era.
Sounds nice.
So let's have a look. The position has changed.
King d6, yeah? Rook d2 could be checkmate, by the way, yeah? Like rook d1 would be checkmate, this is funny.
So they exchanged G and H pawns, so in who it favors which side?
I think it should be still a draw.
Still a draw. Okay, Kirill.
Actually, in terms of ideas, there is also, if we win h2 as black, then maybe sometimes we just give up to rooks for a rook and the e pawn, and then
bring the king to the a.
Exactly, yeah. It's the wrong color.
Yes, what Daniil means that the bishop is of the wrong color, of course.
I mean, we have all the time in the world, yeah. So let me show this.
Yes.
Let's say something like this happens. I mean, ignore my exact moves, obviously, because they are completely random. But what I'm trying to say is that if let's say black king gets to the corner, then you can allow e8, and this position is a draw. You go king 8 and you choose there forever. White's advantage is not enough for a win.
So this is actually a very important defensive resource. So which you should always have in mind when you're like evaluating the transpositions in the endgame. So,
but here I don't even like in terms of ideas. How can you really lose this? Can you? I don't know. Rook e2. How am I supposed to lose this? Maybe white is just better, but I mean, how? Let's say you go e7. So what you probably need to get is e7, king d7, bishop d6. Yeah.
But can I start with king d7 first here?
Yeah.
I'm a little bit afraid.
I thought I just go over here. You go e7. You probably win, by the way.
And then bishop
rook d1, bishop d6.
Yeah.
Is there some miracle like? There is no miracle, yeah?
Oh.
Yeah, maybe there is no miracle. Yeah, I thought it takes on rook e6, but
so white is actually aiming for this position, so...
Sort of, yeah. So it's important that the pawn is on g5. With the pawn on g6, rook e6 would be fine. But now you have rook h6 check. White is aiming for this position. That will not be allowed, I'm pretty sure.
But have a look,
but Sasha is down to 1 minute. Wow, this is not a joke anymore. Yeah?
9 moves to make. So the second time control.
Yeah.
And to survive it.
But this, I think, is going to its end, yeah? Maybe we go, that's what we do, we go rook c2 first. And then, if you do the same thing, then I have a very nice idea of rook d2 check. Then I sacrifice this, or you go bishop d6, I don't care anyway. I sacrifice this, I go rook d2, and I collect the pawn, and I offer a draw. So that's why, after rook c2, c2, king d7 is not a problem. You probably go e7. So after e7 feels like something should happen
no,
here.
if you play rook e2, then you transpose by king d7.
Yeah, I understand.
So we need to find...
I mean, I have moves like rook g1, yeah, just to show this. You cannot queen, because this is checkmate.
It's actually such a nice position as well.
Yeah, I mean, geometrically speaking, yeah, it's very, very nice, yeah. So after rook g1, I mean, you probably go king d7 and still win, unfortunately, yeah? There is no big difference. Maybe Kirill was just winning. Although, I mean, it's hard to believe that It's already lost. It's obviously dangerous.
I had a look at Kirill and
Sasha played king g6. Yeah,
he looked like very confident. So king g6.
King g6 makes sense. Yeah, so you make sure.
There are no more ideas with the rook h6 anymore, so maybe you can...
And you also want this this rook to go away, then after e7 you will have king f7, yeah. So it's a very practical choice by Sasha. Goes rook h3, wow. So he does not want to give up h2, yeah? So we thought he's trying to queen, but he's actually trying to kind of play it solid. But then you can probably play g4, no, if he plays.
Yes, but was it actually possible to take on h2 after rook a7?
It probably was, I don't know. But king d7, I mean, it looks scary, right?
Yes, it looks scary. King d7 and then...
Yeah, but maybe indeed he just plays rook h8, e7, king f7. Maybe there was nothing there. But now I think it's pretty much a draw, yeah? You go g4, rook g3, you probably take h2.
Rook g4.
Yeah, rook g4, you go king f5. This is actually becoming real, yeah? Like king f5, then at some point I'll sacrifice and I'll run there. I think actually, it's funny, I think there is an interesting position like... Okay, whatever, let's say... Like, I don't know. Let's say something like this happens. Takes, I don't know, some pass. Like this. I think it's still a draw.
Actually, I was
funny.
thinking about this before.
It's quite funny. So once you start running, so I will always chase you. Once you start running to the pawn, I go to d7 8. I think this is a theoretical draw. I think there was a game between, I think, Karpov and Korchnoi in the same ending where Karpov had to hold, and he did hold. Okay, g4 played. So why don't you go rook g3 then, if you're that confident? Maybe he's worried about rook takes g3. Actually, maybe he's kind of right.
Because maybe now I can play king f5 here.
No, I mean, moreover, you can just play rook c2. Once again, you never lose this anymore. So you go rook e2, king f7, and this is the fortress we have discussed earlier, right? So that's why he plays rook e3. Okay. So he still tries to win it. Makes sense. Rook e3 is a brilliant move, by the way. There is no rook d2 check. King d7 followed by e7 is coming. So black basically has to gamble, I'm afraid. So you have to take the pawn, go to bed, and then you allow king d7, you allow promotion, and you try to queen here. Yeah, Sasha takes.
Then I will go back to h8 probably, like after king d7. Now can I hold it in this way and sacrifice this way?
By the way, maybe this is a funny idea. Yeah, you just go like this, and you go here. And you just wait for a8,
yes,
and then okay, yeah, you're right.
No, you can always play king like rook h8 immediately, I think. After king d7, then rook h8, that was my idea. Here.
Of course you're right. Pardon me, I'm going crazy. But then you're not even worse, yeah? I mean, it's...
Yeah, because you kept your g pawn. That's why I wanted to mention this idea, because when you take like on h2, then you always have this king f5. Now we were only thinking about king f7 at some point, but this you can keep
you're
your
right. I guess you're right. This is just a draw.
And what happens? Okay, let's go through the time trouble. I think it's
let's
important. Yes, and
let's stick with this one, for some time.
Because Kirill has a few seconds left. He needs to make a move. So that's the position on the board now. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've made it so far. They did too.
But actually now it's...
Can I transfer my rook to f8? Do I have it? But okay, but I'm going to e3. You have to be careful as well.
Yeah, but even if you can, when you go, let's say...
Let's see.
Yeah, let's say h2 forever. Oi, pardon me. So rook f8, I just go here, right? So what do you want exactly? It's still the same thing.
No, but you can still simply take. We always forget that we
sure.
can simply take. Yes, it's just it's some kind of blindness.
It's a blackout, yeah. He plays rook c2 e8. Wow.
So he's actually playing for a win.
He's playing for a win.
Yeah.
That's what I was about to say. Yeah, I mean, it's the way White plays this was. I mean, it felt a bit over optimistic to me. I mean, of course, it should be still a draw, but Black has all the rights to
try.
I mean, not even try, but to show that he's not worse at all. Yeah, I mean, you don't need to sacrifice an exchange and you know, make a draw like a chicken. You can just go king f5 and ask what's wrong with it. I don't know how I do this stuff. Random clicking. Okay.
Normally you're supposed at least to draw an arrow from time to time. You never managed it.
So he goes rook a8, yeah? So this is basically a draw for.
Yes, they will probably repeat moves.
Yeah, this is just a draw. Okay.
So should we wait? For king e6?
I mean, it's hard to force White to do something as well, yeah? So maybe if you want to play this as White, maybe you go king e6, and then you try some rook e4, yeah? Like this way, you don't try to promote, you play for some random domination, which does not work. He played bishop c7, which makes sense, by the way.
Wow,
but
bishop d8.
Yeah, but bishop d8, you go rook a7
yes.
check, yeah?
But still. But he's still looking for tricks. You have to be careful. So rook.
Yeah, tricks is a bit too strong. Okay, he goes back. Yeah, this was a tense game. I think Shahriar once played Fabi. They played like a very long game that lasted for like maybe 6 hours and then finished in a draw, and then Shah said, well, it was a game, it was a very good game, but it's a pity that we played for that long. I liked it very much.
Rook e4.
Rook e4. Okay, you go king g5 or king f5, king g5.
No, yes, king f5, there is rook e5. So
You do not resign, I guess. I think Sasha is a little bit upset that like he does not have a single chance to play for win, sort of. But Kirill actually wants to play rook f4 and rook takes a4 and try to play this little. But this makes sense, wait. So if you take a4, actually also sendings would be lost, right?
After, yes, of course.
It, yeah.
But can't we use our g-pawn in the meanwhile? Like, if let's say if you take on f4, then I push.
He played king f5.
Whenever the rook leaves the rank, then I push.
No, but I go to f4 first.
Oh, king g5 here.
Yes.
And g3.
Take.
Oh. Nice.
Never easy.
Yes, it's never easy. So can I?
And this was move 60, and we'll have to enjoy this for some more time.
And Alexander Grischuk, I think, is the only player in the tournament who smokes, yes, in the candidates. So he needs,
so, yeah.
yes, he needs a break.
I mean, at least he's the only one who is open about it, yeah.
So he's probably running to have a cigarette and to gain his composure, like to take a deep breath and to evaluate the position. So rook f4, king g5 is on the board, like we suggested.
Yeah, Kirill will probably take e4. And I actually don't know what is going on, to be honest.
We have no more words.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a joke anymore, yeah? So
yes,
you can try king h4.
Yes, I wanted to try king
But
h4.
then it's rook e4, so you have to go rook e8. Or maybe rook h7, but I think rook e8 is a move. But then there is no way to promote here, like white.
Yes, you always keep an eye on g3.
Yeah, white plays rook e3, and then you go e4, e5 and stuff.
Okay, so and they've got 15 minutes more after the 60th move, so let's have a look at this game. How many moves did they play?
Now it's move 72, I guess.
And the king is on h5, so they're...
Yeah.
But in a much
So let's
better
have a look.
version.
So he went knight e7, indeed, and king e6, king g4. Yeah, this was our line exactly. Yeah, g3, knight e7, that's what we wanted. King h5, knight f5. I think we had this position exactly, rook e3. So I said to win this in a stupid way. Knight e7. Ah no, wait. This is actually our line. It's not the
Probably
game.
our line, yes.
Yeah, that's a problem.
You have to download it.
No, he actually went knight h6 instead.
Knight h6 where?
Instead of knight e7.
But then...
So they got this rook g3, knight g8, king g4 that we looked at as well. Knight e7.
So Maxime realized, yes, that...
Yeah, king h5, he went knight d5, and rook f3. Makes sense?
So in our analysis, we were keeping
just,
the rook on the A file, and we were given the lateral checks. So here, you simply cannot probably defend the pawn.
But with rook on f3, it's probably even... I mean, it's definitely not worse for white. So I think he played king e6. Yeah, he did.
So if king g6 here, yeah,
I mean, you are forced to... Yeah, you're forced to...
g7.
Probably forced to do that. And then you have to think a little.
Now we have to explain why this position is winning, because we got our king to g6. So
Yeah, I mean, in general, it's winning because you go to f8, and then you go rook e something check, and you go king f7. That's how you win, but I mean, you probably need to slow down a little here. There is no rush, right? We can just play rook f2, for instance. So what do you even play here?
Can I play king e5?
Okay, you can try. But now g2 is protected, yeah? So I'm not that worried. I probably go here.
So knight
Knight f4, I go ahead. So now king f5 can be made by g3, king e4 can be made by king takes.
And if I go back, knight d5, then you simply play g3.
I think I wait somehow, yeah. I don't know if it's g3 or rook f3. g3 you will start as f5 business as well, yeah?
Yes, but it's not the same. Because,
yeah, like g3, f5, we go check. King d4, king e6, f4. Black saves himself, yeah? But the line was quite random, and even here it's still in progress. Yeah? Okay, rook d2, king e3 doesn't work indeed, but we go g4.
Yes, that's what I wanted to tell you, that like whenever you play f4, I will play g4 and...
But is it low? I mean, it's probably most, yeah. No, but in general, I feel very strongly, as I say, that that now it's sort of easily lost. So we just need to figure out what kind of a setup do we want, like rook f2, g2, rook f2, pawn g3, rook f1. Maybe I think f1 is the worst square, to be honest. To me, it feels like you should play rook f2, and the pawn should be. My feeling would be g2, to be honest, but I don't know. So once again, let's say rook f2.
King e5, right?
King e5. So king e7, we just go king h6, yeah, and we improve slowly. Okay. So rook f2, king e5.
King g6.
Yeah, you played knight f4 here or what?
No, knight e7, I think I played.
Yeah, I can also try king h6, by the way, yeah? Like pretending to be smart. After knight e7, I want rook e2 check, and I cut the king, so you have to play something
knight f4
yeah,
here.
Knight f4, yeah. And then we go there.
But can I use this moment to play g3 and then king g6, or it's irrelevant?
Don't know. But king g7 just wins, I guess, no? Sort of immediately.
What if knight h5?
Yeah, then we... Pardon? Then I think we go here.
Knight f4, and then you play g3?
Yeah, at some point. So what I'm trying to get is, let's say I go g3, knight h5, g4, knight f4, rook f1. I think this one I win. Once you move the knight, I go rook f5 check happily, and then I win. So this is what I'm supposed to get. In general, so you'll have to go a5, and then I even have a check, and then g takes.
Even g5 is winning, I think.
Yeah, g5 is good enough.
Of course.
That is true, yeah.
That's so Fabi is still no, who is thinking? Maxime, yes, Fabi has made a move.
No.
No?
No. It's just his way of thinking. Where is Evgeny? Huh? I mean, he has a...
He has to check the table, Nalimov table
such a beautiful night ahead of him. No, but now, I mean, even we feel that it's lost. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of fabulous. So even the table basis will not tell you much, unfortunately.
Yes, so that's our last chance to take a very small break, and we will be back to you shortly.
Yeah.
The Simmerland company has enjoyed more than 20 years of steady growth on the market. It is one of the largest wholesale companies that designs, produces and sells consumer goods. Every day, more than 500,000 people visit Simmerland online store, which has a range of more than 1 million items. The company has more than 11,000 employees, including more than 1,000 sales managers. 70% of goods are produced in Russia. They can be easily delivered all over the country from the Crimea to the Far East, as the company has its own fleet of delivery vehicles. The headquarters of the company are in Yekaterinburg, where they occupy an area of 250,000 square meters. It also has offices in Moscow, St. Petersburg, Krasnodar and Novosibirsk. The company is also represented in China and India. The largest representative office is located in China, Yiwu, where it occupies a separate area with a warehouse of 20,000 square meters.
Welcome back to our studios. I wanted to say that we are alive and kicking, but I'm not sure that Daniil is kicking anymore. So let me introduce Evgeny Miroshnichenko for you, because I think he wants to explain to us the differences in the position in the game between Fabiano Caruana and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Okay, I wish I knew those differences. Yeah, hi everyone, hi people at home. I don't know, yeah. By that point in time, it's been 6 hours. I don't think I need any introduction anymore. Alrighty, so first, the pro evaluation. Grischuk is lost and MVL is lost, but you probably already know that. I'll spend a lot of time talking about this game, this specific ending, and for the few times I've called it, and the rest is easy, the rest is easy. And it happens to be, I mean, that's the illustration, the perfect illustration, how confusing it is looking at chess with the engine or without the engine. Because when I'm here next to the studio with my computer, I'm checking, yeah, now, white's completely winning. I go there, I'm trying to understand, and it's very, very confusing. So that's going to be yet another time when I will claim now it's easy and white is winning. So that's a couple of moves back from the actual position. There was a critical moment for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave to decide where the king is going. In the game he played king e6, right, and the alternative was king g7. And in both cases it seems g2, g4 is the winning move. Strangely, when the king is on e6, it cannot go back to f7. That's what happens in the game. If the king is on g file, it cannot go back to e6, seemingly. So knight to e7, sort of the only move white goes. King f7, and now it's not the only move which wins, but once again, it's not very easy for a human. You have to wait here, wait one little move. And then, doesn't matter what black does, he does run into a Zugzwang. King here, now you can pin with the tempo. The point is that you want to play king h6 with the knight on e7 pinned, so there won't be any check-check business. King goes to e6. Here, if I'm not mistaken, you go to g7. After knight d5, I think the key move to go was to go rook b5, and then you're threatening to take the knight. So you win this endgame by, you know, simplifying it to the pawn endgame. You want to
knight e3 is still there, but whatever. Yeah.
You want to take, and okay, perhaps I could have. Yeah, Daniil. They cannot hear you, but Daniil is shouting at me. Knight e3 is here. So that's how confusing it is, and I suspect I've completely forgotten the lines. It could have been as well rook to b3 first, so that you do not let the knight go to e3, and after king e5. I just remember the final position. You go, you take on f6, you win. Right. And then back to the game, and it seems that the game is already finished. Fabi has won after king e6. Same idea. He goes g4. After king e5, king goes here, and inevitably something very similar to the previous line happens, so that rook f5 is played, rook takes knight, king takes pawn, and then g-pawn goes. So Fabi has finished, and we are left with only one game where it seems, yeah, Grischuk has no way of saving it. All right, so back to the studio, and I suppose back to perhaps to the press officers with the press conference of Fabi versus MBL.
Thank you, Evgeny. Yes, Fabiano Caruana wins his first game against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. It was, and what a game it was. Yes, it is a very important game. First
could
of
be
all,
game of the tournament for
yes.
Could be, yeah.
He prepared such an interesting novelty, c3. Then, okay, I think everything went according to his preparation. Maxime made almost every possible
played
move.
reasonably well, yeah. This is not a game you're ashamed to lose. But let me praise the guys, yeah. I mean, finally, this is not some Mickey Mouse championship, yeah. So we're going to have two decisive games, but you can only win here playing for 6 hours, yeah. I mean, it's not a, you know, under 20 European championship or something.
So
Fabi won, and Kirill is about to score his first victory in the whole candidates, I guess, yeah.
Okay, so the press conference is ready, so let's have a look.
Okay, the game between Fabiano Caruana and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave finished with the victory of Fabiano. And it's been a really long game, and I don't know from where to start, but probably from this critical moment at the opening when you played this move bishop c4. Maxime, what can you say? Did you expect this move? I mean,
well, no, I couldn't remember all the details, but yeah, in general, I surprisingly couldn't find an easy way, and then it got down to this endgame, which I thought I should be holding quite easily, but maybe at that moment I made a few inaccuracies. I don't know exactly.
Максим говорит, что после хода слон c4 он не смог разобраться в возникших сложностях и уверен, что в эндшпиле должен был удерживать ничью, но несколько неточностей привели к проигранному эндшпилю.
Fabiano, it was obviously your home preparation. What can you say about it? If you can reveal some.
No, I guess I can reveal everything because it's with most opening ideas, it's a one-time thing, and then you can't play it again. Like this one, of course, black has many ways to play it, and the hope is that.
Yeah, no, this was my first intention.
Yeah,
and I don't know how much of this is true.
But this is losing. Queen e4 is.
Yeah, I thought this.
Just castle short.
Фабиано говорит, что действительно это была домашняя заготовка. Естественно, она может применяться только один раз, и у черных очень много вариантов, как играть, но играть очень сложно.
Actually, Maxime played the best way. I was kind of upset that he played this because I thought knight f6 is a very difficult move to find.
It was my first intention.
И Максим играл довольно четко, и
here I thought I should be holding quite easily.
Yeah, you can just play rook a7, I think, and it's going to be a draw.
Rook a7, yeah.
Если бы здесь сыграли черные ладья a7, то должна быть легкая ничья.
But rook d8 you can take on a8, it's more or less the same. Yeah, maybe I should have just not been lazy and just play this, yeah.
Fabiano, who has found this idea?
This was Rustam's idea. We already had it for quite a while, but okay, it's it still wasn't clear if it would work out or not. In general, I thought my approach should be to put some pressure from the start, but.
Yeah, I guess it worked.
Эта идея была найдена секундантом Фабиано Рустамом Касымджановым и существовала уже довольно давно. И главная идея была в том, чтобы на соперника возложить сложность нахождения точных ходов, и вот получилось.
Actually, I was wondering if you.
I just thought this is an easy draw, but yeah, then because opponent on g2, it's not so.
I was actually expecting you to go for this one.
Rook h5?
And knight e5, and then try to push your pawns. King h3 or something, and then b5, and okay, I thought it's.
But don't you have something like rook a2 even?
Rook c6, and then try to push the pawns. Or immediately, rook a2, and rook c3, g3.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just thought that this would be very unclear. Maybe rook c6 and then b5 next.
Maybe I just thought this could be just borderline losing. If you could just rook f5, b5, rook back to f1.
Yeah, maybe
I'm not sure.
It wasn't entirely clear to me. Even like knight c4 here or something, it still looks like.
Yeah,
like
no, it's of course not so easy, but I really thought this would be an easy draw. And then, yeah, it got messy.
The question is, it was more difficult to defend this position or to win this position?
Что было сложнее, защищать эту позицию или выигрывать?
Well, I actually don't know if this is. I wasn't sure if this was a draw or not. Once I take the pawn, let's say. I didn't really see a way to make progress, but it wasn't 100% clear to me that it's a draw. But I guess it is a theoretical endgame that I should have known.
Yeah.
But then, I guess this was the mistake. Somewhere here, yeah.
Yeah,
after
king
I played
g6,
rook,
yeah.
Rook a3, yeah. Yeah, king f7 is surprisingly just completely dead, and I think knight e7 is still white White is not really making progress from what I could tell.
Фабиано был уверен, что это должна быть теоретическая ничья, но не был уверен, как именно здесь защищаться.
Yeah, I miss this critical moment that after king f4 suddenly I cannot prevent the king from running to h5. So
и критический момент был, когда черные допустили король f4, не пойдя конь e7, и допустили проход короля.
Commentators all around the world actually were trying to understand as well, together with you, what is happening, like if it's a draw or winning position, and there was suggestion to put the knight on g7 somehow and hold.
This was one of my thoughts that I guess it could have been achieved early on.
Yeah, easily.
Комментаторы по всему миру тоже не были уверены, выигрывается здесь или нет, и хотели перевести коня на g7. И то точно так же Фабиано думал во время партии.
Yeah, for some reason I thought this would lose, so I really thought the knight on h6 was the way to play, but maybe I misunderstood simply.
Yeah, I was trying to see if, let's say, if black just waits passively, something like this. I didn't see a way to make progress, either with my king on h4 or my king on f4. They're slightly different positions. I can basically move my king around as however I want.
Yeah, actually, it makes sense that this is just a draw. Yeah.
And I didn't see a way to make progress here.
So, I mean, if now you know that probably the game could have finished in a draw, maybe you would do something differently before or not?
No, I mean, my only chance to do something differently was here, not to play rook b6, but to play king h3 or some move like that, and to try to keep two rooks on. I didn't really see how I would make progress after king h3, rook c6. It seemed very difficult to avoid a trade of rooks, but maybe I could have tried something else.
Фабиано считает, что допустил ошибку, поменяв ладьи вот в этой позиции, и должен был пойти король h3, чтобы избежать размена ладей, и тогда у белых намного больше шансов на победу.
Yeah, okay. Forgetting for a moment the details of the game, in general, how did it feel to play finally after 1 year in the same place, the same
Каково
boards,
было играть спустя год?
the same playing hall?
Yeah, it's sort of a surreal tournament, to be honest. It's very stressful, of course. I mean, Candidates is always stressful, but this one especially, and also feels very strange being back here.
Да, это очень сюрреалистичный турнир. Он, в принципе, довольно-таки напряженный всегда, турнир претендентов, но этот особенно. И очень странно возвращаться снова в тот же игровой зал, точно такой же, спустя год.
Maxime?
Yeah, I'm happy to be finally back and to finish the tournament, and hoping for interesting fights, and to even if I suffer the loss, to still fight my chances out to win the event.
Максим рад вернуться, и, несмотря на обидное поражение, готов бороться и вернуться и играть на победу в турнире.
Есть ли вопросы?
Да, Фабиано, можно будет уточнить, вдогонку к ответу, год все-таки пошел на пользу или ожидание, наоборот, давило? Ну и как он оценивает первый игровой день?
Fabiano, do you think that waiting for so long was for good, for a better preparation, or was it more stressful to wait for so long?
Well, I guess the end of the tournament will tell who this benefited, this break. It's really hard to say now. I was kind of thinking maybe it's a good thing because last year I wasn't in good form. I wasn't playing well, and my hope is that I'll play better this time around. But again, you can't really say if it's good or not for any certain player until the tournament is over and we see who wins.
Очень сложно сейчас сказать. С одной стороны, я был рад такой паузе, потому что в прошлом году я был не в лучшей форме, но, естественно, только окончание турнира покажет, что было лучше.
Maxime, maybe you would like to comment also? Was it beneficial, this break, let's say?
Yeah, I don't really care. Just play it out and we'll see how it goes.
Максим говорит, что для него это не важно, и он просто будет играть свою лучшую игру.
Yeah, okay. The last question: how did you spend this COVID year? I mean, what you've been doing except preparation for the tournament? Something new, maybe you found new hobbies. I mean, maybe you have done something completely different from what you could do before.
Как вы провели этот год? Может быть, нашли какие-то новые занятия или все, была концентрация только на шахматах?
Well, the list of things we can do reduced dramatically, so the problem was not finding new hobbies, but keeping the old ones.
Can you repeat different way, Masha, for Masha? Okay, so Fabiano, what about you?
Yeah, it's been an interesting year, let's say. After the candidates, I basically spent like 3 months at home, not doing much except playing online chess events. And then I started to travel for chess events again, which is very difficult now. Over-the-board chess is really a challenge, unfortunately. It requires, sometimes quarantines and usually testing, and well, of course, that's the state of the world now. But yeah, it's been a strange year.
Да, это был очень странный год. Первые 3 месяца после возвращения с претендентского турнира я провел дома. После этого начал снова ездить по турнирам, и, конечно, довольно-таки напряженно было то, что постоянно нужно самоизолироваться для того, чтобы участвовать снова в турнире. И да, это очень, очень странный год.
Thank you very much. Good luck with the next rounds. Thank you. Welcome back to the FIDE Candidates Tournament. Daniil, this was actually such an interesting interview. I felt that the players were really sincere and it was quite emotional, especially after such a game.
Yeah.
So
kudos to Maxime, by the way, for being. I mean, I don't like when people say good loser, but yeah, I mean, he was extremely polite and funny.
No, but Maxime is always very elegant, so...
Yeah. That is true. He's obviously very, very disappointed by the outcome of this game, yeah, but yeah, still kudos to him for that.
Yes, and I really liked how they interacted together, they analyzed the game together, so they commented on the year they've spent, and it was actually interesting to learn about how the elite chess players deal with this situation. So it's not so easy to keep the motivation as well. So Maxime even joked that the thing is not to find new hobbies, but you need to try to keep your old ones and to keep it going. So how to keep the motivation for a year, how to prepare for this tournament. And we have 1 game left. Kirill Alekseenko is pressing Alexander Grischuk,
and it's not that clear anymore, by the way. I think it was mathematically lost after rook h7, so one move earlier. So I think king d6 wins here. At least I think so. So the point is that after rook h6 you have rook e6. This is the difference. And then if you take, then I guess I decided that it's lost for some reason. Maybe because I thought I go king d7, king f7, and then I slowly bring the pawn, then I go e7, bishop e8, there is not much to do for black.
So is there any way for me to stop this position?
I don't know, I thought the key line was if you go here, then I think the plan was to go a7.
And bishop b8.
Or I start by bishop d, it doesn't matter. So let's say this position. So this thing happens.
Oh, I mean, if I take on e7.
I know, but it's not. I thought it's lost, but maybe it's not lost. So first of all, you cannot queen first, obviously, because of, I don't know, some queen d5 check or queen f3. Because it should be lost. So indeed you have to take. White takes g1. queen, and for some reason I thought it is lost. Ah no, but it is lost, yeah? It's queen f8 and queen g8. That's why, yeah. But yes, this is not something, first of all, I don't know if it's correct, but in general, king d6 feels natural to me.
No, just let's show the variation that after you played rook e8, I wanted just to show that if you take on e7, the pawn simply.
Where exactly?
Because that's the variation that you showed on the board. Yes. No, there was a7, rook e8, a7. We should first show that yes,
so
rook e7 loses. Yes.
Go here, yeah, and then after g3 we queen, and here we have bishop d8. But it's probably slightly more precise to go bishop d8 here first. Then g3 a7 you transpose without something that smart. Now Grischuk is kind of back in the game, it seems. Or maybe not. So king d7, king f6 he goes. But what was that? Wait a second. So it was king c6, rook h8, king d7, rook h7, and he went no. How did this happen? Okay, so he went king c6 instead of king d6, rook h8, and he went rook h3. Sasha played rook e8. Don't know why exactly, but why not? Okay, and king d7. Now he plays king f6. So bishop d8 does not win immediately, yeah? We have king f7. There is no check from the f file, and then there is rook e7 check. And at least we are not forced to resign, which is something already.
And the players are down to their last minutes and seconds. So
yeah, this is going to be dramatic. So can you play rook e4 here? Goes rook e6 check. So now if you go to f7, he wants rook e4, rook f4. At least
but if I go to f5?
Yeah, but you probably go g3 here. Yeah, so if he plays king f7. So after rook e5, I think
king f5 is.
I think there was something. I don't know if I can name that something.
Can
maybe
you simply play a6?
a6, yeah. So there is no g3 yet, and yeah, otherwise we go bishop d8 and probably queen. So rook e6, king f7, rook f4 is on the board. Looks lost to me, to be honest. I mean, you have to try something like g3, but I don't think it works. You can just take. And yeah, rook takes a5, runs into rook f4 check. And white is winning. It's actually interesting, felt like black had a chance.
Yes, well actually you need the king to be on f6 to play g3. That was actually Sasha's idea. Then you can take on e7 and a5.
Yeah, but why don't we play king f6 here? Because of bishop d8, yeah, I guess. Yeah, probably bishop d8.
Yes, you didn't have king
but then
f7.
we probably have something like king f5. Nah, king f5 you just take and you promote first, yeah? Okay, king f8 wins. Yes, it's lost.
So king f6.
He goes to f6, okay. So what is the point? After bishop d8.
Bishop d8, is there any other resource, like the last resource?
I don't see it, to be honest. Yeah, he goes bishop d8. I think Sasha will just resign, to be honest.
King f5.
Yeah, but then it just takes, I mean, yeah, this is just a queen. And King f8, yeah.
Yeah, what an interesting game, and Kirill played...
But kudos to Kirill, yeah. I mean,
a very proper game, if we can say.
Yeah, but he was also pushing, yeah, I mean, in an equal position, he deviated from
the repetition.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, now King f8 wins.
Alexander Grischuk resigns, and Kirill Alekseenko wins his first game in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, kudos to Kirill, yeah, very well done by him.
What a start for Kirill Alekseenko in the second half of this tournament. So let's go through the results. Fabiano Caruana won against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. We had... We will show you the tournament table. We had 2 draws. Wang Hao against Liren
and we have 2 decisive games, yeah.
Against Anish Giri. I invented a new player today, yes? Who it is?
Yeah.
Anish Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
Something like that. So there is a new participant.
No, I think it was actually Jan Giri originally, no?
No. Okay. It's like, because it slipped, it's like Yanish, you see, so that's how I didn't know. Okay. And Kirill Alekseenko just won against Alexander Grischuk. He looks disappointed, and it has been such a long round, you know. So let's have a look at the standings. So you have to sum up it, Daniil.
No, but now...
Yeah, okay, now we have them. Okay.
As I know, it's my turn, so yeah, and I only need to read. So now what do we have? We have Jan Nepomniachtchi clear first place with 5 points. Then only half a point behind him we have 2 players who are MVL and Caruana. And I think it's probably a bit early, but I think it's important for some tie breaks or stuff that Caruana won. Or maybe not, I don't know, but I think it is kind of important. And then the 50% group is now represented by 2 people only, yeah, by Anish Giri and Wang Hao. So it used to be 4 people, but now Grischuk lost and Fabi won. And only two of them remain at 50%. And then, what else do we have? We have Kirill Alekseenko and Alexander Grischuk on -1 and Liren on -2. So yeah, that's what we have. So yeah, I think in terms of tournament scenario, yeah, it was brilliant. You may have favorite players, but if you don't and you're just rooting for chess, it was just brilliant actually. So now pretty much 3 people at very least have decent chances to win the whole thing. So yeah, stay with us, follow our reports. I hope we will not have to steal 7 hours of your life every day. So yeah, let's hope it will go better these terms.
Well, I would like to thank FIDE for making this event happen, the Russian Chess Federation, the Yekaterinburg city, and all the sponsors which you have in front of you. So I've already named them a lot of times, but I would like to thank them, especially Simaland, the general partner, Algorand, the official blockchain partner, Kaspersky, the official cybersecurity partner for the FIDE World Chess Championship Series, Mercedes-Benz, the official auto partner. I don't know if there is a Mercedes up for grabs, you know, for the first place, but maybe we should suggest it. Fosagra is the general partner of Chess Federation of Russia. Chessable is the event partner and the historical partner of FIDE since today, I think. They've signed a very important agreement. And Pine Creek Golf Resort is an event partner as well. Please stay with us and come back tomorrow.
Bravo. Bravo, Almira.
I'm not sure if the press conference is ready. Yes, we are waiting for the press conference
to
start.
But we only need to survive like few more minutes, right? I mean, we're almost there. There are no more chess games. We only need to talk, yeah? Okay.
Okay, I've just been told that we'll actually show you the press conference, but we will go on a small break, and then you can have we will have a press conference. Yes, and we are off for dinner.
Finally, yeah.
Finally. See you tomorrow.
The Simmerland company has enjoyed more than 20 years of steady growth on the market. It is one of the largest wholesale companies that designs, produces and sells consumer goods. Every day, more than 500,000 people visit Simmerland online store, which has a range of more than 1 million items. The company has more than 11,000 employees, including more than 1,000 sales managers. 70% of goods are produced in Russia. They can be easily delivered all over the country from the Crimea to the Far East, as the company has its own fleet of delivery vehicles. The headquarters of the company are in Yekaterinburg, where they occupy an area of 250,000 square meters. It also has offices in Moscow, St. Petersburg, Krasnodar and Novosibirsk. The company is also represented in China and India. The largest representative office is located in China, Yiwu, where it occupies a separate area with a warehouse of 20,000 square meters.
And we have Kirill Alekseenko here with us, who just won the game against Alexander Grischuk at the 8th round of FIDE Candidates Tournament. First of all, what do you feel about being back to Yekaterinburg?
Мы здесь с Кириллом Алексеенко, который только что выиграл у Александра Грищука в 4-й партии 8-го тура. Расскажи, пожалуйста, что произошло.
На английском или на русском?
На английском лучше. Но можно на русском, я имею в виду.
English.
Well, it was a big break. I didn't play for last 1 year since last candidates. So, yeah, my feelings are quite different because, first of all, I didn't think. I just didn't know how it will go because, okay, nobody knows when you don't play for so many months. So I was just happy to come back to chess and was try to make my best
Да, это был очень большой перерыв. Я вообще не играл в шахматы весь этот год. И, конечно, начиная сегодня, я вообще не был уверен, как все пойдет, и переживал. Но был очень рад вернуться к игре.
So, and coming back to the game, let's see what happened actually. What a game. It was a real fight.
Well, it was nothing special, I guess. Yeah, I guess.
Here, Alexander spent a lot of time, right? Probably he was calculating d4 also.
d4, bishop h4. The trick is, on the first side, it looks like black can go bishop h4, g3, and d4.
В этот момент, скорее всего, Александр долго продумал, рассчитывая вот этот вариант с слон h4 шах и потом d4.
But I have quite funny trick knight g2. The pawn on d4 is hanging, and also rook and bishop. So, yeah, probably they have to take on g2, take rook c8, then just bishop d4. That's why my move rook b2 was very important in this position. Because it protects the c2 pawn, also it protects knight on g2 in some lines. So I spent a lot of time calculating. Yeah, also a similar idea was on the next move after c4. He could also play bishop h4, g3, g3, d4.
После c4 снова повторилась эта идея, где он мог снова так сыграть. Но конь g2 здесь ставит проблемы перед
For example, after bishop d4, black already has rook c4. But after bishop d6, I have a clear advantage in this position. So yeah, that's why all the next moves are quite clear. f6, c takes d5, e takes d5, bishop d6.
Yes, maybe we can go to the moment where, you got this bishop for rook.
Yeah. I think it also should be equal, but after d4, I have some slight edge, I guess, because my king is centralized. And
здесь позиция должна быть равной, но после d4 белые получают преимущество за счет активности короля.
I think in this position we both already had about 30 seconds per move. It was quite funny to play after such a big break.
Здесь было очень непривычно играть. У каждого из соперников оставалось около 30 секунд, и, конечно, мы отвыкли уже играть в таких условиях.
So you were also competing with Alexander, who will think longer.
As I remember, he also didn't play for 1 year, so we were in the same conditions.
Да, и мы с Александром были в одинаковых условиях, он тоже не играл весь этот год.
Yeah, actually, I didn't see any other move in this position, so I thought king d4 looks interesting.
Yes, so you didn't blunder it, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought this position must be at least slightly better for me, because I have no risk in any other continuation. So the only player who can win this, it's white. So.
Здесь я понимал, что у меня нет шансов проиграть, что в этой позиции только белые могут получать преимущество.
I think knight d2 is a very important move. I'm trying to put our knight on c5. So probably have to take this knight on e4. After knight e4, bishop e5, yeah.
Очень важный ход конь d2, после чего конь e4, и черные обязаны забирать коня, иначе он пробирается на c5.
So you deviated from repetition here because you thought you're...
Yeah, definitely.
И поэтому я избежал повторения ходов, потому что я понимал, что здесь я уже играю на победу.
Yeah, rook f8 is a very clever move, because, for example, after rook c8, there are some ideas with king d5 to e6. I don't know, probably it's just winning. Also, I have king d3 in this position, so I wasn't so sure about what should I do. k6, rook g2, and k7 looks also very promising.
Yes, so maybe what was the critical moment you believe that, let's say, you are winning already? I mean, because Alexander said, I think something mentioned 56 move or something like that.
I think this is the first critical moment because after G5, it was also a draw, but more complicated. I felt Alexander had to play Rook C7 because after Rook C7, King D6, they could play probably Rook C4.
Здесь, наверное, у Александра была ничья после ладья C7.
Because after Rook E4, I have Bishop C3, so they have to play Rook D4, Bishop D6, Rook E4. And first, I thought I could win after Bishop E7. The thing is, for example, King E5, I go. Okay, maybe it's still same, yeah.
Yeah, you have to click there.
Yeah, so after, for example, King F5, I have some of G4. I don't know if it's winning or not, but at least something. So it was much more simple to Rook C7. So I was probably going to repeat moves after Rook B6 and trying to find any other opportunity. We came to the second time trouble. After, I think here after G5. So probably I had something more than Rook H7 and King D6.
Здесь после G5 мы приблизились снова к цейтноту, и, наверное, здесь у меня были лучшие продолжения, но их было сложно найти.
So I wasn't so sure about my moves in this position. Yeah, this looks very logical. Yeah, and Rook J8 is like a big mistake. Black had to just stay on the place.
И здесь ладья G8 была большой ошибкой, то есть черным нужно просто стоять на месте.
Like King F5?
Yeah, like some random, King F5, King F6, or King F6 or Bishop F5, King F5, yeah, for example. Because it's not so easy to improve my position. For example, if I will play somewhere Bishop D8, like always have Rook A7, yeah. And the thing is, after E8, I have to lose a lot of tempos to take the pawn on A4 and
so you said it was
drawish. Yeah.
Yes, it was drawish after E8. Yes.
So Alexander just blundered a pawn on A4 to Rook E4. Probably King H5 was last opportunity in this position.
То есть Александр зевнул пешку на А4, но возможно, что после король H5 еще были шансы на удержание.
I don't know, Bishop G3, Rook G3. Queen, take. I don't know, it must be true, but...
The king is far, but...
yeah, but...
That's probably... runs.
It's hard to say, but yeah, it should be a draw. And after...
What do you think was the final mistake of black? Let's say,
how Rook J8. Yeah.
Rook J8, yes. So let's say from here you felt.
Yeah, because it was added 15 minutes after Rook A4, King G5. Yeah, Rook A4. And I spent like 2 minutes to understand that my position is just completely winning. Because
И здесь, после того, как он зевнул пешку на А4, нам как раз добавилось по 15 минут, и мне хватило 2 минут, чтобы понять, что я выигрываю в этой позиции.
Because now I have a clear plan to push e-pawn, and like there's no counterplay with the g4 pawn, because my bishop is controlling the g3 square, also my rook is protecting from everything, so...
И здесь слон контролирует поле d3, моя пешка просто идет вперед, и ладья защищена, поэтому у черных просто нет никакой контр-игры.
The last precise moment is just to play a4 and a5 to protect my pawn on a file.
And then it was over.
И последний технический момент был двинуть пешку на a5, чтобы защитить ее.
So Kirill, it's your first victory in the Candidates Tournament. How does it feel?
Okay, I mean, it's just start of the tournament, of the second half. So 6 more rounds to go. So I can't say I'm so happy because it was a very tough game, and I think also missed some good chances in the game. But in general, yeah, I'm quite happy with my first victory in the candidates. So.
Кирилл, это ваша первая победа в претендентском турнире. Каково это? Как вы себя чувствуете после этого? И Кирилл ответил, что, конечно, впереди еще 6 партий, поэтому нужно на них сосредоточиться, но, конечно, в принципе, я доволен победой.
You said about this year that basically you were preparing for this event and you were waiting when it's going to be started, and at the same time, have you done something else apart from chess? What you've been doing all this time?
Что-то еще делали, кроме шахмат в этом году?
Yeah, I had a lot of different stuff. For example, I finished university. Also, I got a driver license.
Да, я не терял времени зря. Я закончил университет, получил права водительские.
And also, I spent some time in chess, but because a common guy, watched series, read books. So.
Конечно, я занимался тоже шахматами, но также читал книги и смотрел фильмы.
How did you prepare yourself psychologically for the second part? Were you trying to forget about the first one or still circulating?
Как вы готовились психологически ко второй части? Старались ли забыть о том, как прошла первая?
I think enough time to forget about like the first half because it was more than 1 year ago, and I didn't have any tournaments. So it was like, just something in past.
Было довольно несложно забыть о первой части. Все-таки прошло очень много времени, и плюс я не играл в шахматы все это время.
So you can say that you are the one who benefited from breaking this.
Yeah, definitely.
То есть эта пауза пошла вам на пользу, да, конечно.
Thank you so much, Kirill. The best of luck, and see you in the next round.
Thank you very much.
Вопрос не сказала.
The Simmerland company has enjoyed more than 20 years of steady growth on the market. It is one of the largest wholesale companies that designs, produces and sells consumer goods. Every day, more than 500,000 people visit Simmerland online store, which has a range of more than 1 million items. The company has more than 11,000 employees, including more than 1,000 sales managers. 70% of goods are produced in Russia. They can be easily delivered all over the country from the Crimea to the Far East, as the company has its own fleet of delivery vehicles. The headquarters of the company are in Yekaterinburg, where they occupy an area of 250,000 square meters. It also has offices in Moscow, St. Petersburg, Krasnodar and Novosibirsk. The company is also represented in China and India. The largest representative office is located in China, Yiwu, where it occupies a separate area with a warehouse of 20,000 square meters.